Hello, beautiful friends, and welcome to the Earth 2.0 Global Summit Series. Today with Ferry
and Pavel. We are so happy to be here, you guys, with you. You have no idea.
We're the Upper Aeons, and we have a mission to complete with all of us. What a day ahead of us. My dear friends, if you only knew how much this means to us that you have arrived here, that you've taken this busy day and busy time of our lives to be working on yourself, but in a combination of the group. The group harmonics is everything to us. And this is why, before we even get to know each other, before we go into deeper parts, we're actually going to be doing an opening ceremony prior to this. Now, before we head into the opening ceremony, we want to share with you a few housekeeping rules, or kind of just so you know what to expect.
Yeah, so first things first, we're in the chat with you guys. Thanks for sharing where you're from. Can't believe that we have people from all over. It's so exciting. We'll continue to chat with you guys in the chat. If you have any questions throughout any of this for any of our speakers are also in the chat. We have integration specialists as well. So if you're feeling something in your body you want to share, go ahead, put it in there. We like to follow this arc of 3 eyes. So we're going to start today with our intention. That'll be next. The second part is the immersion. So we'll talk about a little bit that more, but this is that immersive part. This is the part that really connects you to the other people in the group and connects you with us. So make sure you're in the chat. Second thing second, make sure that you also know this is not just a lecture, like an all-day thing. This is an all-day thing, but it's not just lectures, I should say. So we're going to have some lecturing, but know you'll be on your feet for some of it. You're going to be doing some fascia movements. We'll have some breath work, some meditation. It's going to be super interactive. We call it interactive learning for a reason. You're going to be feeling it in your body. So we don't want to just be hearing it. We don't want it to go over our head. We actually want it to land in our fields, in our bodies. We want to feel that change, feel that reset, that upgrade by the time that we're done today.
Everything here is about embodiment. So we have dedicated our literally the last year of going around the world, searching all of the most incredible speakers, leaders, brands, solutions that actually embody what we call the Earth 2.0. Now, we're going to go into depthness what version 1 versus 2 Earth is. But in the meantime, what's important to understand is that we are using the cutting edge science. We're using and grounding everything that we're teaching you here. So it's not just woo-wah theory that maybe one day we can access this. This is already here. And this is the most beautiful and important time of our era that we're living in, because science for the first time is merging with consciousness, and we can actually show you what is happening. And so most of our work is grounded like this. You know, we've been traveling the world to be able to execute all of our system reset events that many of you know us from. And these events have been with one big intention. Can we unite? Can we unite all of us together through these cutting edge, incredible tools, realizing it for each and every independently where you are, so then together we can rise.
Yeah, and I want to let you in on a little secret. We go from city to country all around this globe. And there are a lot of positive things happening in the world. And it's about time we start connecting and unifying these little pockets of awakeness, right? Because we're looking to raise that frequency of the entire planet. And that doesn't happen without all of you. So just know that you're the most important part of this mission. You heard the call for Earth 2.0. We all know something isn't right. We know that the systems are falling and that there's an emergence and you could say a birthing for this new way of living. And that's exactly the agenda that we have on deck today. So we'll get a little bit more into that. But like we told you, this is not all about talking. We want you to feel it in your body. So we're going to get straight into...
Yeah, we're going to go into the opening ceremony. So in the next video, just make sure that you have a place to sit or lay down. All throughout today, when we do activations, have a nice headphones if it's available. And you can even have blindfolds for some of them. You don't necessarily have to see what we're doing because we're going to be guiding you. And again, that's for the best, use of your experience. And last that I want to end with this is 95% of the world is actually incredible. The 5% of the world that we're seeing is what the media is showing us. And so we have this choice. Are we going to lock in that Earth 2.0 frequency?
Yes.
Or are we going to abide by what we're seeing that half of the time has nothing to even do with what the reality is? And so
our energy goes where
our intention
goes
goes
where
yeah.
our energy flows, and we are not going to let that happen.
So we'll see you in the next part. Look at a moment that humanity is living in right now. Everywhere we turn, we see uncertainty, fear, division, and constant crisis. Turn on the news, and it feels like the world is falling apart. Whether it's the war, political division, mental health crisis, obesity, and chronic disease is rising every year. Not even talking about addiction, human trafficking, drug cartels that are literally running the world. Our environmental toxicity is off the chain. And at the same time, we celebrate distractions that keep us asleep. Professional sports are becoming the modern gladiator arenas. Entertainment is becoming our escape from reality. Social media is amplifying the fear and comparison. Now let's be clear. We're not saying that these things are evil or wrong. They simply reveal something deeper. The system that humanity has been living inside of is no longer working. And so, this is what we call the version 1 Earth.
Earth 1.0 is a system built on a few core ideas. One, that we are separate, that there is not enough, that we must compete to survive, and that the power belongs to the institutions instead of the individual. And when people believe these ideas long enough, they create systems to reflect that. Systems of fear, systems of control, systems that reward disconnection. But something extraordinary is also happening right now. For the first time in human history, we have the knowledge, we have the technology, and the awareness to create something entirely different.
The most important truth that humanity is rediscovering is very simple. And by the way, this is what it's about. Simplicity, not complex. We're not separate. Every culture, every spiritual tradition, and even modern science is beginning to point the same realization. Everything is connected. We are connected. We're all made up of atoms. We're all made up of the same. And if everything is connected, something else must be true.
There is enough.
There is enough. Enough energy, enough food, enough resources, enough innovation. The problem has never been scarcity. The problem is the outdated operating system in which we're all operating in.
Most people think that changing the world requires governments, institutions, or global systems. But real transformation begins always somewhere much smaller. It begins with you, it begins with me, it begins with our group of Earth 2.0 believers. Your health, your mind, your relationships, your environment, and your daily choices. Look around the immediate distance of your life, your family, your home, your community. This is where the new world is created.
Earth 2.0 is not some distant utopian fantasy. It's a shift in how we live and how we see ourselves. Earth 2.0 begins when individuals reclaim their responsibility for their own life, literally on every level. What would life look like if we just were able to take care of our own? Your body becomes your responsibility. Your health becomes your responsibility. Your mind becomes a tool instead of master. Your emotions become powerful, form of communication and creation. Your spirit becomes the remembrance of what you already are today, not tomorrow. Not just the body, not just the mind, but we are the living expression of consciousness itself.
In Earth 2.0, we begin to harmonize the major areas of our life. Physical health, we take ownership over our body, our energy, and our nervous systems. We learn to use the mind as a guide rather than a prison. We're understanding that emotions are signals that are guiding us towards alignment. And spiritual awareness is where we remember that at our core, we are infinite beings expressing through a human. When we move into relationships, we move from competition into collaboration. When we look at the environment, we become conscious of how we interact with the earth and the systems around us. And this is what it means to become the CEO of your own life.
Well, and here's the future that works for humanity that must follow these 3 principles. A is functionality. Does it actually improve life? B is adaptability. Can you evolve with change? And C is sustainability. Does it support life for a long-term basis? If a system fails any of these principles, it will all eventually collapse. And many of the systems we see collapsing today are simply reaching that point.
Earth 2.0 is not something that will be handed to us. It's something that we're all going to create together. One person becoming healthier, one family becoming more conscious, one community choosing cooperation over division. That's enough. That's when individuals shift their consciousness and entire systems change.
Humanity has tried for thousands of years to create peaceful and thriving world. And now we stand at the moment there is a possibility that it's finally within reach. This could be that final golden age through which we've had many in the past. Not because someone will save us, but because millions of individuals are beginning to awaken to their own power, your power. Earth 2.0 begins the moment you choose to live it. Not someday, not somewhere else, but right here, right now, in this. And so those of you that are here and ready, please say, I am ready, or I commit to. This is why it all starts with this powerful intent. Thank you again for being here. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for sharing this incredible energy, because it is time that we all rise. Beautiful friends, welcome to probably the most important part of today. We are gathering into the space of opening. This is the opening ceremony where we all step into this greater vision called the Earth 2.0 frequency and vibration. Now, we're not going to do this just alone. We're going to step into this powerful field that we spent the last decade traveling around the world, interconnecting. This powerful web of light for all of those people that are done with the old paradigm, for all of those people that are ready to step into something that's been here all along. Now, whatever you are, please find a place to sit or lay down on your back. And you don't have to use the video for this moment, just have a nice headphones. And when you find a place to rest, simply close your eyes and take this time to settle in. Settle into your body. Settle into this space. And before we move into a series of state cohesion exercises, we're gonna first come back to your center. As you're sitting down, connect to your breath. 6 seconds inhale in through your nose. 6 seconds exhale out your nose, making an ocean sound. Repeat this breath, perfectly connected, long, deep, extended, and start slowing everything right down. As you're being aware of your breath, sense the belly, chest, moving the air all the way up to your head. And exhale. Breath is life. Breath is what unifies all of us. Breath is what we're born with, and breath is what we die with. The first and most important part of stepping into this cohesion is coming back to this conscious, aware breath. As you're sensing this breath, we're going to also add our body's awareness. As most of our life, we live in the past, in the future. Can you bring it all into your body? Sense what you're sitting or laying down on. Sense the space around you. And together we're going to rub your hands together until you feel this little burning sensation. When you feel this little burning or heat in and around your palms. Place your hands down and continue breathing 6 seconds in through your palms and 6 seconds out your palms. Where intention goes, your energy flows. Moving outside of the autopilot into the conscious mind. Now let us expand that same sensation you felt in your hands, that tingling heat, into both of your arms. And just sense it traveling all the way up into your shoulders, relaxing every part of your arms, hands, shoulders along the way. Moving it up into your throat, your head, connecting to your eyes, your ears, your mouth. How many people in the world cannot see, hear? How lucky we are. Start sensing this beautiful light in the center of your brain. And imagine this light also traveling down through your throat, all the way down to the back of your heart. And sense your heart beating. And we're going to invite the first vitamin, the essential vitamin G, which stands for gratitude. Sense this deep, powerful thank you, thank you, thank you, life. Thank you for this moment. Thank you for this community. Thank you for my family, loved ones. You are so loved. No matter where you are in the world, come back into what you have. Stay connected to your breath. Body's awareness, that tingling sensation in your hands, arms, throat, head, all the way down to your heart. And I want you to step inside of your heart until you see this little crescent opening, this imaginary beam of light. And I want you to follow that through the breath until you step into the sacred space of your heart that unites us all. This foundational part to everything, the first part that develops before we become a fetus. Heart leads the way, brain verifies the way, and gut brings it to action. And so can you also move your attention all the way to the whole upper body until you sense the same little tingling sensation you felt in your hands, in your whole upper body, relaxing your stomach. All of that tension that causes reaction in everyday life. Feel this presence, this moment. Sense the energy traveling down to both of your legs until you reach the feet. Feel your entirety, your whole beingness, not just in the mind or heart, but sense yourself as this powerful vessel. Expand the energy from your heart down through your feet like a roots, all the way down to the center of earth, so you may be grounded. Feel that sensation of I am grounded, I am aware, I am here, I am present. You have arrived into you, my dear brothers, sisters. We came here to unite. We came here to experience something that we deep down in our heart been longing this whole time. Step into what you are, not for all of the stories that you are not. Allow to anchor down. Now sense the energy of earth coming back in through your body. Feel the chi, mana, prana. So many different words for the same thing. Fill yourself up for this day with all of this energy, all throughout every pore of your skin. And with each inhale, you nourish your body. Draw this energy of earth in, and exhale. Flood your body. with all of that you already are. Now from this place of connection, sense through the heart, expanding that energy up through the top of your head into the sky. Many people call this the Father Sky and the Mother Earth, connected to you, the Holy Trinity of you as the individual, us as the collective, connected to the supra collective. And imagine these champagne-like bubbles bubbling up around your body. And I want you to inhale, draw the energy of source from the top of your head in, this light. And with each exhale, draw this energy down to your feet, mingling, mixing with the earth's frequency. All of that inherent, infinite, love, eternal self that you are. Step back into you. Feel. This is you. Being aware means you are aware of your breath, your body's presence in a fully relaxed state. And then the third part of this instant presence tool that we teach for so many is, can you pay attention to what is beyond the sound? Pay attention to this stillness, silence underneath this music that you're listening to. Feel. Because my dear friends, from this elevated space, I want you to visualize all of us connected together, interconnected, like a flower of life surrounding Mother Earth. And imagine each and every dot of the flower of life represent one of you. Imagine all of us interconnected through these golden webs of light. We do not need to be in presence to feel this, to step into this through the quantum entanglement. Continue being aware of your breath, body's awareness, and stillness and silence beneath the noise. And from this place, we're opening up this powerful portal of interconnection. Inhale in through your heart. Exhale out your heart. Together we inhale for 3 in through your heart. Holding your breath for 6, and imagine your energy expanding, interconnecting through your hands. We're all holding hands together, surrounding our whole earth, calling in the earth 2.0. And exhale, blow any residual out your mouth for 9. 3 seconds in. 6 seconds hold. 9 seconds out your mouth. Step even further, even deeper into this interconnection. Because my dear friends, we're gonna embark on a journey through 3 rounds of breath. We're gonna activate all of our 7 energy centers before we step into the full group coherence for here, for today. That being said, wherever you are, can you come back into you even further? Because we are gonna start breathing deep. Double inhale in through your nose and exhale, blowing it out your mouth. You're gonna be breathing in and out your perineum, the first energy center, the root. Each time that you inhale, you're generating electricity. And each time that you exhale, you're releasing any old stuck patterns that do not belong into this session. Now, that being said, let us begin to breathe deep. We double in through your nose. Keep on breathing deep. Keep on activating your first energy center. As you're double inhaling, bring all of that full saturation. As we're moving into the second energy center, start breathing in and out your navel, just the area around your navel. Feel the power stepping back to you. Allow to continue breathing deep. Stick with this. We've got final about 15 seconds left. Can you move the attention to your solar plexus, the center of power? Breathe in and out of the third energy center. Let us go. We've got final 5, 4, 3, 2, and one more deep inhale. Hold your breath on inhale and flex your bathroom muscle. And imagine this beam of light spinning, this beautiful little ball of light around your perineum, recalibrating, reharmonizing. Feel this grounding. Move the energy to your navel area, your lower abdomen, and flex it right there. Keep on holding your breath and imagine this ball of light spinning. Connect to the sensation, vibration. And imagine this ball of light clearing, reharmonizing your second energy center. Move the attention to your solar plexus and squeeze it right there. Imagine this ball of light spinning, clearing, recalibrating your third energy center. And exhale. Shake off your body. Shake everything off. We're moving into the second round of breath. This time, we're gonna double inhale in through your mouth and exhale out your mouth with a deep saturation, breathing in and out your heart for the fourth energy center. That being said, let us begin to breathe deep. Double in. Keep on breathing deep in and out your heart. And imagine this door in front of your heart opening. At the back of your heart opening. Left side, right side, up, down. And feel your heart expanding. So you can feel love. Now move that attention into your throat. Start breathing deeply in and out your throat. Double in. Now make a sound of ha with each and every exhale. Allow this vibration. Anytime you didn't speak up, anytime you were not heard, we've got about 10 seconds left. Accelerate your fifth energy center. Let us commit. Breathe. Focus. We've got final 3. Breathe deep for 2. 1. Exhale everything out. One more deep inhale. Holding your breath on inhale. Flex your bathroom muscle. Lower abdomen, upper abdomen. Flex your arms. Send the energy into your heart. Hold it right here. Squeeze it on inhale. Imagine this ball of light spinning around your heart. Sense it opening for any of the pain, sorrow that you've been through. Move the energy into your throat. Sense this ball of light around your throat. Feel and imagine it's spinning, clearing. All of those times you didn't speak up, you were not heard. And in about 5 seconds, I want you to buckle it all in. Squeeze it here for 3, 2, 1. And I want you to exhale. Scream! One more deep inhale. And let it all release. Final round of breath in front of us. Sense, feel, check in with yourself. We're stepping out of that monkey mind into your body, into your heart. And this time, we're gonna breathe in the perfect rhythm, about 2 seconds in through your mouth, 2 seconds out your mouth. Perfect, connected breath. Place your attention to the center of your brain for the 6th energy center, and let us breathe deep through that area. Inhale. Continue breathing deep and imagine this beam of light in the center of your forehead, expanding outward, backward, left side, right side, up, down. Shoot these beams of light to connect to your intuition, to your highest self. Continue breathing deep, moving that attention to the top of your head, connected to that receptor, to source, to energy. And breathe in and out of the 7th energy center. Let us go. We've got 10. Final 3. Breathe in. 2. 1. Deeply inhale. Exhale everything out. One final deep inhale. Hold your breath on inhale. And pause right here. Relax your body as you're holding your breath, and place your attention to the center of your 6th energy center, in the center of your brain. Imagine this ball of light spinning. Clearing, recalibrating. Move the attention to the top of your head. Sense this ball of light clearing, reharmonizing, opening. Feel the energy of you. Hold it here for 3. Sense it here for 2. 1. And exhale. Release. And slow down the rhythm of your breath. Together, we deeply inhale in through your nose. And exhale, make the sound of woo. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. And final long deep sound of woo. As we regulate, as we breathe, as we step back into that imagination of being all interconnected around Mother Earth, like a flower of light. Through these dots, each and every one of you representing how powerful, how beautiful, how important you are for this field. Who would we be without you? This is a we movement. And from this place, I want you to place your hands on your heart. And we're gonna be setting the first eye of today. Setting the intention. You may simply state for yourself, I am ready to. I intend to. What are you ready to transform, to alter, to change from this powerful field of love? Sense this opening and speak it to your beingness. Feel. Getting clear with a focused mind on a deep intention to allow everything else in your life to move into that vibration. And from this place, hold that energy right there and sense your heartbeat. Continue breathing in through your heart and out your heart. In through your heart and out your heart. Continue breathing in and out your heart in this long, deep, expanded way. And as we know, based on the HeartMath Institute, when a group of us breathes in and out of our heart in the same rhythm, no matter where we are in the world, we experience heart coherence in a group. Step into this group. Step into this one big heartbeat. And imagine your heart expanding beyond your room into the cities, countries, until you imagine one big heart unifying all of us here present on this call. And sense the entire Mother Earth surrounded by this big heart. One pulse, one unified realms. And from this place, imagine at the top of the heart is the direct connection to Source. And at the base of the heart is where we're gonna be able to transmit things back to Earth. Let us all set the intention. May we all be used as an instrument of love and light in a perfect amount needed for the greatest good of the whole. May we all receive those information of which are of our highest good that we're ready to embody, embrace. And may all of us share the gifts that we all have, because this field is not about us. This is about all of us. And so, the law of love states, we give love, but we also receive love. And so, from this beautiful, nourishing place, we all intend that this Earth 2.0 frequency vibration is directed by from the highest places of love, understanding, peace, and harmony. My dear friends, I want to officially give you this huge credit and gratitude for showing up, for being here with all of us. Thank you, and thank you for opening up this powerful 12-month journey ahead of all of us. So much love for all of you, so much gratitude to all of you. And I will see you on the other side. Beautiful friends, welcome back. We have just finished, I would even say, far the most important part of this entire journey, because this is the level in which we operate. Some of you, and please share with us, have probably already felt some sort of emotional feeling. You know, some people cry, others people just feel love, social acceptance, and this is what we're here for. We're here to showcase the best of one another. That era of separation is done. And so when we unite, 1 + 1 is not 2, it's exponential. And this level of exponentiality is where we're stepping into. So welcome officially to the Earth 2.0 movement.
Yes. I know we're not all in the same room together right now, but for me, I can feel you guys in the field. And so, like Pavel said, go ahead, drop in the comments if you felt the power of this too. It's really, really special. We're used to being in person, having these in-person events, this in-person energy of everyone being connected. And we thought, is it actually possible to do this virtually in a way where we still feel that connection, we still feel that unity? And that's exactly why we started this whole thing. It was an experiment at first, and we started to feel that deep connection. I remember we had a call in the beginning, we did a group healing, and it was one of the most powerful meditations I've ever done. And it was virtually because I could feel the power of everyone there beyond just me in the room. So if you felt that too, go ahead, drop it in the sidebar.
Yeah, and remember, at any point of time, you now are part of this field. This field is what we've had this contract amongst all of us that is invisible, but that is energetic. We're exchanging all of these biomasses with each other. And through quantum entanglement, we're able to do this. Again, this is science. It's already been shown. The group prayer, group harmonics, focus, directed attention in a group. This is not anything new. We're just going and actually making that the new standard. Now, let's talk a little bit about where did this even started. We spent the last decade or so traveling the world. And for me, this started inside of a dark room. So about a decade ago, I went into a dark room for the first time, and I spent 10 days in complete darkness with no food in the middle of Thailand. Now, I used to live a very different life. I was a busy entrepreneur. I was following, the standard, so to speak. I was chasing after money, sex, power. I call that the triple old paradigm way of which our world has been operating upon. And even though I was extremely successful at a very young age, I was brokenhearted. I was burned out. I had a chronic fatigue. I had an autoimmune condition. And literally every 2 weeks, I was sick. I was constantly, living up high with all of the highs and, going for everything and doing. The world of doing is really where this has fallen into. And then I had a huge lows in which I was burned out. I had anxiety, depression, and this was the age of 18. I even had a suicidal thoughts. Back then I was a professional, cyclist, and because of my health, I went on this journey through self-transformation, and I created this whole idea that there is more to life. And so if you have this voice inside you that is guiding you in the similar way as was mine,
we all have that voice.
We all have that voice. And we're going to actually touch up on that later. We're going to talk a lot about how to understand these inner voices and guidance. But for now, it led me to commit that this spiritual journey, or however we call it, is the focus of life. We are spiritual beings living a physical experience. And this embodiment here is for us to remember who we are at the core, nothing new. This is just merely another way that we're here presenting to you.
Yeah. So kind of, I think a lot of us can resonate with your story because we all kind of get born into these systems. The first system that we get born into is the birth certificate system, the governmental contracts, all of that you have to be born in a hospital. So we all get born straight into it unless you were born not into that. But then you probably likely got put into a school system or a workplace system or something like that. And at some point, like Pavel said, we have that innate feeling where we say, is this the only way of living? And no, it's not. There's so many other ways of living. And through this process, this life process that we've both been on, we've traveled and we started to pick up different pieces. We started to meet people that were living different, that were doing things different, and became masters in their field at it. And these people have touched our lives and transformed our lives in ways that you wouldn't think possible. Because until you know about something, you don't believe that it's actually possible. But then when you see someone living that lifestyle, living in a completely different way, living in a new system that wasn't taught to you, it makes it all possible. And we thought the most important thing that we could do is bring those resources and make it as accessible for you as it was for us, because that is what completely pivoted our journey into this way of Earth 2.0 living now. Because Earth 2.0 isn't just a far out planet, It's not creating a new planet. It's actually a frequency. It's a frequency of living. It's a frequency of unsubscribing to the things that make up the old paradigm that you don't want to be living in, and subscribing to these new frequencies, upgrading your frequency, staying in the same kind of shift. And we realized that after doing that for just us, you can only do so much yourself to stay in that frequency. You hit a point where you hit the limit and you actually realize that you're living in a we consciousness as well. And we'll talk a little bit more about this. But this is why we keep saying this mission is so important because of you, because we live on this floating rock together. So if we all don't lift up, we're going to self-implode. You guys know like what's going on out there, right? So it's really coming into this coherence, raising the consciousness on this planet so that we can all live in harmony, so that we can all live in this frequency. And that's really like the greater mission here, is that having a realization that it's not just about you in your life. It's actually this we construct that we're all creating together.
Yeah, and so just to bring it back into this like moment, and I want to bring you there with me now. This is about a decade ago, the first time I'm in darkroom, and I'm going to share with you what happened there. It took me about 7 days of suffering. Like literally my monkey mind just would not stop. And drop it in a comment if you're dealing with a monkey mind yourself, because it's a thing. Mind is a software, body is the hardware. And just like a computer, when you connect to the internet, you have the ability to download new software, new apps. And so what we're doing here is exactly that, but we're connecting to the inner net. Now, what that means is we live in this fast-paced life, fast-paced world. We're scrolling up and down our phones. We're on a computer. We're never-ending doers, so to speak. And so what happened for me in a dark room for the first time in my life, and was day 7, I just dropped it. I surrendered fully into who I am, not what I am not. And in that moment, I silenced myself enough. I switched the brain waves from that high beta dominance, which is the overanalyzing thinking, into that alpha, theta dominance. I essentially start getting this floodgate of information. I literally start crying and crying at that day 7. And for the first time in my life, I had a clarity. I felt myself for who I am, not for what I am not. And in that moment, the mission or this whole vision was very clear. It gave me my passion, which is music, which all throughout this thing, we are so grateful to bring some of the most incredible artists, frequency sounds, and different variations of how we produce sound. Then it also gave me a purpose, which now we're sharing together, where we get to be able to speak to you. We do podcasts, retreats, workshops, all of these immersive experiences with this one big mission: to unite, to come back into our center, to come back into what we are and what we came here for, to experience joy, expansion, all together. And the third part that it gave me was a legacy. What do we want to leave here in this world behind? And so maybe I'll turn it back to you. What is that passion? What is that high calling? What is that purpose? When do you feel at most purpose in life? And also, what do you want to leave behind? If your kids or our next generation were to take over from here on, what is that gift you would like to offer that sustains beyond generations?
Yeah, so drop it in the chat. We're not just asking you this question like for fun. This is an integral part of this whole day today. So when we're asking you to participate, it's actually, we have a little roadmap for today, and we call it the intention, the immersion, and the integrations, 3 I's. So we already set our intention. We talked about why that was important on the group cohesion. Now this is your time for immersion. Whatever you're putting in, the energy that you're showing up here with, that's the energy that you always show up with, all right? So if you're coming here to make a change, you better show us you're coming here to make a change. So when Pablo's asking, what is your legacy? Drop it in the comments. This is your time to actually think about that. You've carved out today to do this whole session. Show up fully, okay? Like if you're doing some breath work, breathe it in with that passion, with that new earth energy, how you want to show up, connected, anchored, clear. I want you to leave here today. I want you to leave here today with whatever you wanted to show up for. But if whatever you came here for was that thing, show up like that. Show up with how you want to be.
Yeah, and part of the immersion is also the processes that we've put into place. So for example, we're going to go through this whole blueprint in a following recording, but essentially we found that everything in life is cyclical and it works on a pattern basis. We've got the individual pattern, which we call the me, the individual consciousness. Then we've got the collective patterns, which is we, the collective consciousness. And then we've got the being or embodiment pattern, which is the supra-collective. And so if you think about it, we're all part of this whole same ecosystem. We have the individual choices, We also have the collective, and then we're part of the supra collective. And we call that the me, we, be model, which is one of the first steps to this whole blueprint. This whole model is going to essentially bridge A today, so all of the speakers and everything that we'll be bringing in, and B, it's going to bridge the entire year to follow, where each month of this year, we're going to focus on one thing at a time to master each pattern. So to give you an example, it could be part of the me is the physical health. How do we master this body as a temple? It can be mental, emotional, relational. We're going to touch into even finances, self-governance, and we're going to also look into the quantum, the unseen parts of our life. So me, we, be is the first model that we're going to operate in. The second part is the 4-step process to change. We call it the wake up, clean up, power up, and rest up. Wake up is that you start recognizing those patterns. What is working, what is not. Questioning everything is the number one superpower. The second part is clean up. How do we get rid of the old? How do we process whatever emotions, thoughts, things that simply no longer work or serve us, so we can power up, which is the third phase, where we're going to start bringing all the new ideas, dreams, visions into action. You will move from that passenger seat into the driver's seat. You're going to get a handle of what are those patterns. And then the fourth step is resting up and repeating this cycle. This is the reassessment. In that rest up phase, this is where we all lack the most, because if we don't take time in silence, solitude, we don't switch those brain waves, we're never going to hear that limitless mind, that directed, some people call it the divine blueprint or others' spirit. And so wake up, clean up, power up, rest up. And again, we're going to go much in depth to this all throughout this year. And then the final part, as far as the integration goes, we have built an entire school community. So those of you that are already part of it, you can see there's a whole structure that we've built, and that is the integration. We will have weekly calls. We have a classroom in which you can learn these processes in a bite sizes, as well as there's a forum, and you can see where all of the members are coming from. You guys are coming from literally every continent besides Antarctica.
Yeah, we're so, so grateful to have such a beautiful conscious community, and you can all gather inside school. So the cool thing about school is that you get points for interacting with your community. You unlock more modules, and we can just continue to celebrate our wins. And then we like to say, we're all, like Pavel said, we're all having this kind of secret contract with each other, because I believe when we work together, we have the keys to the other things that people need. And that's how we are able to work together and co-create and make beautiful things happen. So I know that beyond just this, you guys are going to connect, you guys are going to create. And that's where we really see the Earth 2.0 vision having this ripple effect beyond this.
And remember, we're meant to be creating an army of angels that reflects the best of one another, not the opposite around. And for me, relationships were some of the hardest parts, and to be honest, this incredible relationship with my wife, it's been some of the most healing and beautiful times that I've ever had in my life. And so I want to encourage you that these people here are just like you.
Hey, we've also been matchmakers before.
Yes,
people are always coming to us saying, hey, can you help me find my match? And you know what? We're collecting all of the green flag people. There's not red flags here. You guys are all Earth 2.0ers working on yourselves, working on a better Earth, essentially. So
what is our why? Our why is a deep belief that we can do this together. We can shift into a new timeline, new paradigm. That is not some far out concept. That is already here. It's you that makes the biggest difference. And so this is why we've broken this down into 3 phases. So all throughout this year, we're going to start with the me, which is the individual. And as probably for many of you, we have had unhealthy bodies. Some people have autoimmune conditions, others have brain issues, sleep issues, energy issues. We've lived in this insane world. And for most of us, the awakening actually starts with the body. Then the mind, the thoughts, all of the belief system that we've been inherently utilizing as the software. So think of your mind as the software, body as the hardware. Then the emotions, which will be the third phase, is what do we feel like? Emotions is what makes our life feel real. And then, of course, the energetic body, the spirit, is how it all connects into the limitless mind. We call that the inner net. So just like your phone or computer, you got to connect to the internet to download new software, download new apps. We're connecting to the internet. So that's the phase one. Now today, we're gonna learn about all of these phases. So we're gonna teach you the full blueprint, but then each and every month, we're gonna dive into the depthness of each one.
Yeah, so think of like today as like the zoomed out high overview of what you're gonna experience over the next 12 months. And then as we go into each month, we're gonna zoom in, super go deep on each concept so you fully understand it. Because I mean, like life is a big thing, right? A blueprint is like a big thing. So we want to make sure that every little detail is covered.
Now, here's the thing. Think about our life as a never-ending cycles. We've got the granule cycles, the supra-consciousness, we call it the B. And then you've got the individual part that you can affect, which is the me. Now, in between, we've got the we, which is the collective construct, and that is going to be the second phase of all of our teachings, which we will cover today as well. We're going to go into relationships. We're going to go into the environment, clean air, water, soil, also your at-home environment that reflects everything into the me. And then we're going to also look at the societal structures, self-governance. We have been lied to straight up, and we've been living by few people at the top in a pyramid style leadership. We need to go back into a circular way of living. And I don't want to spoil it too much, but this is the second phase. The third phase of this is going to be the unseen. This is when we're going to learn about the quantum, the manifestation from the true place of heart, not what we hear maybe on a secret movie that has been very much still guided by the monkey mind or the mental patterns that are limited. Now, what's going to happen is we're going to apply this powerful 4-step process. So first thing to remember today, number one thing to do is pattern recognition. So all of these patterns that come to you, physical health, mental, emotional, the same type of relationships that you might see, that doesn't happen just because it keeps on happening to you. You must take the driver's seat and you must start acknowledging them. And that's what we call the pattern disruption. So first thing that we're going to learn is pattern recognition to see that everything ties together. The second part is pattern disruption, which is how do we actually change them? And in a simple term, this is how do we delete those apps or the software that is no longer serving us to replace it with belief system, with emotions, with thoughts that do serve us. And so this part of the system is called the 4-step process to transformation. And this is first waking up. Second is cleaning up. We got to get rid of the old. We got to open up the room for new to come. So that way we can power up, which is bringing up all of the new ideas, thoughts, visions, and bring it into action so you can rest up and repeat the cycle. Rest up is the phase that most people forget. Rest up is that reassessment, taking time for yourself, moving into a place of stillness, silence, solitude, so you can hear all of that wisdom that in that busyness and doingness of our world, we kind of have forgotten.
So how we're going to apply the system today is we've handpicked some of our favorite, most transformational leaders from all over the world to teach you about each different aspect of what Pavel's talking about so that it lands in your body and you actually get to like fully integrate this information straight from the experts themselves. They've got the quickest processes, they've made it easy, and they're experts for a reason, right? So all these people on their own are so successful in just their own way. So it's so exciting that we get to bring them all under one roof and you get to have a little taste of all of them.
And here's the thing. Most people, maybe they do a biohacking or maybe they master their body and then emotions. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? We want to look at all aspects of our life. But what we're doing here is we're tying it all together so it makes sense. We can look at it from a higher horizon, from a zoom out perspective, where you start seeing that all of these patterns are identifying who you are, who you're becoming. So whatever you think, your thoughts, turns into your words, what you say, and that brings it into action, what you then are actually doing in everyday life. So we're going to move into this deep paradigm. We call it the be, do, and have. And it's changed my life because most people, they have to have the right resources. They have to have the right partner, right finances before they take the right action instead of just becoming it, feeling it, embracing it, living it, thinking it. Then they take the steps, which is the doing, and then we have the results as a natural flow of life. We call this the be, do, have.
Yes. And with that, we have a powerful activation for you guys from Human Garage. And we learned about them first. Where were we?
It was one of those conferences, around the world.
Yeah. And one of the most important things in your body is your fascia. This is where we store everything. And so what they work on is they work on fascial release. And so as Pavel said, we're not ever going to let you sit too long. We want you to feel this one in your body. So with that, we're going to hop straight into this powerful activation with Human Garage.
Welcome to today's class. My name is Jason Van Blerk. This is Aisha Rodriguez, and we are the co-founders of Human Garage. Human Garage started as a clinic in Los Angeles, California, and we had 52 practitioners from all forms of care helping people. And what we found was we would take people's pain away, they would go back to the life that caused that pain, and they would come back to us 6 months later, but now the problem was worse. So what we found is you cannot fix someone, you cannot heal someone as a practitioner. What you can do is you can inspire them or empower them to heal themselves. In today's class, we're going to be working with your fascia, and we're going to be teaching you how to heal your own body through fascial maneuvers. So today we're going to start moving, and we'll guide you through our practice. So we're going to start off with just bouncing up and down. Relax your arms, relax your shoulders. Bouncing is a very powerful way to get the electricity and the blood flow moving through your body. And you can breathe in through the nose, out through the nose. Good, relax. Now we're going to do arm swings, so swing your arms up and swing them down. When we move, we generate electricity, which charges up our body. It's very important to have movement throughout the day. Keep breathing in through the nose, out through the nose. Good, now we're gonna just open up our chest. Keep breathing. So fascia is traditionally looked at as this dumb connective tissue that holds your muscles and your bones. What we found is it's actually a hyper-intelligent organ. It's primarily made of water, it conducts electricity, it holds memory, it holds emotions. And so today we're gonna be working on fascia. All right, now we're gonna sway show, so just moving your arms across your body. Keep breathing in through the nose, out through the nose. To work on fascia, it's important to set an intention, to focus all of my energy on the fascia. If I focus on muscles and bones, I get muscles and bones. If I focus on fascia, I get fascia. All right. Now we're just gonna tap our body. So tap your legs all the way down. Switch sides. Good. Now we're going to do lower back. So just tapping your lower back. Keep breathing. Good. Stomach. And just notice, where is it uncomfortable to tap? And you can tap a little harder than you think. Let's do the chest. Other side. Good, down the arms. Fascia responds to frequency, vibration, movement. So all the words that you say, all the music that you listen to is a vibration and a frequency that hits your fascia, hits your cells, and actually changes the structure. Good, now we're gonna do the head. You can do the sides, the back, your face. Whoa. Try and relax your face as you do it. Good. All right, now that we've got the electricity flowing, we're gonna go into one of the most powerful movements It's a fetal position. So you're gonna take your right foot and cross it over your left foot. Right hand under the left armpit, left arm on top, give yourself a hug. Turn your head to the left, turn your body to the right, and pull your belly button in. We're gonna breathe in through the mouth together, so breathe in. Breathe in some more. More. Rotate further. Exhale. Breathe in. More. More. Rotate. Exhale. In through the mouth. More. More. Rotate. Exhale. Breathe in through the nose, out through the mouth. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. Come back to center. Turn your head to the right. Turn your body to the left. Pull your belly button in, and we're gonna breathe in deep through the mouth. Breathe in. More. More. Rotate further. Exhale. Breathe in. More. More. Rotate. Exhale. Breathe in. More. More. Rotate further. Exhale. In through the nose, out through the mouth. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good, now we're gonna unwind, shake it off. Just notice the shifts in your body. You might be a little bit lightheaded. You might feel tension moving through your body, pressure moving around. It's all normal. Okay, we're gonna do the other side. So left foot, cross it over. Left hand underneath your armpit, right arm on top. Give yourself a hug. Head to the right, body to the left, belly button to spine. Breathe in through the mouth. More, more. Rotate further. Exhale. Breathe in. More, more. Rotate. Exhale. Breathe in. More, more. Rotate. Exhale. In through the nose, out through the mouth. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good, back to center. Head to the left, body to the right. Belly button to spine, breathe in through the mouth. More, more. Rotate further. Exhale. Breathe in. More, more. Rotate. Exhale. In. More, more. Rotate. Exhale. In through the nose, out through the mouth. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good, and unwind. Shake it off. Notice if your body feels a little bit calmer. You know, if you're getting a head rush, it's because we're moving pressure around. We're expanding the body from the inside out. The body's a pressurized system. That's why when you go really high up in an airplane, your ears want to pop. You're balancing the inside and the outside pressure constantly. So for the next movement, we're going to be unlocking the spine. We're going to do anti-gravity. I'll show you how to do it, and then we'll do it together. So you're going to interlock your hands and fingers. We're going to go to the back of the neck and pull the skin up. Look up at the sky. We're going to breathe here. We're going to tuck our chin and breathe here. We're going to look right to left, like we're coming up for air while we're swimming. Then we're going to squat, and we're going to look right to left. And then we're going to go into a full squat. All the way down, and then come on up and unwind. Okay? So we're going to do that together. Find a good spot. Interlock your hands and fingers. Grab the skin. Pull it up. Elbows to the sky. Look up. Belly button in. Breathe in through the mouth. Out. 2, 3. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. 2, 3. Tuck your chin, tuck your elbows. Breathe in through the mouth. Hold it, look up to the right as far as you can. Exhale down to center. Breathe in. Look up to the left. Exhale down. In. To the right. Down. In. Left. Down. In. Right. Down. In. Left. And down. Now we're going to go into a squat. So push your butt back. Slightly bend your knees. You're going to look up. Breathe in through the mouth. Look to the right. Exhale down. Breathe in. Look to the left. Down. In. Right. Down. In. Left. Down. In. To the right. Down. In. Left. And down. Now we're going to go into a full squat. So go all the way down, do the best you can. You can widen your feet if it's easier. Tuck your elbows. Tuck your chin. And we're going to breathe in deep through the mouth. Breathe in. Out. 2. 3. Through the nose. Out through the mouth. 2. 3. Now keep your head down, lift your butt, and then slowly uncurl one vertebrae at a time until you're looking up at the sky. And unwind. Good. All right. Let that integrate. Shake your body off a little bit. And as you notice, if we're a pressurized system, every time we breathe, we're expanding from the inside out, almost like we're blowing up a balloon. And that helps reduce the tension in the body. If you look down at your feet right now, one foot is probably bigger than the other. One hand is bigger than the other. One chest is bigger than the other because you have a dysregulation of pressure. So what we're doing here is we're squeezing the body and breathing really deeply to expand from the inside out. Okay, let's go into swinger. This is for the shoulders and the hips. So dangle your hands out in front, chest up, left hand, right shoulder. Right hand, grab your elbow, pull the skin around to the right, turn your head to the left, push your butt back, come into a squat, and breathe in really deep through the mouth. Breathe in, out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unwind. Shake it off. Whew. You might get a good head rush on that one. A little bit of electricity flowing. The deeper you breathe, the more you're going to get out of this because we're driving that pressure inside the body. Let's do the other side. Dangle your hands out in front. Slightly bend your knees. Chest up. Right hand on the left shoulder. Left hand, grab the elbow. Pull the skin around to the left. Turn your head to the right. Push your butt back, come into a squat. Breathe in deep through the mouth. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Come on up. Shake it off. Give yourself a moment to let that integrate, to come back into your body. When you feel lightheaded here, but you feel grounded and heavy in your feet, that's a really good sign. It means that you're open to download information and then you're grounded to bring it down into the earth. Okay, so now we're gonna go to the head. Because we're moving all this pressure around the body, it's going to try and change the pressure in the head, and it's better if we do something on it to help it expand. So the right hand, fingers back, place it on the side of your head. Left hand, fingers forward, place it on the other side. Squeeze your head, and then you're gonna squeeze and twist so your fingers meet at the top. So squeeze, twist, and lock it there. Now we're just gonna move around in all directions. You can squat and bend your knees and move slow as you do this. And we're gonna breathe in through the nose deep, out through the mouth. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good, shake it off. That one always feels so good. If you get headaches, head tension, it's a really quick way to open it up. Now we're gonna go to the digestive system. So a lot of people have gas, bloating, constipation, indigestion, all these different issues with their digestive system. So what we're gonna do is the psoas release. So take both your hands, place it on your belly button, and go 2 inches to the right and 2 inches down. And grab the skin and pull the skin up. It's gonna feel like you're tearing your skin, and lock it in place. Now step your left leg forward, lean back, look up, and breathe. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good, unwind, shake it off. Let's do the other side. Both hands, belly button. 2 inches to the left, 2 inches down. Grab the skin, pull it up really tight. It's gonna feel like you're tearing your skin. Step your right leg forward, lean back, look up, and breathe. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good, and come on back. Now we're gonna bring it all together. You're gonna take your right hand, you're gonna place it on your heart. Your left hand's gonna go on your head. I want you to close your eyes and feel your heartbeat. Feel your brain beat. And I want you to synchronize the two. We're gonna breathe in through the mouth and out. 2, 3. In through the nose, out through the mouth. 2, 3. Say, I love myself. I forgive you, Mom. I forgive you, Dad. And relax your arms. Now I want you to just tune into how you feel from when we started the class to now. You know, in just 15 minutes a day, you can unwind the stress and the tension in your body so you can begin to heal yourself, so you can also feel better when you wake up every single day. You'll have more energy, you'll digest your food better, you'll sleep better. Our mission is to inspire 1 billion people to heal themselves. I hope you enjoyed today's class, and we'll see you in the next one.
Welcome back. Oh my gosh, I'm still feeling it. It was like, it's so good. And you know, what a way to start a day. You know, the first time that we met this incredible couple, we actually did a collaborative event in Portugal, I think a little over a year ago. And we added it into our system reset experience, and we did it exactly before, you know, our regular event, and everybody felt so open, and I hope you now feel the same. They have some incredible mission themselves, and of course, what a big blueprint to start with a healthy physical body, especially in the fascia. That's why it's the first thing.
Yeah, and with all of these interactions and all of the speakers that you're gonna get to know today, we're gonna drop links for all of them. So if you really resonate with them, go step into their field, you know, go learn more. This is all about stepping into these new Earth 2.0 concepts and seeing what lands and resonates for you, and then following that.
See, we're not here to claim that we have the way. What we're doing is we're becoming a roster for the Earth 2.0. And as we're learning, as we're going through it, as we're embodying these different things, then you see it here as well.
Yeah. So take a moment, take a pause to see what shifted in your body. We're going to take a bathroom break as per promised, and we'll be back in what?
5 minutes?
5 minutes. We're going to put on the screen some instructions as well, so stay tuned for that.
Welcome back, everybody. And it's just me. For this next moment, I'm gonna actually go and dive deep into the actual Earth 2.0 blueprint. So, as I mentioned to you slightly before, I spent my whole life questioning everything. From a young age, I've been, exposed to spirituality earlier from my mother. We actually grew up with a shaman that has taught us about energy, meditation, and plants, and, all kinds of different alternative ways. And I'm originally from Czech Republic, where this was very forbidden. And, 95% of Czech was completely atheist after communism. And somehow, this kind of made my way through it. In the next phase of my life, I was an aspiring professional athlete and cyclist. It was what I loved so much. And in that process, I have, start being a bit different. Instead of, being playing games and following the regular schooling system, I start reading books like Neil Donald Welch, the Tomorrow's God, then Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now. I start, studying the Kriya Yoga, and later on got even initiated into the Kriya Yoga meditation system. And so for me, I start seeing that, wow, there's these two paths of life. And it really wasn't until I had to quit cycling because my health just completely was destroyed. I did make it to the professional cycling career, but there was a Czech national race when I completely, my body just shut down. I woke up in the hospital and I knew I can't do anything, about it anymore. I have to quit. And so afterwards, I put all of my energy and endurance into business. I moved to America and I got into Orange Theory Fitness franchise. I was in a frozen yogurt franchise. I was in real estate. I mean, it was this whole next decade basically filled with something that I thought was the American dream, something that I thought that will bring me, joy. And to only realize that I hit the same milestone again. I burned out. I was in a divorce. I had, a very, very tough times. And essentially, the one thing that I did right as an entrepreneur, I committed myself that every 3 to 4 months, I'm gonna do something ridiculous, something outside of my comfort zone. And so it went me around the world. It was that search of that inner voice. And so, I went into the samurai camp in Japan. I spent a month with the psychics in Brazil. I trained under Wim Hof. I did the Polish excursion. And I started getting all of these new tools and experiences and education, and I start connecting them together. This is all part of this one big cycle. And and I start, instead of running away from all of the problems and pains, I start looking into them. And so the first thing that I want to let you know is that the part of this journey through self-transformation is that willingness that you have to step outside of the comfort, step outside of what is easy, because when you focus on those things that are easy in life, your life becomes hard. When you start focusing on the things that are hard first, your life becomes easy. And so that brought me on a journey through self-transformation. Now, in this journey, I have met some of the most incredible people, and it truly wasn't until the first time that I went into a dark room that everything was clear. And this is where, by the way, the model came from. The me, we, be came inside of the dark room, where I start seeing that for me, the first part of the journey was the physical health. Then it was the mental, emotional. And so this is exactly what I'm going to share with you today, is this whole blueprint as to what started this entire, sequence. Now, before we get there, I want you to look at this screen. And what you're seeing is the limited part of us, aka fear. And then you see the limitless part of us, which is when you're in a state of love. This is when you're open. And this is measurable, by the way. And what I've noticed is the first thing I had to really face was fear, was all of this, ingrained part of us that is literally taking us back in life. And so what is Earth 2.0 made up of? It's made up of your choices and consequences that follow. This is nothing new, nothing different. But the difference is that you start taking the handle of your choices, so that way your life can start working for you, not against you, literally on every level. Let's step into the actual journey. So the journey, always I found, it starts with the wake up phase. This is to bring the awareness into those things that no longer works. This is why I call it the wake up. So all throughout today, this whole year, this will become a second nature. as something arises, you have the choice. Are you going to react, or what I like to call proact? And what that means is that you come back into your breath, you relax yourself in your body, and you can start seeing things for what they are, and from a zoom out perspective, rather than being ridden and driven by all of the, constant consequences that may perceive to be happening to you and against you, rather than you are making these things up. You are the ones in charge all the time. And so first we wake up. Then after you start waking up and start seeing these patterns, how do we disrupt these patterns? So first is the pattern recognition. The second is the pattern disruption. In the disruption of all of this is when you start working with that. Now, in this video, I'm going to share with you a lot more into depth of how we're going to be able to apply this. But for now, think about the cleanup phase as a time that you detox your body, as the time that, for example, you keep on thinking that you're not good enough. You're going to pause yourself. You're going to start working with it. Maybe you rewrite it, right? You start operating with that awareness, because you're now coming to be aware, and you start working with that information. The third phase is powering up. And this is now that you know that something is not working, what you gonna do about it? How are you gonna change it? And so, for example, if you took a blood test in the first phase of your body, you maybe were high on environmental toxins, low on vitamin D. Now in a cleanup phase, you would detox those toxins. And in the power up phase, you would supplement vitamin D. So I'm just giving you very clear and simple, easy instructions on how that becomes a second nature. You keep on reassessing, reintegrating, and every single part of your day becomes a gift. So you start looking at things, oh my gosh, I can re-see this anew. I can readjust this anew. And that's the exciting part that brings us into the fourth phase, which is resting up, repeating this cycle. Now, rest up, I would like to add something to this, and that is the process of unhooking. So many of you that are dealing with burnouts, many of you that are dealing with the constant highs and lows, what happens is we're always on the gas full on. And so we have to take the brakes on in life as well. And this cycle actually comes from my wife. Once a month, she has a period. And in that time, there's this shift that constantly is happening with her biorhythms. And so it's with any woman in the world. Now, we're taught that only women have cycles, but it's actually men's have cycles too. It's just not as prominent. Now, in those cycles, what I've noticed is if I break it down and I unhook from the busy world, I can start bringing the balance, or what we call the harmony, health, and happiness into every areas of my life. And so first, you spend the first 30 minutes of the day just by yourself. As soon as you wake up, you have a choice. You either go on your phone, you start scrolling up and down, and you give the power out to the external, or you use the power in that alpha dominant state of our brain, and you can start choosing, what do I want this day to be like? And so for me, I go into breath, meditation, visualization, maybe gratitude, as well as writing and imagining the day to follow. So that way, what does this remind you of? We're starting to put the choices and consequences from the first breaking point of the day in your advantage. The second part is once a week, I spend full day off. This is when you unhook from the busy world. You may turn off the phones, no digital, and sometimes ideally also no physical, expression where you could fast digitally and physically. And in that day, this is a full day to experience and revisit. How was the week past? And what's the week ahead following for you? Again, you're looking at it from a little bit of a bigger cycle, and you're starting to take that time for you. Now, in Darkroom, what happened for me was I was able to be silenced enough to actually hear what I want. What are my dreams? And we forget to dream in life. So what this allows you is to, in the micro doses every day and week, to start getting a handle on who you are becoming, where you're heading. It becomes very, very easily to predetermine where you're heading if you just look at the daily actions. Now, once a month, I spend 3 to 4 days off. And this is again to unhook from the TVs, of the computers, of the cell phones, and you take that time to be in stillness, silence, solitude. Ideally, it's in nature. Half of the time you spend with you and you only. The second part, you invite the family, friends, loved ones, so you can also connect on the relational. Remember, how you spend your time is what determines your frequency, energy, and vibration. It is how you can uphold this awakening experience is with the way what you're focusing on. And just like in a businesses, we set the goals, we have a plan of action. And why are we not doing it to our own selves? We come first. Your health comes first. So if you're not good, how are you willing to do all of these things in the world? So this is once a month. And then once a year, I spend full 10 to 15 days off. For me, this is the dark room. So I've done it now 6 times. And so I've spent over 60 days in darkness with no food in total. And every year, I would go into the 10 days of darkness, and then I take another 2 weeks after to recover, to rest, and to integrate. And the first time that I went, it changed my life completely. But then the second time, it's minor adjustments. Third time, minor adjustments, because it realigns you back to who you are. Now, you don't have to do this extreme, of course, but what I want to emphasize is maybe you go with a family to a cabin trip, maybe you go at the beach, but you unhook from all of the daily stressors so you know where you're heading. You know that you're living the life that you want to live, nobody else. So I call this the wake up, clean up, power up, and rest up phase. Now, I would like to share with you, how do we actually apply it? We're going to look into the actual roadmap, and we're going to go back into the me, we, be cycle. So first, you can see on the screen is the me, and this is the individual consciousness. So in this journey through self-transformation, I've learned that a lot of us, they're first awakening on the physical level. As you can see, the rise of yoga, as you can see, the rise of HIIT training or, spinning. There's been a whole era this last decade that everybody started to become more conscious that their physical health is a key. So it was for me, coming from autoimmune issues, Epstein-Barr, chronic fatigue. I knew that if I don't heal my body, how am I going to be able to sustain the spiritual, the energetic? So physical body's health is the first priority. So now again, you can apply this cycle into your physical body's health. Now we're going to do a little self-assessment in the following video. So you're going to actually be able to check in with yourself, and I'll teach you how to constantly know where you're at. But for now, just ask yourself, how is your physical body's health? How's your sleep, energy? Are you using any supplements, exercise? Because it all starts with first questioning, am I healthy? Am I strong? Is my brain chemistry rebalanced, recalibrated? Because this is the temple that holds it all. The second part of this journey, or the me, the individual consciousness, is your mind. This is your mental body. Now, mind is the software, and mind, if it's unleashed mind, and it's not just working as a billboard, right? Billboard is something that you have a choice to look up to. Am I going to pay attention to it or not? But for most of us, the mind is running and sometimes ruining our lives. Mind is limited. It projects from the past into the future. And so why do we have the same cycles? It's because we're just utilizing the limited part of us. Now, mind or ego, it can be really powerful. It's a tool that we have here in our life to put things into action. So if you need to transfer between bank accounts, you need to buy a flight, you need to plan a new idea, that is incredible. But besides that, it's just shatter that we must learn how to control. So mental body is the software, physical body is the hardware. Think about it as simply as that. Now, as I start getting handled more and more in my mind, I start questioning all my thoughts. And for me, one of the things that I did was I would write down any beliefs that were not of my highest good. And then I would literally scratch it, and then I would rewrite it. You could even put it into fire, whatever ceremony you would like to do. Just start observing your thoughts. Are they of your highest good? Is that what you want to be fueled by or not? The third part and element is our emotions. Emotions is what makes our life feel real. This is the third part of the blueprint because so many of us have been ignoring emotions. Especially for men, it is, viewed as a weakness. And yet emotions are the superpower, the supercharge to feeling incredible and also to create in our life. The lowest state of your emotions is apathy. This is where you don't care anymore. This is when we're numb. And sometimes we're like, yeah, I got this, I'm okay. And yet we feel numb. The second, or the highest part of our emotions, is joy, happiness. That's what we came here for. But in between, we have fear, guilt, jealousy, sorrow, pain. And again, there's nothing good or bad about it. It's just like a keynote on a piano. We've got the high, we've got the low, and we have the ones in between. Now, how do we make our emotions feel real, but in the ways we want? Well, we gotta clear up the mind, we gotta connect it to the body, and we're gonna view our emotions as something we gotta look into. Traumas. So many of us and so many things come from the first 7 years of our life. And so again, today, we've got experts in that. Throughout this whole year, we're gonna have a physical, mental, emotional experts of this world to help us finally get a handle on all of that. Now, after emotions is spirit, energy, or divine spark. This is the limitless part of us. This is the part of us that's connected to source. And I'll tell you a quick story how I've really embarked on this journey of, mysticism, so to speak. One time, as a busy entrepreneur, went into Brazil, and they taught me in this psychic village something very interesting. We've got 5 physical senses that get us in trouble. This is the overconsumption, the being too sensitive and too obsessed by our sensual reaction in life. And then we've got 4 mystical senses that are guiding us with our highest self, or that origination of who we are at the core. Now that speaks to us through these 4 patterns: inner hearing, feeling, seeing, and knowing. Now what I mean by this, the inner hearing, those are the whispers. The whispers that are constantly maybe telling us, quit drinking alcohol, start working out, maybe at night, turn off the Netflix, start reading book. And I want to hear from you in the chat, how many of you have these inner voices? Because this is not the lousy monkey mind, this is the direct access to the source. Now, how do we empower this? How do we grow this? We acknowledge it. Thank you, I heard that. And the magic keyword is, what you gonna do about that? Now, the second part is the inner feeling. This is the empaths of the world. People that feel energy. Maybe you go into a room and there was a fight and you had no idea that happened. Something doesn't feel right. You had a bad feeling about a person, situation. This is the part of us that is again warning us or letting us know prior to that. Now, same thing, we acknowledge it, and then we put the action of what we feel, that intention, into what is it trying to show us. The third part is your inner seeing, and these are the visionaries of this world, people that can see things before they happen. Now, those people maybe see a product that has never been done, or invention. This could also be some people do this in a lucid dreaming. And there's fancy terms from all of this, but remember, these are something that we can easily embody. So the seers, so to speak, of this world are the visionaries. Let me know in the chat, anybody that is that and feels also the empaths in the world. And then the fourth pattern in which we communicate with the unseen, with the spirit or the energetic part of us, is the inner knowing, intuition. Now, when you think, you do not know. When you know, you do not require to think. This is the easiest way to discern this. You knew that you shouldn't have gone to the party. You knew that person was cheating on you. In every part of your body, it was something that you have known, but maybe you have not listened to it. So inner knowing, feeling, seeing, and hearing. This represents the 4th month of our whole journey, and we're going to go deeply into the psychic abilities. We're going to go into the origination of spirit and soul. And today we have Tatum that's going to explain that anatomy as well in much depth further. So this completes essentially the first 4 months of our journey, and this is the me, the individual consciousness. Then we're going to move into the second phase, which is we, or collective consciousness. And this is when you start realizing that this is not me alone here in this world. I'm actually here sharing space with everyone else. And this is the key where it first starts with our relationships. I want to take a pause right now and just visualize, what are some of the most prominent relationships in your life? The 3 to 5 people that you spend the most time with. And based on what that is, do they reflect the best of you? Or is it the opposite way around? Because remember, not all relationships will make the cut with you. Not all relationships are meant to be in this whole journey. And so I want you to understand and feel that you have the choice to either change them or completely cut the cords and move on. We have amazing, the 5th month of our journey, relationship experts. They're going to go deep dive into this, including Alison Armstrong, through which we've learned so much in our life. The second part of the second phase is our environment. Look what's around us. The toxicity of air, the soil, the water that we're drinking. You know, we must come back together and start creating an environment that works for us, not against us. So again, today we have a Darren O'Lean that's going to be representing that part that has done so much studies around the world on how do we come back into earth? How do we earth, and how do we start using earthing as the first baseline, a connection to our mother? And then the third part of the second phase is sovereignty. We've been lied to. We're abiding by this matrix-like social structures. And today we've got someone called the Sacred Honor Group that's going to completely blow your mind. We've been on this same part with Ferry. How do we become sovereign? How do we come back into self-governance? And how do we use capital in order for us to create magic, the Earth 2.0, with all of us together? And so this is the Me, We, Be model, which represents the blueprint of Earth 2.0. Now, as you can see, these are all of the major cycles that we all go through that are very tangible. Of course, you can apply the 4-step process to any of the things that matter to you the most. And all I say is it takes time for you to just slow it down and get clear. You know, what is working? What do I need to work on? What today and that is digestible that I can keep on expanding? You know, I always like to say there is no master in anything, because the minute that I've thought in life I've mastered something, oh my gosh, this whole new sequence of new opportunities has risen. And so this is why it's so beautiful to be part of this earth, because it's never-ending opportunity to learn, to grow, and to make things better in the ways that we choose to. We are the creators of our own life, and yet we've been taught the opposite around. And so now let's get into the practical part of us. We're going to actually take all I've just told you, because remember, it's interactive learning. How do we actually use this, what I've told you, into these cycles for your own life? So first part is the wake up phase. Now, what I like to do is something so simple, self-assess. Whether it's daily, weekly, monthly basis, this can be a quick check-in or something a bit further and deeper. Now, right now, one of the ways that I've learned how to do it is just write down all the major patterns that you're going through. Spend a little bit of time on questioning what is right, what you like to improve, what is not serving you any longer. And then I like to just simply speak to everything as an energy. Everything is an energy. Everything is made up of atoms. We are all made up of atoms. And this is why we start having a conversation as if every part of our life becomes our best friend. Now, we're going to have a whole activation of this. So you're going to actually, ideally, you fill this out after. So since this is the wake up phase, remember, this is bringing those things to the surface that don't work. This is a simple awakening, letting know, this part of my life doesn't work. This part is not working. Writing it down is a one way, and connecting to the innate intelligence is the most important way. But of course, there's other ways to measure. So let's apply this into your physical body, for example. Now, when it comes to physical body, you know, we can test our brain, which could be an EEG test. We could test the heart, which is the HRV test. And as you can see, the rise of getting data in the world, I think it's incredible. So we can start seeing the belief system that is being built with knowing how you're feeling. Now, I don't like to give all of the power to this, just so you know, the innate intelligence is more powerful than any of this. But as you're building the trust, it's kind of like a heart rate. You know, for me, I used to use heart rate as a professional athlete. And then I just knew what these 5 zones represent, and I no longer needed to use it, because then it was just, you know, clouding my true innate intelligence. But as you can see, you can do a blood test, hair test, stool test. And we've done all of these, by the way. I think it's still incredible data to know, especially on the physical body level. And you can kind of see the different testing that you can, you know, embark on. Now, the same test you can also apply in relationships. So we're going to have a little quiz today. The same way you can test also your environment, your EMF. So anywhere that we have a measure, that's what the wake up phase represents. So this is my whole point here, is I want to make sure that you understand, like, okay, this is when we're getting the data. The second phase, let's dive into how do we clean up and what does that represent? And as I mentioned before, so one of the ways is detoxing the body, right? If we are loaded with toxins, which in today's world, they're everywhere, we have to have a solid detox regimen. We're going to go deeply into detox protocols in our first or the next recording as part of our physical body mastery. But for now, there's an importance that we treat the body as a temple and we detox what's no longer serving. This can also be applied to your mental thoughts. That's what I was saying before about writing those thoughts that no longer serve us, kind of like an apps on a phone. You may have 200 to 300 apps, and maybe you're using 10 or 15 of them maximum. And so those apps that you no longer use, they're just holding up the clutter. And what does that remind you of in life? Unprocessed emotions, thoughts, those are the operating systems that are running your life, especially, for example, your subconscious mind. And so this is that time we start working on, that from all of the levels. Cleanup could also be, let's say that you had a mold in your house, right? In the first phase, that there was a mold because you tested. Second phase, you got to get out of the house, right, first, or remediate the mold. And then the third phase, right, would be bringing the new air solutions, creating a safety environment essentially that works for you. Also, when it comes to the cleanup phase, look at our environments, our internal environments. We've been using toxic bedding, toxic cookware. And so as you can see on the screen is how do we, again, acknowledge that this is not of our highest good? And how do we get rid of first what is not working? So many times and so many issues can be cleared with just getting rid of those things. Now, one thing that many of us don't even realize is EMFs, electromagnetic frequencies. There's over 6,000 studies that are proving that they're detrimental to our health. And there's so many things how we can actually, avoid them. And whatever it's, not using Bluetooth, whatever it's not using baby monitors, whatever it's putting your phone on silent mode or on the airplane mode when you're not using it, obviously turning it off when you're sleeping. This is, again, what do we do to first eliminate? So that way, when we power up, we can bring all of the new tools in that actually work. I've shared with you how to apply it on the mind, emotions, physical health, environment. Same way goes for the relationships. And same way goes for any other major cycle in your life when you get clear. Do you see how important that is? Do you see how important it is to take time with yourself, for yourself, so you can actually apply this and you know where you're heading? Now, let's talk about the power-up phase. This is what I meant before is you go back into the driver's seat. You're no longer giving your power away to the external. You're bringing it back home so you can operate, navigate, and choose where you're heading next. So how do we apply it now? So again, if you look at the physical body, having a nice exercise, maybe your lack of some supplements, so adding those supplements, maybe there's a nervous system tool that helps you regulate. Then you've got the mind, positive thinking, keep on visualizing the outcomes, emotions, training your mind and body for a new response, being in state of gratitude. Gratitude has been proven to rewire the brain. So do you see how we can apply that tool? And now we go into the power up phase. Now we're like in charge. Now we are able to choose how we're living. Same way goes, how do we connect back to the spirit? Meditation, breath, silence. That's when we feel the most connected, and that's where this starts. And so when I was talking about the patterns in everyday life, every morning you can touch up all of these new habits that will then create your incredible future that you live in that moment. Same way applies to your relationships. Once you find a loved one, how do we commit to them and how do we grow together? And also, how do we find the right tribe like this community? By the way, have you already been intrigued by some of the comments? Maybe share what this feels like for you so far. And so many of us are lacking the right community. And this is that big piece of us that as selfish, we were selfishly selfless to be able to create this because we want to be also in a community of people that are like-minded, that are here to build this blueprint together. And of course, if we look at the environment, this is when maybe we install a red light into your light bulbs. Maybe you have a new air filter that keeps your home clean. Maybe you have a water filter as well. You can have an EMF device that helps you mitigate those EMFs. You start using non-toxic wear, you start using non-toxic cooking materials. And so that's the rise, that's what you're seeing. This is the awakening. Look at the Instagram, look at all of the algorithms that are feeding us with all of this beautiful science and knowledge. So all of this is already here. It's just up to us, obviously based on where we are also in our life, to be able to embody it and bring it home. This is why also we have been around the world to find these incredible products and tools which, part of this summit, you're going to learn so much about, because we want to give you those solutions. We don't want to just leave you hanging in this process by yourself. This is how we power up. The last phase of this is the rest up. And this is the most important one. I've shared with you how important it is to have a daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly protocols for you, and time off, time to kind of realize, where you at in this journey. And I'm telling you, this might be very intellectual at first, but this becomes a second nature. And so now it is time on you to explore your passion, purpose, legacy. How do we connect that best part of you with all of us here present? So I want to invite you that this process isn't hard. It is much more harder to live in fear, to live in the old paradigm that was not designed for our success. Rather than identify whatever those words mean to you, remember, this is just my way to look at it, that is very simplified, that you may adjust based on your life. And that's the key, that everyone is different. Everyone will operate differently, and what makes sense to you may make not sense for another person, but coming together from that same baseline intention is the key. And so what is the purpose of Earth 2.0 Blueprint? It's to bring happiness, health, and harmony back into our life, both on the individual level, collective, so we can create what I like to call the triple benefit. Win-win is no longer good enough. Triple benefit means it benefits me, you, and the whole ecosystem that we live on. People, we can go so much further, deeper. I feel you, I see you, and I'm so grateful to be able to guide you through this incredible year ahead. And so, furthermore, we're gonna go into the actual self-assessment, and you're gonna do a little exercise to see how to connect into that innate intelligence before we will come back with you later. Beautiful friend, welcome to the self-assessment practice today as part of the waking up process. Now we're gonna dive deeply into this process in the following video, but we like to practice something called interactive learning, where we're gonna dive right into it. So no matter where you are right now, take a seat, or even feel free to lay down on your back if you have a nice headphones, and allow this time to slow everything right down. Connect to the sound, connect to the breath, and move first into the instant presence. As you know, it all starts with breath. Let us all bring it back into a long, deep, subtle breathing in through your nose and out your mouth. Double that time. I want you to breathe so subtle, so slow, that if there was a candle in front of you, it would not even flicker. Now as you're breathing, also connect to your body, your innate intelligence. Sense if all of the pores of your skin had doors that with each inhale are opening, breathing the whole entirety of you. And with each exhale, they're closing back in, as if they were breathing and pulsating like an ocean wave in and around you. And remember the third part. Focus on the stillness and silence underneath the sound. And as we're calling all the energy back, arriving, sense what you're sitting down on. Feel what's underneath you, what's around you. Just heighten this awareness, following the key called breath. And together, we're gonna move into the first waking up phase. We're gonna look at some of the major patterns in our life. And we're gonna ask our innate intelligence to tell us a number between 0 to 10. 10, you're at optimal level. 0, you've got a lot of work to do. And so, as it starts with a pattern recognition, let us first connect to the physical biosystem. Start connecting to your body. Start appreciating your body. This powerful temple that so many of us tend to be so hard on. Focus on the goodness to be alive, to breathe, and start talking to your body as if it's your best friend. My dear body, I love and appreciate all of you. But I would like to ask you now, the first most important superpower, questioning and receiving the answers. I would like to ask you now to tell me, between 0 to 10, what is my physical level health like today? Tune into it. Maybe you see the number, maybe you feel the impression. And whatever number comes to you first, just save it in. Give more thanks. And now imagine that you're speaking to your mental body. Connect to this image of your mind. Maybe it's an emoji, or maybe it's just like a fun character. Whatever your mind looks like, stay focused on the breath, relaxing your body, and start speaking to your mind. My dear mind, I love and appreciate all of your thoughts, ideas. But I want to ask you now, what is the number between 0 to 10? What is my mental health like today? Connect. Sense. This is all of your thoughts, beliefs about yourself, about your world, the software that's connected to the hardware. Record that number. And now, let us connect into your emotional body. Sense your emotions around your heart. Connect to your feelings, how you have been feeling. Feelings that make your life feel real. And start speaking as if it's your best friend. My dear emotions, I love and appreciate all of your feelings. But if there was a number today, between 0 to 10, what is my emotional well-being like? The highest state is joy, happiness. The lowest state is apathy. Guilt, fear, jealousy are all in between. They're signals. Feel. And when you record that number, now connect to the top of your head. Connect to the highest self, that part of you. Many people call it the spirit, divine spark, that remembers, that's always connected to the limitless divine mind, God, source. Start speaking to your highest self that speaks through you through feelings, seeing, knowing, hearing. And allow to open up. Stay focused on the breath, this moment, and ask, my dear highest self, I would like to ask you now, if there was a number between 0 to 10, how connected, how aligned am I on this path on earth? And again, without any judgment, without any anticipation, just record whatever that number is. Sense. I call this the me, individual consciousness that we will learn about. It all starts with the patterns that you can affect. Now let's extend this practice into the we, the collective. And I want you to imagine yourself in the center of a circle. And that circle that surrounds you are the people you spend the most time with. choose 3 to 5 people. Relationships are meant to pull either the best of us, and for some cases, the worst of us. And so, connect to all of these connections that make who you are. Give thanks, no matter how hard or easy it has been. And just like a football coach, I want you to go one by one. Look into their eyes, in your imaginary eye, and simply assess, check in, and ask, does this person bring the best of me? And do I bring the best of them? Or is there some work to do? Tune in. Ask those questions. Relax even further. Connect to your breath. Allow the breath to lead the way. Your inner mind to give you the vision. Not all relationships are meant to stay, but we all have to first look at those things that are not working. That's the main question. Does it work or does it not work? Scan in and ask that divine intelligence inside you. If there was a number today between 0 to 10, what is the quality of my relationships? Sense the number. Record it. Not as a judgment, as a simple way of knowing, improving what works, what doesn't. And now visualize your career, your life's purpose, mission, however you like to call it. And I want you to self-assess. Is what you're doing in life serving you? Does it give you your highest joy, excitement, passion? Do you feel its purpose? So you may curate true legacy. From this moment, ask the divine intelligence if there was a number today between 0 to 10. What is the quality of my work, my life's mission, or career? So many of us are waking up to a higher purpose, a calling to be of service to the divine. Just like for me, many years ago, I was done with the old paradigm. Connect. Tune in. Record that. Take a last few breaths, knowing that you can always come back to reassess. You can apply this to any major patterns in your life. In the ways you spend the most time with is what determines our frequency, energy, and then vibration. Take these last few breaths, give thanks for this practice. This is one of many simple ways I like to start a day, week, or month. To constantly tuning back in, checking in, and using the most powerful tool, questioning everything, to reassess. Thank you for spending this time with me, and I'll see you in the next video.
Now we understand where we actually are grounded in reality. And that's the most important part, is really, it's okay to be where you are right now. It gives us a really, really important baseline and foundation to jump off of. So whether you are scoring really high numbers or low numbers, that information is only for you. We don't even ask you to share this unless you want to. But this is really just so we know where we're starting and what areas of our life we can really focus on, because that's where it comes back to intention, lining up with that intention that you came in here with and really grounding it with real results of starting. And now we can build upon that. And I can't wait to look back in a few episodes from now and do a reassessment and see where we are then. So with that, we're going to move into our little bathroom break as per usual. So this is our time to chat in the chat and take what you need, and we'll see you in 5 minutes.
Welcome back, beautiful friends. And I just want to honor you for showing up again and being here with us. And, this next part of this journey that we're heading into is mastering the me, the individual consciousness. It will start with the physical body's health. And to be honest, at first, we had all of these different biohackers in mind and human optimizers. And then we were like, you know what? We need to keep it as natural, organic to what we actually are, something that's obtainable for most of us that we truly believe in. And so, this next speaker that we will introduce to you is exactly living that. We met Carrie first in Minnesota. Well, actually, no, we met Carrie in one of those conferences because we've been to so many of them. But then we've traveled to Minnesota to spend a day with her. We did our System Reset event there, and she actually spoke at the
She
event.
blew our minds.
And it was like, oh my gosh, that's exactly what we've been saying, but with this amazing foundation in science, current science, which I think to emphasize. And we've also got to experience her practice. We went into her, her work, her testing, and it was really amazing, simple, and very effective. And so,
Yeah, so we decided that we wanted to start the Earth 2.0 Blueprint Summit with starting with the physical body. So, because your body is the foundation of your entire temple.
if the body is depleted, inflamed, or out of rhythm, everything else becomes harder.
So, to open this first phase of the me, your physical body, we're honored to bring you Carrie Drinkwine on rebuilding the body for energy, immunity, and longevity.
Hello and welcome. My name is Carrie Drinkwine, and I'm the owner and founder of the Institute of Regenerative Health, Wise Wellness Clinic, and the Regenerative Soul Institute. And I really got into this physical, emotional, mental healing work through chronic disease. I had multiple morbidia when I was diagnosed with 3 autoimmune diseases and unexplained infertility. Doctors said it was only a matter of time until I was no longer here on this earth, and that is what launched me into the search of true health and vitality. I am elated to be introducing the concept and the conversation of body mastery to you, which I believe turns into life mastery. After healing myself and years of being in this industry, I've learned that the body is far more than chemical. The body is actually light. It's electricity and it's deep levels of coherent intelligence. Most people have been taught to see the body as chemical or mechanical, but you actually work from an electric and biophotonic perspective. You are not just a physical body. You are a light being operating in physical form. Health is not about fixing broken parts, but rather increasing harmony, coherence, flow, and voltage inside of every cell. This training is a high-level orientation to prepare you for deeper trainings that are coming in the modules that follow. One seed I want to plant and anchor in right now is when we increase light, we increase life. So let's begin looking at the body as a light and voltage system. I want to help you reframe health from calories and chemistry to electricity and coherence. When we can understand the human body is actually an electric and light-giving microorganism, it completely transforms the way you look at health and the things that you do to maintain and tend your terrain. So let's start by understanding how the body works as an electrical system. First of all, we have around 35 trillion cells and 2 major fluids. We have blood and lymphatic fluid that are the primary fluids that are supporting detoxification, regeneration, and nourishment inside of the body. All of our cells have to communicate with other cells in order to carry out all the processes in the human body. And the way that they do this is cells communicate through biophotonic light and through voltage. The higher the voltage you have in the body, the better the communication, the faster the regeneration, detoxification, and overall vitality you will have in your body. Every single cell needs to operate between -20 to -25 millivolts to have proper cell function. That just means simple tasks like being able to carry in nutrients, oxygen, hydration, detoxification, as well as cellular apoptosis and cellular regeneration. Now, if you actually get an injury or you have some acute problem in the body, the voltage in that area of the body actually needs to raise to -50 millivolts in order to create actual repair. And to get to stem cell regeneration level, you need -70 millivolts. This is true vitality at every level. Every single symptom you have in the body is nothing more than a system that is suffering from a cluster of cells that have low voltage. Low voltage equals stagnation, fatigue, and dis-ease patterns, as I call them. Think about the moment you aren't feeling good. You are exhausted because all of your cells' voltage is declining to take care of the heavy workload or an infection inside of the body. The day in and the day out stress that we're under from chemicals, blue light, toxins, not sleeping enough, the list goes on, it starts to slowly decline our voltage, and we just think we're aging or we need a cup of coffee. But the very moment you're reaching for coffee and caffeine to get through the day, you are already in the beginning of a low voltage state. Every single cell in the body runs off of an electrical charge, and the nervous system, the heart, the brain, and the fascia are all part of this integral electrical network, and they all work together, and it's all being run by voltage. So when our voltage drops, communication begins to break down, and dis-ease is a state of low light and low charge in the body. So every single one of your cells gives off a tiny little biophotonic light emission, and the light is what is communicating with the cells next to it. Low light equals low communication. So once the communication has gone through, then the voltage needs to carry out the action that has been communicated, whether it's detox or bring a cell through cell death process, also known as apoptosis, or produce more hormones. None of these actions can be carried out if there's not enough light or not enough voltage. Healing in the body happens when the internal environment becomes conductive again, when it becomes coherent. And so what makes us incoherent or low voltage? It's what we eat, what we drink, what we breathe, what we put on our skin, and the thoughts that we think. I want to tie this into emotions and thoughts because thoughts and emotions are actual electrical signals. Emotions are energy in motion. They're literally sound waves that are either passing through the body or getting trapped in tissue when we choose not to process them. If we have chronic stress, fear, resentment, anger, these are all survival states that begin to drain voltage. They settle in a tissue and they start taking up real estate. They start charging rent inside of your tiny muscle batteries. And what happens is you start burning through minerals and burning through tissue salts at a rapid rate where that emotion has settled. So this alone will start to decline your voltage. Think of going through a breakup. You have no energy, no life force at all. But if that person picked up the phone and said, "I've made a mistake, I'm on my way over," you'd jump off the couch, you'd put on your makeup, you'd clean your apartment, and you would experience energy that truly came from nowhere. Why is that? It's because your emotions have that much power over your biology. So when we can attain a calm, joyful, safe state, then this is going to automatically increase coherence and electrical charge. So the question becomes, how do we feed the body light? How do we increase voltage? So let's start to look at food as biophotonic information. I want to introduce to you the concept of seeing food as light, not as macros. Everyone's running around saying, get your protein, don't eat fruit, don't eat sugar, don't eat carbohydrates. We've gone through the high fat, the low fat craze, the carnivore craze, all of it. So let's get down to truly understanding how our cells work and why certain foods are superior to support voltage in the body. Plants are actually the most superior high voltage food on the planet because they are loaded with Earth's water, full of minerals, electrolytes, micronutrients, polyphenols, carotenoids, the list goes on. Food actually carries information and light, and we know all plants require water from the earth and sunlight so that they can go through the process of photosynthesis to actually fold essential proteins inside of the food to make them building blocks for the human body. Fruits are actually the highest vibrational and highest voltage food on the planet. They are loaded with electrolytes and carotenoids and vitamins and micronutrients, minerals and electrolytes. And what does that mean? Our cells and our nervous system specifically actually runs off of minerals and electrolytes. This is what creates the electrical conduction inside of our cells. So we actually need micronutrients far more than we need macronutrients. In my 13 years in clinical work, I have never met anyone that is macronutrient deficient. So food is not just fuel, it's information that is information inside of the body. Living foods carry biophotonic light from the sun. Fruits are naturally high in structured water, electrolytes, and light. And minerals are what allow electricity to move through the body. Modern diets are calorie dense, but they're electrically depleted. People are focused on high levels of animal tissue or high protein shakes and high fat, but no actual conductivity, electrical, water, and mineral rich foods. We're actually avoiding all of these foods because people are being swallowed into the thought that sugar is sugar. Fruits are raw plant foods. They're single, simple monosaccharides where the glucose and the fructose is actually broken down by the ptyalin in your saliva. Now, I'll get into this more in a deeper training, but I want you to see fruits and raw plant foods, living foods, greens, and juices as very high voltage foods. All processed foods have low light. They have no water or low water. They have high friction and high density that actually creates a density and a weight inside of the body. These foods are naturally dehydrated, which means that they have electrical resistance. So like I mentioned, cells need electrolytes to communicate. They need light and minerals to create biophotonic light and cellular charge. So this is the bridge to bringing more light and more voltage into the body is eat the light. I always say eat the sun and eat your water. And people say, how do you eat water? In the foods that have living water in them. So food is such an important piece, but it's only one piece. The body is constantly responding to its internal and external environment. So let's bring this a layer deeper and see how the human body connects with nature, circadian rhythm, and movement as your own medicine. My goal here is to help you reconnect to your body's own rhythm, to the rhythm of the earth, to light cycles and natural movement. We are light microorganisms, which means we rise and set with the sun. So we need circadian light. And that circadian light is what actually charges our mitochondria, balances our hormones, tells our internal clock what time it is, and helps our nervous system run efficiently. Nature restores coherent charge and it increases voltage. And movement actually circulates charge and circulates fluid so we don't have stagnation on an intracellular and extracellular level. Morning light specifically is the most important and it sets the hormonal rhythm for the entire day. When we are in front of artificial light, especially at night, it disrupts melatonin production and it declines cellular repair. The body thrives on natural light cycles, not constant stimulation. Fluorescent lights actually bring in heavy metals into the body and they fry out the nervous system and they disrupt our light circadian rhythm. Basic things that just help increase your life force so easily is walking, gentle movement, even somatic movement, allowing your body to move, because movement is not just movement, it's actually movement of emotions, movement of tissues. I always say the issues get stored in the tissues. So if we stagnate physically and emotionally, we start to trap toxins and emotions inside our cells and we start to decline. We must stretch and move to create that conductivity of electricity to move through our fascia. Grounding is one of the most important things that you can do because when we ground bare feet to the earth actually discharges inflammation and stabilizes the nervous system. So this is a brief overview to understand that when we live out of rhythm with nature, the body loses harmony and all disease or dis-ease happens in a disharmonious or an incoherent state. So let's move into the next pillar, which is sleep as a foundational form of nourishment, which people don't often think about. We must understand that in order to regulate and repair our nervous system and all of our cells, our body needs to feel safe. So sleep is actually the time that we repair our cells. During the day, our body is using voltage to run our body, to perform throughout the day, and of course, to do things like digest and eliminate and absorb water. But while we're sleeping, this is the true cellular repair time. Nervous system safety increases regeneration. When we're in a parasympathetic state, that's rest, digest, and restore. But when we're in sympathetic, that's fight or flight. And the body actually shuts down all unnecessary processes and only runs the brain and the heart during a fight or flight state. Even proper digestion shuts down. So it's very important that we can access the parasympathetic state as often as possible if we're trying to regenerate our vitality and our life force. So very simple foundations in health actually outperform all these complex protocols in overcomplicating health. Deep healing happens when we sleep. Deep healing happens when the body is in parasympathetic. It repairs when it feels safe. So when we overdo protocols and overstress our body without foundations, we actually drain our voltage instead of add. Simple foundational things like light hygiene, not exposing yourself to too much blue light or getting some blue light balancers or blockers, consuming enough minerals and hydration and rest are absolutely non-negotiable if you want your vitality and your life force to increase. This is the foundation that we build on before going deeper. So I want to give you some actionable steps and some high-level integration that you can start to bring into your life now. One of the most basic things you can remember is to eat when you need to, sleep when you need to, drink when you need to, and pee when you need to. These are so important because when you put your body into an overexhausted state, it'll start to shut down voltage. It starts to lower its voltage to ration out energy. And this is when we start to see systems going down. When we are not listening to the body's cues to go to the bathroom, it'll enter a stress state. When we're thirsty or dehydrated, the body actually lacks voltage because water is electricity for the body. Living water. For example, spring water is living water. It's loaded with minerals. And last but not least, I always say take mindful breath when you need to regulate the nervous system. So I want you to start with this simple thought process. Eat when you need to, sleep when you need to, drink when you need to, pee when you need to, and breathe when you need to. Obviously, we breathe all the time, but when can you intentionally breathe differently to change your nervous system state? So I want to invite you to choose, a few of the following steps. You don't have to choose them all. Pick a few that work for you. But number one is morning light exposure. When you rise, get outside. Get the red light of the sunrise in if you can. That light starts to activate the mitochondria, downregulate melatonin, and starts to upregulate your natural cortisol so that you have energy for your day. Morning sunlight is literally your morning cup of joe. The goal is to get 5 to 10 minutes of natural sunlight in the first hour of waking. Number two is increase living foods. So simple. If you can start your day with living spring water, maybe with a squeeze of lemon in it, and high vibrational electrolyte rich fruits. I always say fruits first, fruits alone, or leave them alone. And I'll go deeper into that in another module about proper food combining, but fruits digest within minutes and you don't want to be mixing them with other foods or you'll create gas and bloating. So just choose. Maybe I start my day with a bowl of melon or a bowl of berries or green juice, whatever it is. Get going with something that's living, mineral rich, water rich, and full of sunlight. The next tip I have is mineral support. So focus on mineral rich foods, like I mentioned, fruits, berries, melons, but also greens, things like plant algae, Irish sea moss, fulvic and humic acid, or chlorophyll. These are all deeply mineral-rich foods, and your cells, remember, run off of minerals and electrolytes. That's what's creating the voltage inside of the body. Create some gentle movement daily, even if it's just a walk or breath work or a few minutes of somatic movement where you get up and you move freely and allow the body to express itself. Walking, stretching, or grounding outside barefoot is incredible to increase the ionic charge inside of the body and to really balance your rhythm and connect with earth. Now, the next thing I would love for people to try is evening light hygiene. If you have blue light balancers or blue light blockers, this is a good idea, especially if you're on screens or underneath fluorescent lights. But what I do is I don't turn on lights until I need to. I keep the lights low, like lamp light, and I try to not be on electronics at least 2 hours before bed. Now, sometimes that's not possible, so make sure that you are wearing blue light balancers or something to help your light hygiene. It's really important to just honor wind down time. The brain needs time to wind down, the body needs time to wind down, and those hormones need to start being made in the body, and that signal will not happen until it's dim or darker outside. So remember, these are not rules that I'm giving you, but this is an invitation to help move your body back into harmony. Now, the last thing I want to do is an activating meditation to help you embody light and embody the frequency and vitality that you want in your body and in your life. One thing that I always say is let the body heal the mind, not the other way around. When we have a sick body, we will naturally have a more negative mindset. I won't get into all of the chemistry and the science of that, but emotions literally create neuropeptides that then create hormones that then create your mind state. So just keep this in your mind, that let the body heal the mind. So I'm going to invite you right now to do this with me. If you can close your eyes or soften your gaze and bring your feet to the floor and your hands on your body wherever you want. So you can ground, hands on thighs, or one hand on heart, one hand on belly, whatever feels good to you. And I want you to start to bring awareness into your physical body. So often we're outside our body, we're not within our physical being. And I want you to just visualize and imagine golden creator substance light or golden iridescent light. And I want you to visualize this light moving through the spine, moving through the nervous system, coming up through the central channel as you draw in breath. And draw in breath through the perineum and visualize this golden light coming up. And then draw out the breath through the top of the head. Draw in light through the top of the head. Bring it through the central channel and send it out through the perineum. Visualize yourself activating golden light in every cell of your body. And I'm going to guide you into just 3 questions. I actually invite you to feel these questions in your body, not just think them. So make sure you're comfortable, and you can either have palms on thighs, hand on heart, hand on belly, or sometimes I like to interlace my hands and place them on my heart. But the first question is, what do you want? And take a moment to be in this space. What is it that I want? Why am I here in this program? Why am I watching this video? There's something that my soul is seeking. What is that thing? And once you feel like you have the answer, if you want, you can hit pause if you need a little bit more time. But the second question is, why do I want it? So why do I want this thing? The why is very important, because if you don't know why you're doing something or why you want something, there's no connection or actual desire to carry it out. As you answer this question, I want you to go beneath the surface level desire and really get into the emotional truth. Most of us are actually seeking an emotion rather than a thing. Whether it's freedom, joy, love, playfulness, there's something that you're seeking at the emotional level that your mind might be placing a physical manifestation on. So for example, if it's, I want a villa on the beach, well, why? It's probably because you feel connected to yourself, you feel free, you feel in sync with nature, you feel radiant. Those are really the emotions that your body is looking for. Now let's move into the third question. And I love this part, and I really, really, really want you to go here and not just think it, but embody it fully. You can actually visit this frequency in an instant. And the third question is, what if I had it? What if I already had this exact thing in my life? I want you to let your body feel the state of embodiment. I want you to visualize what you're wearing, who you're with, where you are, how does it feel, what is that state of coherence in your body? And as you breathe here, keep bringing in that golden light and just think about every cell in my body is completely coherent, communicating coherently, everything in sync and everything in harmony. And as you're ready to come back into this space, I want you to take a deep breath in as you put a light smile on your face. And happy sigh, exhale. And open your eyes. And remember that this state is not something that you earn. It's something that you attain through embodiment and it's something that you actually remember because you have accessed this state or this emotional state at some point in time. Now, this is just the beginning of a deeper transformation, but to anchor in this work, I wanted to provide these foundations of physical vitality and body mastery. I will have deeper teachings that will build on this framework as this course continues on. Remember that healing is not about becoming someone new, but it's about returning to a coherent state. It's about accessing your divine blueprint before all of the imprints and the discordant energy entered your body and entered your field. As your voltage rises, your vitality rises, and your life will naturally come back into harmony. The last little brief thing I would like to mention is that physical mastery really supports emotional and spiritual expansion. When we're in a sick body, we cannot expand our consciousness, feel motivated, or really access higher spiritual states or realms. So this is just an invitation for you to start with the body, start with the foundations and the basics. I invite you to stay curious, stay gentle with yourself, stay loving with yourself, and continue to practice this full embodiment on a daily basis. Thank you so much. My name is Carrie Drinkwine, and I hope you enjoyed this training.
Well, what can I say? What an amazing presentation and what an amazing start to this physical body's hell journey. Of course, in our next recording, which will be in a following month, we're going to go deeply into every part of our body, from supplements, nutrition, energy, sleep. But today, to have this representation, to have this powerful knowledge in one, please make sure you follow Carrie because she has been dedicated her life to the Earth 2.0 movement.
Yeah, Carrie reminds us that healing truly begins at the cellular level and that true vitality is built from the inside out. From here, we're going to continue phase 1 by moving from the body into the brain because physical health and brain health are deeply connected.
Next, we're going to be joined by someone that means so much in our life. We go back maybe 7 years ago when we met this incredible man, and his dedication again to consciousness, brain, to experiencing the unity consciousness. I mean, we could not be more thankful for Dr. Patrick Porter, which is going to share with you the ultimate way to your brain. And so Dr. Patrick Porter is going to explore how to unlock your true brain's potential.
Let's hop into it.
Hello, Dr. Patrick Porter here. I'm going to give you a little lecture on when we're talking about brain tap in the Earth 2.0 activation. If you don't already have the app, this is where you want to go to get the Brain Tap app. Now today you're going to be able to listen to the session right after this lecture. It'll be a 10-minute activation to activate human 2.0. Because if we have an Earth 2.0, we need the brain and the nervous system that can handle the new frequencies. I'll be explaining all of that in just a moment. But if you haven't done it, take out your phone, take a picture of this QR code, download the free app. It's free for 14 days, and you can start the journey. And you can listen to this session again anytime you'd like on the BrainTap app. Now, if you have the headset, of course, we're going to talk about that. This headset actually has the lights in the ears. I'm going to be talking about that in a minute. And it will have the flashing lights. So if you have the headset, you can Bluetooth it, or you can use an audio cord, which plugs into the machine and plugs in to your phone. Now, when we talk about what's involved behind brain fitness, you need to have the nervous system that collects the information. So when you think about the human brain, it's not just something that has ideas and concepts. In fact, what we found in neuroscience is the brain itself does not derive thoughts. It actually gets the thoughts from the field. You have something called the biofield. It extends 3 feet around you. You can go to NIH's website, our own National Institute of Health, and you can type in biofield, and you'll find that they said in 1994 that every living thing has a field of energy that surrounds them. This field of energy is what collects information and transports that out into the cells and out into your environment. It's collecting information all the time. So don't think of your brain as a creator of information. It's a transmitter and a receiver of information. Now, I'm not expecting you to believe all this right now. This is not something you do with beliefs. You can save that for Sunday morning when you go to church. This is neuroscience that I'm talking about. So first of all, we're going to use light therapy. Now, why light therapy? Number one, we've done over 30,000 brain scans, In every one of those brain scans, we found that when somebody closes their eyes without using light, retinal flashing, we call it, your eyes are closed, that light is going to tune the brain to the brain frequencies that we need. There's 5 primary brain frequencies. We're not going to work on all of them today, but we need to get you into alpha and theta today so that you get into what's called the intuitive and the inventive mind. When you start activating these 2 brainwaves, you're going to activate a brainwave called gamma. Gamma is a higher frequency brainwave. Think of it as a bass drum for the brain. So when you're using BrainTap, you're training all the brainwaves from beta all the way down to delta, all the way up into gamma. So light is necessary. I know a lot of people, a lot of you may be watching this think, wow, I get into a deep state of relaxation. My brain is going into theta. I can tell you right now, out of those 30,000 brains, we've only met 4 people that could get into theta without light triggering it. So that light is flashing, as you can see here, it's flashing at a very specific frequency. That frequency of light is between 0.5 and 88. Because we're going to practice moving you through those different brain waves. That's important for activation. The lights in the ears that you see here, these lights in the ears actually are changing to different Noget frequencies. Dr. Noget, he invented something called the Noget frequency. There's 7 of them. Every 2 minutes, the BrainTap headset is going to change to a new frequency. But not to worry, if you don't have the headset yet, you can listen to it with your earphones. It's important you listen to it with your earphones because you won't get the auricular therapy and you won't get the light therapy in the eyes, but we still get results if you just listen to it with your app. So if you're not doing it, if you can plug in your headphones during that 10-minute part of this presentation today when we're going to do an activation, it's going to accelerate your results. And I'm going to explain in just a moment why that is. Number 1, we're going to use what we call 10 cycle music. There's something called the Mozart effect. What they've proven in neuroscience is that when you activate this brainwave, this is an alpha brainwave, that the 2 hemispheres synchronize. And when they synchronize, they begin to communicate at a higher level. This synchronization allows you to experience deeper states of activation and integration with what we're doing here with BrainTap. Now, all of our sessions, we've found that as long as you don't have some brain problem that's physical, every person who gets on the BrainTap will enter into these brainwave states. I'm saying 100% will do it. So all you have to do is put the headset on or your own headsets and you're going to listen to the audio feature. Now the difference between the light and audio is energy. The problem most people have today is they don't have enough energy to meditate. And I'm even talking about young people because if you're in a state of fight or flight, which is fear, frustration, anxiety, we need to get you out of that frequency. Think of it as a frequency. What you frequently see. So we're going to adjust that frequency by using light, sound, and vibration if you have the headset. If you don't have the headset, we're going to do it with sound and we're going to do it with frequency. So when we think about the frequencies, the embedded tones, to get you to 10 hertz frequency, we're going to be stair-stepping you from 18 hertz frequency down into 10, maybe even dropping you into 6 or 7 hertz, which is the very edge of theta. Now this is only a 10-minute activation, so it's more of an alpha activation. Once we activate alpha, we're going to start to expand that alpha brainwave. You're going to find more intuition. Your dreams are going to be more vivid. You're going to have more lucid dreaming. You're going to sleep better tonight just by listening to this session. Now, with that, we also have guided imagery. So I'm going to be guiding you through a process of activating what happens internally because we know that 3,200 gene expressions change when you use the right language patterns. Deepak Chopra, which most of you should know, he says that 6 months ago, you had the same thoughts you have today, 97% of them. So we need to start upgrading those thoughts. The brain you have today was not designed for the stress, the strain, the confusion that you're experiencing. That brain was designed for the Serengeti. So we need to upgrade that brain and get you to operate at a higher level. Because today we're talking about Earth 2.0 and Human 2.0. How do we activate the humans that will activate the next generation so that we can think, act, and respond with a higher plane of consciousness rather than the fear-based consciousness that is now ruling our world? Now, how we do that is technology. Now, most people think technology is bad. They think blue light is bad. And it is bad when you're looking at a computer screen. The screen that I have, these are blue blocker glasses because they're blocking that nasty blue light that we have here. The blue lights that are in BrainTaps are not the same LEDs. We only use 8 LEDs. That screen you're looking at right now, that has over 1 million LEDs, and they're changing every fraction of a second to create the colors that you see on the screen. It's not just blue light, it's the negative energy you're getting off that screen. Now, what we know, and Dan DeBon, who runs Radiation Nation, if you have a problem with EMF, then we know that brain tap, once your brain is synchronized, it becomes what we call a floating ground. You actually move that negative energy out of your body because your brain's in synchronization. When your brain's out of sync with fear, frustration, or anxiety, what we know is the brain becomes dysregulated. When you sit too long, 20 minutes of sitting is equivalent to smoking a cigarette. When you think about what you're doing with your technology, you should always know that this BrainTap headset has been evaluated by several different organizations. It has zero EMF, zero. The EMF comes from your phone or your tablet. So if you're using a phone or tablet, we always recommend that you download the session to the phone or the tablet, put your phone on airplane mode, then you'll have absolute zero EMF coming off your phone as long as you keep the screen away from you directly. So these are all things you need to do to have technology hygiene when you're doing these activations. BrainTap is going to restore your biology and get you moving in the right direction so that you can activate at this higher level called Earth 2.0. Because as you evolve and as you change place, now what we know, if you've never heard of the Maharishi effect, this is what we're going for here. The Maharishi effect says that when you generate a field of energy around you, it affects those that you participate in. Now, just about 8 weeks ago, before the filming of this video, MIT came out with a study that showed the human thought extends 10,000 miles away from the person having that thought. So as you're doing this activation, imagine a web of information going out. They say that it looks like the World Wide Web. So this is science we're talking about here. It's not metaphysics. We're going to activate that grid. So imagine the family, the friends, the coworkers that you know that should be on this call, because the more people we can activate, the more we can change this earth. It's not a fantasy anymore. It's a science fact. So Maharishi, if you haven't looked at that, go to YouTube, type in the Maharishi effect. They actually talk about a study he did in Washington, D.C., where he said he was going to reduce the crime by 20%. And they said, that will never happen. There has to be a snowstorm for that to happen. So they went into their TM meditation and they projected in their mind the city being in a state of calm, peace, and coherence. When you're in that calm, peace, and coherence, the crime rate went down. They contacted the mayor and he said, well, that's just coincidence. They said, okay, we're going to stop at this time. As soon as they stopped, the crime rate went right back up to its regularly scheduled program, because that's the Earth 1. Earth 1.0 is fear, frustration, anxiety, greed, wanting something. There's enough in the universe for everyone. There's an infinite number of choices from any one moment in time. And we're going to start today to activate within you the infinite potential that resides at the cellular level. You were designed to evolve. Your body was designed to heal. Your brain was designed to heal. It's a transmitter and receiver of information. So you're going to tune this receiver to the highest activation possible for you today. And all you have to do is have the intention and hold that with the breathing techniques that we're going to use, and using the beat frequencies, the binaural beats, and the solfeggio and right frequencies that are embedded into the session that I've recorded for you. You're going to find that you're going to reach a deep level of restoration and recharge, but that's going to last. We found that when we did just a meditation without this algorithm that I created, I've been doing it since 1986, so before some of you were even born, we've been using this in the lab. We found that if you listen to a meditation or even a piece of music, as soon as you're done listening to that, 100% of the time, the brain went right back to its stress state. It had no influence over your regular everyday consciousness. When we took that same piece of music and we put the algorithm that you're going to be listening to today in the background of that session, it took over 72 hours for that brain to go back to its stress state, which means if we can get you doing these activations at least every other day, you're going to start upgrading your consciousness. You're going to start receiving higher level information, and you're going to activate Earth 2.0, because we're the activators. We know that if you go out barefoot, that you're going to collect information from the earth. They call this grounding. But you're also sharing your information with the earth. So hopefully today you're on a grounding mat or somewhere you can do that. I have a grounding mat right here on my computer so that I can discharge that energy. Most people have about 3 volts of energy moving through their body at any one time. The reality is that we want to be at 0 point. That is our natural state. We should be walking around barefoot, outside, in nature, getting sunlight. But because we can't do that, we've invented this technology to mimic sunrises and sunsets. So those sunrises and sunsets, the one you're going to listen to today is going to be a sunrise to get you thinking about your activation, get you thinking about your evolvement in your evolution, because you are evolving. You're either going backwards or you're going forward. Nothing in the known universe stays in one state. So I want to congratulate you for being part of Earth 2.0, but also for being willing to be part of Human 2.0. You have to be the human that's going to create this. So when you see the world with compassion, with love and integrity in your mind and heart, you're going to start to feel and sense the world differently. It's been said, when we look at the things that in the world, we change those things within us as long as we keep the filter of compassion, love, grace, gratitude. So I'm going to encourage you to do that during the activation today, because we want to activate a higher order of thinking. You have it within you. It's written into your DNA. You are designed to evolve. You are designed to be activated. And we are light beings. There's something called the electron transport chain. It's part of our biology. What that means is that everything that we eat, everything we drink, everything we smell, everything we hear, everything in our surroundings, everything is being converted into energy by our biological system. That's why if you're around mold, you can start to feel sick, because it downgrades your system. But if you're in fresh air and you're positive, you're happy, then what happens is you start upregulating that system. We want to teach your body, your biology, to operate at a higher level, so your brain starts to receive the frequencies they're going to activate Earth 2.0. So congratulations again for being here and doing that. Now, there's 3 different times of the day that we recommend you upgrade your brain and transform your life. Morning is key. If you can get up in the morning and do this activation, or one of the activations that are on the BrainTap app that are AM sessions, these activate the brainwave of alpha, high alpha, which is called SMR, sensory motor rhythm. This one activates norepinephrine, cortisol, and dopamine. These are stress hormones that are created through neurotransmitter activity in the brain. You should feel a little excited in the morning. It's a new day. You should feel like it's the first day of school, the first day, it's the day of Christmas. It's your favorite day, because today is new and different. And we need to get that brain doing it. In the longer lecture, I'm going to go into more detail about this and teach you about it. In the middle of the day, when you have that biological dump at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you're going to hear me talk about this a lot. That is natural for your body. It's natural for you to feel kind of burned out around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, because your biological system is tuned to the light of the sun. They now know that the light sends codes to your body. This isn't metaphysics, this is science. It's telling your body what to do. If you don't get to sleep by 10 o'clock, guess what? You don't make as much melatonin. If you don't get to bed by 11, you don't start cleaning your liver. And I could go on the 24-hour clock and how the sun tunes our body. Now what we're going to do is we're going to tune our brain through this activation to be in sync with your biological system, and then that your biological system through the field of your heart, which is magnetic, which extends about 16 feet from you, is going to sync up, just like metronomes. Again, if you go to YouTube and you put in synchronizing metronomes, you're going to see on there a guy that starts 200 metronomes all at different times. But within 3 minutes, all those metronomes are in sync, because everything in the universe is looking for coherence. It's looking for syncing. Now, if you're not sleeping well, 2/3 of the world isn't sleeping. So if it's not you, it's someone else who's watching this video. The reality is that everyone should have a good night's sleep. But the problem is they can't break through the barrier of beta. We need to get you into alpha, then theta, then into deep delta, then put you to sleep. That's what our sessions are designed to do. We took coal miners that were not able to even, they go to work in the dark, they work in the dark, they leave in the dark, they never see the light of the sun. It only took us 3 weeks to reset their circadian rhythm and get them sleeping better than 2/3 of the world, because they started sleeping up to 70% better. Their scores on their Oura rings and their Whoops, the scintigraphy watches that we gave them, improved their sleep score by 70% over 3 weeks. Now, after 6 weeks, they were getting scores of 80, 90%. So what that means is that when they reach that deep level sleep, and I'm going to go deeper into this in the longer lecture, but when they get in that deep level sleep, they open up something called the glial lymphatic system. This is the only time your brain detoxes. So there's only really 3 reasons, if you will, that you have a problem with your brain function. And the 4th would be technology, but there's thoughts, traumas, and toxins. So we can work on all 3 of those, and we can get your hygiene right with your technology, and we can get you focused on activating your body and mind. Remember, this isn't metaphysics. This is science. It's all been proven. And if you go, as we go through our journey together over the next year, you're going to learn more and more about the science of light, sound, and vibration. That's what you are. You are not physical form. You show up as physical form, but you're not this physical form. If we take you to your base atoms, you are electricity. You are light. You are a light being that needs to be activated. So that's what we're going to do today. So as you look forward to this activation, all you need to do is plug in your headphones when we do the activation portion, or plug in your BrainTap headset, or pair it with your Bluetooth, however you want to listen to it. And then you're going to go on a journey with me. We're going to activate your body and mind and spirit to get you to activate Human 2.0 so that we can activate Earth 2.0. I want to thank you for being on the journey with me. I'm going to be there with you. And remember, the more people we have, 10,000 miles from you, your thoughts are going. So if we can get, let's say you get all your family, your friends doing it, and everybody else does that, and we get 100,000 people doing that, Maharishi says that we can change the world. Now we're doing it all at the same time in the same brain frequency. So when you're listening to this session, every person on this call, wherever you're at around the world, we're syncing our brains at the same time. We've done this in rooms of people. Now we're going to do it over the internet. So imagine every person you know getting them on these calls so they can experience an activation. Once they experience that activation, they won't want to leave. They'll continue to activate on their own. And of course, as we do these together, we're going to activate the planet.
That was super powerful. Dr. Porter has given us a deeper understanding of the brain states, and how we can begin to create greater clarity and resilience.
And so, as we're learning everything immersively and interactively, we're going to also share with you a Patrick Porter's meditation to integrate what we've just learned. Now, before we head into it, what I want to mention is without the BrainTap's research potential to true human consciousness, we would not be here today. And one of the big gifts that Patrick is giving us to all of us is a 30-day trial for their app. Now, remember, this is not just another app. You've just learned the amount of work that they put into this. And so we're going to drop it in the chat box so that way you can understand and know how to download this app.
Yeah, there's over 2,000 different meditations. Pavel's on there. Dr. Patrick Porter's on there. You're about to experience how amazing he is as a facilitator. So think of this as something you can have in your back pocket if you need a place to host all of your meditations. It's like your library for your mindfulness and your wellness for the day. And it's free.
And so wherever you are, this is that time we're going to go back into the immersive part of it. So if you have headphones, please find a place to sit or even lay down on your back. You do not need to watch the screen. This one is for the internal part of you. So we'll close your eyes and dive in.
Hello, this is Dr. Patrick Porter. Your eyes should be comfortably closed. Your breathing deep, rhythmic, and relaxed. As you find a comfortable space, your body and mind are going to synchronize. Your thoughts are going to organize around creating an activation deep, deep within you. There's a part of you that knows exactly what to expect, how to trigger a cascade of physiological events that allows you to see the world differently, the world as Earth 2.0. Filled with gratitude, love, and happiness, you will synchronize and organize your brainwaves so that every day, in every way, you're going to awaken within you a new frequency of being. We're going to start with a psychological breath. This is an easy breath in, as deep as possible, and then let it out with a sigh. Just let it go. And I want you to do 2 more of those breaths. Deeply in. Let it go. Let go of the thoughts, the cares, the concerns of today, because today is behind you. The future is before you. But the most powerful moment is right here, right now, as you activate that space, that place between the tick and the tock of the clock, where time is suspended. Another deep, deep breath. Breathe in as much air as possible. Hold that breath for a moment and then let it out. Let it go. Now that your body and mind have synchronized into this moment, whatever happened today, put that behind you. There's plenty of time to think about that upon awakening. Right here, right now, you're going to release the past, and you're going to activate your coherent mind, where your body and mind synchronize with your heartbeat. Shift your attention to your heartbeat. Rhythmic, natural, and automatic. Imagine your heart as a magnetic heart, breathing in itself with each heartbeat, breathing in the light codes that exist in the world around you, and then projecting those codes of health, harmony, vitality, grace, gratitude, peace, and love. Let it go. Focus on your heart. At the core of every heart beats success. And as you focus on your heartbeat, let your body go loose, comfortably limp and completely relaxed. Let your mind do what your mind is capable of doing. Release the stress, the strain, and focus on the frequency of love. Breathe in the love into your heart. And then imagine as a golden wave of energy, that love resonating out from your heart, first filling your body. Imagine the heart filling the inner organs. And I say to you now, if there's any system, any cell, any part of your body that's not functioning at the highest order of activation, those systems, those cells, those organs are going to now respond to this golden light of energy, of love, a frequency above the noise of the city, above the noise of your job, above the noise of any relationship. It's the inner relationship with you. You're going to adjust your frequency now, raising your frequency above the noise into a space, a place of coherence. Imagine that golden energy flooding the heart, the inner organs, and now spreading out naturally into the arms and legs. And the arms and legs go loose, comfortably limp, completely relaxed. Think of your body now as energy. Imagine with each breath that you take and each exhalation, your magnetic heart is pumping golden light energy into your form, up through the neck and shoulders, lifting the weight of your world and placing it behind you. Focusing on the brain, the right and the left hemisphere now synchronizing, connecting with the pineal gland. Imagine this golden light energy activating your pineal. As your eye becomes single, your body fills with this light. And as your body fills with this light, imagine it filling the room that you're in. And as it fills the room, you feel it expanding out 10,000 miles from where you are. Every thought, every idea put into the field. And that field, using the law of anticipation, reaction, and interaction, is creating coherence. So those things that you need show up. Those things that you want begin to be acquired. You move into the flow of life. Each breath in, you accept. Each breath out, you attract. Imagine this coherent mind now, synchronizing the cells, the systems and organs of your body, synchronizing your relationships, your finances, your true nature. You are a spiritual being having a physical experience. So tune into this spiritual inner part of yourself. It's not something to be chased. It's not something to be won. It's something to be activated. And as you activate it deep, deep within you, this golden path of health, harmony, and vitality will be yours. Imagine now expanding out with all the others that are doing the same meditation at the same time. Imagine that your golden energy, as light, is expanding out across the planet, connecting with those with the same frequency, the same thoughts of gratitude, love, peace, and harmony. Imagine that interconnection. You're creating your tribe first in your mind, then through your everyday thoughts, and then it will manifest into the world around you. You are activating Earth 2.0, first within yourself, and then with others that you see in the world around you. They might not be aware of the golden spark in their heart, but you are. The spark of divinity shines brightly in every heart, regardless of how they show up. It's in there. It simply needs to be activated. So imagine the people you spend time with. Mentally visualize them now activated in this golden light. You are activating that inner space, that inner place between conversations, between words, between sounds, the space that expands.
You embrace this space knowing that each time you close your eyes with the intention of activating Earth 2.0, you are activating your higher mind. You are changing your frequency. So this frequency will continue to change with or without your awareness. My voice is going to pause. As it does, I want you to imagine moving through the next 24 hours of your life with this activation that you're seeing through new eyes, an Earth 2.0. You're hearing with new ears, Earth 2.0. You're sensing and feeling with your body with a higher order of thinking. You're forgiving anyone who caused you pain, frustration, or anxiety in the past, and you're embracing the present. When my voice returns, an hour of relaxation time will have occurred. Noticing once again your breathing. Breathing in peace, love, and contentment. And breathing out peace, love, and contentment. You are activating an inner frequency. Not one that you found, but one that you activated deep, deep within you. It's always been there. Like the seed of a great tree, it didn't have to seek itself. It started within that seed of greatness. And deep, deep within you is the activation, the code, the key to activate your higher mind. So you can manifest within yourself and then within others, Earth 2.0. It's from here that you can review the process, knowing that each time you close your eyes, using this activation sequence, you will activate at a higher level. You'll begin to see, hear, and experience the world in a new dimension. It's here right now. It doesn't have to be discovered. It has to be activated. And you're activating it with your thoughts, your intention, and your life. In a moment, today's session will be ended, but the activation continues. The golden thread of oneness runs through every heart. One heart beating, one planet, Earth 2.0. Imagine how your life will change as you see the world differently, how you hear differently, how you sense and feel the love, the compassion, the harmony in all things. And when you notice this program has come to an end, your eyes will open. You'll become at that moment wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than ever before, knowing that the activation continues as you drift deeper and further at night while you sleep. And this is so.
Here we go. We're going to continue. So, just like we look into the body and brain, the next elements of this journey through self transformation is the mind and emotions. And so, in our life, we've done a lot of work on our subconscious mind. We've done a lot of work on traumas, and especially, this and I can't emphasize how important this is because this is what's creating our reality. I mean, man, emotions is what makes our life feel real. So if you keep on feeling anxieties and fear and pain, there is things that needs to be looked at and it needs to be processed, so to speak. So we could not imagine anyone better than who we're about to introduce you that we've both worked quite
Personally with.
yeah. And, we were like, who's going to represent, the second and third month of this? And we could not think of anyone better than Ariel.
And so with that, next we're moving into the architecture of mind and emotions. So much of our lives are shaped by our unconscious patterns, identity loops, and these just emotional conditionings that, well, first of all, nobody really gives you a manual on how you're supposed to be as a human. We just have these overwhelming emotions and we don't know what to do with them. But Ariel Ryan, one of our dear friends and master, is here to help us understand truly what's running beneath the surface. And today she's going to teach us how to begin rewiring those patterns.
Hey y'all, welcome to the System Upgrade series on mind and emotion. Today I'm going to be sharing with you the missing piece between knowing that you want to change and actually being able to change it. My name is Ariel, and I'm an emotional somatic coach who works at the intersection between functional neurology and consciousness. I help people unfreeze the parts of themselves that have been stuck in survival mode for decades so that they can finally live in the present moment. I want you to think about the last time you promised yourself you'd change something. Maybe you said, I'm not going to react that way anymore. Or I'm going to stop self-sabotaging. Or this time I'm really going to follow through. How long did that last? Here's what I know. You meant it when you said it, and yet somehow still failed. Not because you're broken, not because you lack willpower, but because you were trying to change with your mind when that real program is running in your body. And that's what we're going to look at today. I want you to imagine something with me. You know, in that movie Chronicles of Narnia, where the White Witch freezes these characters in statues, they're stuck in time, frozen mid-movement, completely lifeless. And they stay that way, trapped in this frozen form until Aslan, the lion, comes and he breathes on them. That's it. His breath, this pure love, melts them free and restores them back to life and unfreezes them. One breath, and suddenly they're alive again, no longer stuck in that frozen moment. And that's exactly what's happening in you right now. You have these parts of you frozen in time, not literally, but neurologically. Your nervous system learned protective patterns at moments when something happened that made you decide, I'm not safe, I'm not enough, I have to work for love, I can't trust myself. Here's the thing that nobody's really telling you. These protective patterns are still running in your life. You're not responding to what's happening now. You're responding to what happened when you were 5, 13, 17, 23. Your nervous system organized itself around those experiences. It created what's called reflective responses, ways of protecting you that made perfect sense at the time. Truly, they did. But those patterns are still running and still shaping how you react and connect and make decisions, and isn't necessarily in alignment with who you want to be anymore. And no amount of thinking differently will change it, because those patterns live in what's called your sensory motor loops, the way your body processes input and then creates output. Just like those statues needed Aslan's breath to come back to life, your nervous system needs new input, new awareness to reorganize those old protective patterns. And that's exactly what we're going to do today. So let me make this really concrete for you. When something happens, let's say you were yelled at when you were 7, Your nervous system processed that experience. It created a threat prediction model, which is yelling equals danger. Your body organized around protection. It went into freeze, fight, or flee. This affects your muscle tone, your breathing mechanics, your posture, or your reflective responses. And if you're not safe enough in the moment to actually process the experience fully, that organization pattern gets reinforced. It becomes your nervous system's default way of responding. And here's what's wild. Your emotions influence how your nervous system organizes itself over time. So now, 20 years later, someone raises their voice in a meeting and your nervous system runs the same predictive model, the same protective responses, the same patterns. And you wonder why you feel the things inside of your system, not because there's something wrong with you or wrong with the experience, but because your system is doing exactly what it learned to do to keep you safe. This is why positive thinking doesn't work. You're not addressing the sensory motor loops. You're not updating the input that is going into the system. I learned this from studying under Dr. Perry Nicholson, one of the most brilliant minds in lymphatic medicine. He showed me that there's a hierarchy for how your body organizes around survival. Most people are working at the symptom level of healing. They're going to massage therapy and chiropractics and doing stretches and breath work and yoga and biohacking. And all of that is important. All of it is truly, really needed, but it's working with the symptoms and not the system. Here's the hierarchy he taught me. That the number one most important thing is something called the limbic system. It's how your nervous system processes emotional experiences and protective responses. Number 2 is the lymphatic system. Number 3 is the gut. Number 4 is the vascular system. And number 5 is the nervous system's regulatory capacity. All the way down at the bottom of this list at number 9 and 10 is where your point of pain lives. And if you want real change, if you want to actually help your system reorganize, you have to work at level 1. You have to address how the emotional experiences is shaping your nervous system's organization. And that's where the protective patterns live. That's where the threat prediction models are running. That's where the loop keeps repeating itself, is in the limbic system. When we work with the sensory input at this level, when we help your system access new information, everything downstream can shift. Your nervous system recalibrates. Your protective patterns are able to soften, and your reflective responses are then updated. Not because you forced them to change, but because you gave your system the conditions to reorganize. Here's what I've learned working with hundreds of people. Everything goes back to safety. Everything. All humans want 3 things. They want to feel safe, they want to feel connected, and they want to feel fulfilled. But you can't skip to fulfillment. You can't bypass straight to connection. You have to start with safety. Most people are trying to run a high frequency life on a nervous system that has been trained for fear and lack and for survival. They're using things like alcohol, drugs, sex, social media, work, achievements, money, biohacking, anything to bypass the foundational piece. But until you feel safe in your body, not intellectually, but in your actual nervous system, you will keep looping the same pattern over and over again. Because your body is doing its job. It's trying to keep you alive. It's scanning for the danger it learned to expect. The work isn't to override your nervous system. The work is to truly be able to reprogram it, to go back to those frozen moments and thank them for their protection, to show them that you don't need them to drive the bus anymore, and that it's actually time for them to get a promotion to the job that they actually want and not the one that they were forced into. And when you do that, when you truly give that part of yourself safety, everything shifts. I want to introduce you to a concept I call embodied truth versus intellectual insight. Intellectual insight is when you know something, you understand it, you can explain it, you've read the books, you've done the therapy, you know your patterns, you know where they came from, you know exactly what you should do differently. But embodied truth is when your nervous system actually experiences the reorganization. When the knowing moves from your head into your sensory motor systems, when your body's predictive models update, not just your thoughts about them. This is the difference between information and reorganization. And it's why so many of you are stuck. You have all of the information. I don't doubt that. You have all of the insight. You've done so much work, but your nervous system still hasn't updated its input. Your protection patterns are still running. Your threat prediction models are still active and your reflex responses are still firing. The work we're going to do in a moment, the interactive piece of this, is designed to give you embodied truth. Not more information, not more things to think about. An actual experience of what it feels like when your nervous system begins to reorganize. Okay, so here's where we shift. Everything I've shared so far, the frozen parts, the safety foundation, the embodied truth, that's all the map, but the map isn't the territory. Reading about unfreezing isn't the same thing as experiencing it. So for the next 15 minutes, we're going to actually do this together. And here's what's different about this is I'm not going to make you dig into your deepest trauma. That's not what this is about. What I'm going to do is give you 3 practices that you can use immediately, starting today, starting right now, to help your body catch up to the present moment. These are the same practices I use with many of my clients. They're simple, they're powerful, and they work. So if you're ready, get yourself into a comfortable seat and let's go. First, we're going to do what I do at the beginning of every single one of my sessions with my clients. This is my signature practice, and it's going to help you drop into your body and get out of your head. Here's what you need to know. It took about 4,000 people over the last 400 years for you to be here right now. 4,000 people. Think about that. All the love, all the survival, all the pain, all the triumph. It all led to you right here, right now. And the fact that we even get to have conversations about emotions, that we're physically safe enough to be able to do this work, that is a privilege. So we're going to take a moment and honor that. Here's what we're going to do. I want you to close your eyes if you are in a place where that feels safe. If not, I just want you to soften your gaze. I want you to place one hand on your heart and one hand on your belly or wherever feels good to you. Now allow, don't take, but allow a deep breath into your body. Feel what it feels like to fill your lungs all the way up and letting it go. Letting your body relax, letting your glutes let go, your stomach let go. Allowing yourself to soften. Breathing in again. Again, allowing the muscles to peel off the bones. On your next breath in, I want you to send gratitude to all that has come before you. All of your ancestors, all the survivors, all of the blood running through your veins that goes back generations. Thank them for everything they did to survive so that you could be here right now. Feeling what that feels like. Noticing what you notice, that you're alive right here. Sending gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And now, taking another deep breath in, maybe your biggest breath of your day so far. Breathing in. And as you breathe out, sending gratitude to yourself. Thanking you for all you've done to be here. Your resiliency, your strength, your power, your ability to overcome, to create, to love deeply, even through pain. Thanking yourself. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. Now open your eyes when you're ready. This is where transformation starts, in the present, in your body right now. Okay, now we're going to move on to practice 2, which I'm calling Where Am I Frozen? So now we're going to identify a protective pattern, not through talking, but through feeling. Here's what I want you to do. And think about one small pattern that you keep repeating, something that frustrates you. Not your biggest issue, something small. Maybe you shut down when somebody gives you feedback, or you over-explain yourself. You can't say no without feeling guilty. You check your phone when you're feeling anxious. Perhaps you hold your breath when you're stressed. Just one thing, bring it to your mind. I'm going to wait for a moment for you to think about something. You got it? Now here's the question. Where do you feel that in your body? Not where do you think about it, but where do you feel it? Is it in your chest? Is it in your throat? Do you feel it up in your shoulders? Maybe in your jaw or in your back? Just notice. Don't try to change anything. Just feel it and notice it and see if you can follow it. Perhaps you're not super connected to your body, so it may take a moment, and that's okay. Maybe it's pretty prevalent with wherever it is. Either way, just find the sensation and stay with it. Now I'm going to tell you something. That sensation, that's your nervous system's protective pattern showing up. That tightness, the heaviness, perhaps the constriction, that's how your system organized itself to keep you safe. It's not in your mind. It's right here in your muscle tone, in your posture, in your breathing mechanics. It's in your reflective responses. And here's the science. Emotional experiences influence how your nervous system organizes itself over time. That organization can show up as tension patterns, protective reflexes, habitual responses. When you were young and didn't feel safe, when you were 7 and someone yelled at you, or 15 and you got rejected, or 23 and you failed miserably at something, your nervous system created a protective pattern, a way of keeping you safe. And that pattern is still running. Every time that trigger shows up, your nervous system runs to the same sensory motor loop, the same predictive model, the same protective response. I know we've talked about this in the beginning, and I want to say it again. It's really important for you to know that you are not responding to now, you're responding to the pattern that your system learned then. Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to give that pattern new input. We're going to create conditions for reorganization. We're going to let your system know that that was then, this is now, and there's more available now. This leads us to practice 3, the unfreezing visualization. I want you to keep your awareness on that sensation that you found in your body, that place where you felt that protective pattern, the organization your nervous system created. And I want you to close your eyes and sit with it, perhaps putting a hand on wherever that sensation was. And then I want you to notice, when was the first time you felt that sensation in your body? How old were you? Really allow yourself, give yourself permission to pause this if needed, but taking a moment to really connecting with that part of yourself. When was the first time you felt that? Really getting a good feel of that version of you and where you were at that age. What house you lived in, who you lived with, what were your likes and dislikes. It's most likely a pretty tender moment, so I want you to be soft with yourself. Now, as you're picturing that house, I want you to picture what the front lawn looked like if there was one. I want you to picture the color of the home, what the front door looked like, really allowing yourself to see where that version of you lived. And then slowly, I want you to see yourself walking up to that front door and knocking on it. And as you pause there and wait, I want you to see it being opened by that little version of you. I want you to see their face, their eyes, perhaps smiling at them, and asking them if they're ready to come with you. If they say no, or they want to take you inside to show you something, let them. But if they say yes, I want you to reach out your hand grab theirs and take them out of that house. And as you take them out of that house, I want you to tell that version of you everything that you needed to hear. Maybe first it's a hug. Maybe you tell them how much you love them. And then you know yourself better than anyone. And so give yourself permission to give yourself what you need. And I'll wait. If you need more time, give yourself permission to pause this video and sit with yourself as long as you need, sharing anything and everything that you need to share with yourself. And if you're ready to move on, thank them for keeping you safe and that you got both of you now. And almost bring them like a montage through your life to this present moment. All that you've overcame, all that you've survived, all that you've thrived, and let them be in this present moment with you. Let them know we are going to be doing something new, that they don't have to drive the bus anymore. They can soften, that this pattern can soften now, that there's more available. Let them know you see them, that you witness them, and that you're giving your system new information now. Now we're going to do what Aslan did to those frozen statues. We're going to give your nervous system new sensory input through breath. Breath can change everything. It affects the autonomic state, your interoception, your prediction models. So take a deep breath all the way in. And let it out with a sound, giving your system permission to reorganize. Again, breathe in. And release. Let the pattern soften. And one more time, biggest breath of your day. Breathe in. And let it go. Creating conditions for reorganization. Now notice, has anything shifted? Is the sensations in your body different, softer, move to another place? Is there more space? Is there more breath? Is there less tightness? You might feel emotional. You could also feel deep relief. You could feel numb. All of it is just information. What you just did just gave your nervous system new input. You created conditions for reorganization. You witnessed the pattern and offered your system something new. This is embodied truth. This is nervous system reorganization. This is Earth 2.0, which leads us to our last practice, practice 4. This is your homework, and this is the part that will help create lasting change. Every time that pattern shows up this week, that reaction, that feeling, that old protective response, I want you to do this. I want you to pause, pull back into your body, put your hand wherever that sensation was, and then say silently, that was then, this is now, let me drive. And then take 3 deep breaths, letting the body relax. That's all. 5 seconds, maybe 10 seconds. You're not trying to fix anything. You're not trying to force it to change. You're giving your nervous system new input, new information, new conditions for reorganization. And over time, not overnight, but over time, that protection pattern will soften. Your system will access a wider range of regulation. The reflective response will update, not because you tried harder, but because you gave your nervous system the conditions it needed to reorganize. That is this work. That is how patterns soften. That is how you access more choice. And you can start with this today. I want to tell you something that may blow your mind. What you just experienced in these 15 minutes, that is what's possible with every protective pattern in your system. Every reflective response that's been running you, every threat prediction model that's been looping, every reaction you've wished you could change, it's not who you are. It's a pattern your nervous system learned to keep you safe. And when you give it new input, when you create conditions for reorganization, everything can shift. Not someday, not after years of therapy, not when you finally figure it all out. Right now, through awareness, through new sensory input in real time. This is what I do with my clients. We work with protection patterns after protection patterns. We give the nervous system new information. We create conditions for reorganization, and their lives transform. Not because I have magical powers, but because the nervous system wants to reorganize. It's been waiting for new input. This is why you feel like crap, because it wants to shift. It just needs someone to show it you're safe now. You are safe now. There's more available now. You can access a wider range of regulation now. Here's what I know about you. You didn't show up to the System Upgrade series by accident. You're here because you know there's another way. You're here because you're done with the old loops, the old protection patterns, the old reflex responses running your life. You're here because you're ready for Earth 2.0, not as a concept, but as a lived experience. And I'm telling you, it's possible, not because I'm special, but because I've done this work. I've helped my own nervous system reorganize. I've watched protective patterns soften. I've accessed wider ranges of regulation, and I've helped hundreds of people do the same. You're not broken. You never were. Your nervous system learned patterns to keep you safe. And when you give it new inputs, when you create new conditions for reorganization, when you help it have access to more choice, you don't just change your thoughts, you change how your system responds to life. Thank you for being here. Thank you for doing this work on this planet with me. It's an honor. It's an honor to be on this planet with you. Again, my name is Ariel. Let's unfreeze together. I love you.
Thank you, dear Ariel. And this is such an important part. Remember, part of the wake-up phase is how do we bring consciousness into those patterns? In a simpler terms, you turn on the light switch where there is darkness.
So now we're moving away from awareness into expression, because what is seen is also a pathway for us to move. And so I couldn't think of anyone better than Rachel Brooke Smith. She is here with our expression therapy. So you're going to get on your feet for this one. This is another interactive one, and we will see you after she teaches you some expression therapy.
Hi, my name is Rachel Brooke Smith, here for the 12-month System Upgrade Series, Inspiring Earth 2.0. And I am so excited to be here leading you through a 10-minute experience of something I created called expression therapy. Most of us are trying to teach, perform, love, and lead from the same tool that created the tension in the first place, our mind. But emotion doesn't live up there. Emotion lives in our body, in our nervous system. This is why I created expression therapy, to help us get out of our mind and back into our body, to release anything that has been suppressed so that it can be expressed. Because suppressed emotion creates illness, disease, and blockages. However, when everything within us has been felt, processed, and released or expressed, we then are able to become the most powerful and aligned, connected versions of ourselves that really can bring in the Earth 2.0 for ourselves and everyone around us. Okay, so let's drop in. No matter what time you're watching this, you might be having a lot of spinning thoughts right now in your head, going from thing to thing, worried about the past, the future. Let's get present. One of the best ways to get present is to start to move our body. So I just want you to move your body. If you can stand up, stand up. I just want you to kind of start shaking your body. Start bouncing a little bit, start feeling energy. Move through all of your being, right? And start to shake it up, shake it up, shake it up. Starting to take some deep breaths here. Turn it up a little bit so we can get into it. And I want you to just do this movement. I am marching in place. So if you want to pick up your feet, pick up your feet. We're going to breathe like this. In through the nose. Breathing, creating energy, feeling our body. I want you to close your eyes as you're doing this. This is not about me, this is about your individual experience. Keep moving, keep going. Feel that breath, feel your body moving. Can you make it a little bigger? What does it feel like in your system? Can you connect with every part of your being? Okay, continue here. Breathing in and out. In, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. On the count of 3, we're gonna stop and you're gonna place your hand on your heart and on your stomach. And 3 and 2 and 1. I'm gonna take a big deep breath, placing that right hand on your heart, left hand on your stomach, closing your eyes. And here I just want you to feel your heart beating in your hand. Feel that heart, that beautiful heart. And I just want you to take a second to say thank you to this heart, to your heart. Your heart that has been with you every single second of every single day since you came to this earth. Just say thank you. Thank you for being with me through all of it. Thank you for being so brave. Thank you for everything that you have done and gone through that has got me right here, right now. In this place, in this time, at this virtual summit, surrounded energetically by so much love, by people around the world who are on a mission to create Earth 2.0. Continue to breathe, continue to feel that heart beating in your chest, continue to feel your stomach rise and fall. Maybe in this place of gratitude, really thinking about all that your heart has been through, all the ups and downs and twists and turns that life has brought. All the moments when maybe you felt scared in the past, moments where you didn't even know you might make it through. And just say thank you to this heart for being so brave. Also maybe remembering some times of joy and bliss, surrounded by love or nature or beauty or family or laughter, or kids playing or animals playing. Those moments of just like, wow, life. Thinking and feeling into the joy, the love that you have felt. And even if maybe right now you're having a hard time thinking of those moments, imagining future moments where you feel at peace, where you feel surrounded by love, feeling sunlight hit your face as you watch a sunrise or a sunset. And from this place of gratitude, maybe checking in with other parts of your body, your shoulders, your arms, your hands, all of these pieces and parts of you that allow you to hug someone, to feel, to touch, to experience life in this way. Just saying thank you. Wow, could you imagine what it'd be like if you didn't get to hug someone? And how amazing these arms are, touching them, feeling them in your hands. Imagining for a second what life might be like if you didn't have any of these parts of you. And just saying thank you. Checking in, touching your head, your eyes, physically touching each part of you, your nose, your lips, your face. Just holding your face for a second and just thinking and feeling into every piece and part that makes up this part of you. Thinking about everything you've seen, you've heard, you've tasted, you've experienced. Just holding this part of you and saying thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Maybe even imagining life for a second. If you didn't have any of these pieces or parts of you, how different life would be if maybe you couldn't see. How different life could be if maybe you couldn't smell or taste or kiss someone. And just saying thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Breathing into that, and can you expand that gratitude? Can you 10x it? Can you really get, how grateful can you get for each piece and part of you that makes you all of your being? Your knees, your feet, your legs, your stomach. Really feeling into what each piece and part does for you on a daily basis that maybe you take for granted. If you can touch your feet right now, touching your feet, your knees, your legs, just saying thank you, thank you, thank you. Thinking about all the different places that your feet have taken you, your legs have moved you to. And what a gift it is if you even have legs, knowing that so many people no longer have that gift. Really feeling into how grateful can you get right now for each piece of who you are. Not for what it looks like, but for everything that it does for you. Breathing into this, taking the biggest deep breath, holding it up at the top. A little bit more, a little bit more. Breathe in deeper, feeling this feeling of gratitude overwhelm your system. Flooding every cell, every piece and part of who you are. And big exhale, audible exhale. Big deep breath in again, breathing into this feeling of gratitude, flooding every piece and part of who you are. And maybe just checking in if you need to say sorry to any part of your body for ever judging it or critiquing it or being too hard on it for maybe the way it looks. Just saying I'm sorry. I'm sorry for ever judging you or being hypercritical of you. I'm sorry. But in this moment now, I see and feel, and I'm so grateful for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And now I want you to feel and see the energy that is all around you. Your energetic field that is a part of who you are. Not just your physical body, but your beingness. I want you to put this shield up and all around you. Imagine this white light coming all around you, shielding you with love and peace and guidance and protection. See and feel this white light. And if your body wants to sway, let it sway. See and feel this white light surrounding you, guiding you, protecting you. Helping you remember the safe, supportive, loving space that we've created here together today. See it, feel it. Now 10x it. We want you to shoot it out to the world and see the whole world surrounded by this white light. All of your loved ones, your communities, your family, your friends. The entire globe surrounded by this white light of love and gratitude, protection and guidance. Can you let in more? Can you let in more gratitude? Can you let in more love? Can you be here now in this moment together? Fully present, fully here. And as you continue to breathe and bask in this light, in this love, in this state of gratitude, you to see and feel maybe a younger version of you. A younger version of you that might have felt scared, that might have been deeply craving love that maybe they weren't getting. Can you see them right now, standing in front of you? And from this place where you have so much love, overflowing with gratitude and presence, can you just pick them up? Pick them up. Imagine that you're picking them up right now and then just giving them the biggest hug. Physically giving them the biggest hug. See them, feel them, hold them right now. Love them right now. Give them all of the love that they wish they had in that moment, that they deeply craved it. Hold them. Love them. Pour all of this love and light that you are filled with now and fill them up with it. See them looking at you with tears in their eyes, saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. Continue to hold them. Squeeze them so tight. And just let them know right now, say these words out loud with me. I love you. I got you. I know that you feel scared. I know that you didn't always get the love that you deeply craved. But I'm here now. And I got you. And I promise that I will never leave you again. I love you. You are safe now. I promise that I will always be here for you now. And if tears come, let them come. See them, feel them, love them, hold them. Be with them right now. And as you're in this moment of love, take a big deep breath. And now from this place, now that that little kid inside you feels loved and safe, I want you to go to a place in a time in the past, stress, anxiety, doubt, fear has been building up. I want you to let it build up right here in this safe space. Let it come in. Feel it. Embrace it. I want you to see it. We are going to deep breath together. We are going to physically start to breathe again, moving our arms again. I want you to shake and scream. I want you to shake your body, move your body, sway your body in whatever way you want. Closing your eyes, it doesn't matter what it looks like, it matters what it feels like. I want you to start to express some of that stress, that fear, that doubt, that anxiety, that anger, that rage. Can you breathe it out? Swaying your arms, letting it go. Whatever that looks like, build it up inside you. Let yourself feel it. And on the count of 3, we're going to scream together. We're going to build it up. I'm going to count down from 3, 2, 1. And I want you to scream out, yell out everything that might be holding you back, everything that might be still trapped inside of you. And we're going to shake and we're going to scream as loud as we can. Okay, we're building it up. Let it come. Let it boil. Let it rise to the surface. And 3, and 2, feel it all. Feel it all. And 1, scream it out, yell it out, let's go. Let it go. Let it out. I want you to scream it out. Keep screaming, keep shaking, let it all out. If you need to punch back, if you need to do like this, any sort of movement, like scream and yell and like you're fighting, you're hitting the bag, you're doing anything that's helping you release that anger, that rage, that stress, let it go. Physically see it leaving your body, continuing to scream and shout whatever that is in you, get it out. Anytime that you felt hurt, that you felt sad, that you felt like you weren't good enough, that you got any messages of limitation, scream it, yell it out. Right now, you are safe, you are loved. Scream, shake, yell, leave it into the ground. I want you to breathe up and in and drop it to the ground. Breathing up and in, stretch tall, and release. Stretch tall and release. One more time, I want you to make this big face like this. It's called a lion breath face. Let yourself get weird. Let yourself go. Ready? One more time. When we make this face and we scream and we yell, I want you to see all of that ick that's inside of you, whatever that looks like to you. For me, it feels like this gray cloud matter that's coming out. So ready? In 3, 2, 1, close your eyes and make this face and expression. Woo! One more time. I know it looks crazy, but it feels so good. Ready? And 3, 2, 1. Woo! Let yourself get back here. Maybe turning your head, shaking out your body, swelling your body. Woo! Any sounds that you want to make, any more releases you want to make. Letting it all go. Getting back to this place. Holding your heart, feeling your heart beating in your hands. Now we went through this practice of checking in with every piece and part of who we are, building up so much love and gratitude and presence. We also released a bunch of stuff that's been locked in there, and I want to continue to invite you to use these tools. And I hope that you played full out with me today, because again, I know it looks crazy, but when you're in a safe space by yourself or with supportive friends and family members, I hope that you fully allow yourself to process, to release, to get anything that is trapped inside of you out. Bring it out and get back to a place of love, groundedness, centeredness, alignedness. Bring it all in here. And in this place, you're going to ask yourself a powerful question. What kind of space am I creating for my soul to live in? Is it a judgmental, critical space? Or is it a supportive, empowering space? I hope that we are all creating a safe, supportive space for our souls to live in. I invite you to get more silly, more weird. Let yourself be fully expressed, because you are big and you are bold and you are beautiful and you are this incredible, unlimited being with the most amazing, divine potential inside of you. I hope that we all make a commitment right here, right now, to let it free, let it be expressed, to process anything that may come up throughout our lives, to feel it, to process it, and to release it, to express it, so that we can be the biggest, boldest, bravest, most divinely centered and aligned, connected versions of ourselves, so that we can all bring in Earth 2.0, starting with us. I love you. I thank you. And I'll see you soon.
Was this true integration or what?
Yeah, drop in the comments one word you feel right now. My word is joy, expansive. Oh my gosh, completely different energy after that.
She's a total joy and ball of light. And, you know, this is the great example. We went through some of the most important mental and emotional patterns in our life that most of us feel unconscious of. And this is what it's about. It's about shining the light into those areas where simply there's been darkness. And sometimes it's scary. And that's why bringing back to joy, bringing back to integration and grounding is the key. Now, we're super happy and excited to introduce the next speaker. This is when we're completing our main individual consciousness. And this person, well, I can say her name, I'll share it with you. Her name is Tatum Christina. She's changed our lives. And I know you started working with her first.
Yeah, we were led to her work originally when I was pregnant with Pixie. I think Pixie was requiring a certain frequency to be born into. And in order to not work through all of the loops and things that we've brought to this earth, we wanted to make sure that our karmic line was conscious and clear, and we were done working on some of those patterns before she came into this earth, so that she could come and really do the mission that she came here to do. So that led us to Tatum, and that unfolded so many beautiful things in our life. She works deeply in the Akashic records and past lives, and it's just been one of the craziest, most transformative journeys we've been on yet. And so we couldn't be more excited to welcome Tatum Christina as she guides us on the anatomy of the spirit and diving into the deepest blueprint of your soul. So here she is.
Hello, beautiful souls. I'm Tatum Christina, your guide today for the 12-month System Upgrade Series, Inspiring the Earth 2.0 Movement. I'm the owner of Akashic Alchemy, where I read and teach the Akashic Records as a soul realignment practitioner and facilitator. And today, I will be sharing with you about the anatomy of the Divine Soul Blueprint and the Akashic Records. So, what are the Akashic Records? First, it's important to know that Akasha actually is a Sanskrit word for spirit. So everything that we perceive through our five senses that's related to the physical and material world, it's what we taste and touch and smell and feel through those senses. This is what is known as the third dimension. But we are multi-dimensional beings. We have access to other realms of information, other dimensions that we can tap into and pull information into this physical realm. So when we talk about energy or we talk about spirit, this is actually our soul. Our soul has the ability to be read. And that is where I tune into the fifth dimension, aka the spirit realm. And this energy can be read very much like a book can be read. And your Divine Soul Blueprint becomes the way that I read that information through your chakra system. Okay, you have chakras that go along the spine. And these, we are these elaborate computer systems that sort of store information in those energy centers for us to read so that we can learn what's going on. A bit like a computer, you have programs running and tabs open and implants and things that are going on at a level of really being able to interpret that for another being, because we are spiritual beings having a physical human experience. And we know, science tells us that energy can't be created or destroyed. It can only change form. So even though this meat suit and this physical body may leave one day and when we die, our soul, our energy still remains. It still exists and can be read. And so I like to sort of bring that into not just the great library idea, but also, what is it like when you can access this divine database of information where it's like this Google search engine where you can type in somebody's name and a whole file of information pops up and you read through it in order to help somebody in their journey so that you can see where information is stored and what that's going to do to help them move forward today. So some of the things that you would discover from an Akashic record reading and clearing, the things that are important that I would want to know if I was getting a reading. This is going to be your soul blueprint information. So soul group of origin, where your soul comes from at its origin inception point. These are what some people would consider like starseed groups. There's many different soul groups. And the more common ones might be like Pleiades, Sirius, Arcturus. And each soul group has its own specific characteristics. Just like, if you come from a different country, let's say, like England, you might grow up drinking tea and having tea breaks and, following the royal family. Whereas in the US, it's more like coffee and Hollywood. These are characteristics that make you unique. So with the Sirius soul group, for instance, they like to organize things. They're very systems type people. They don't reinvent the wheel, but they do make the wheel stronger, rounder, faster. So they want to improve upon things that already exist. They have their creative energy works in a very specific way. Pleiadians are more like here to shake things up. They're the earth mover and shakers. They jump into things very quickly, head first, don't often think before they jump. And they're like big picture type people, but often have like difficult times implementing the steps to get to the big picture. And then you have like the Arcturian soul group, for example, where
They're very wisdom oriented people. They have a deep soul wisdom to offer that makes them a little more private. They tend to be the influencers behind the influencers. They want to really go deep into their soul spirituality. They tend to be a little more rebellious. They see the way that things are on this planet and in this realm, and they want to change things, but they want to change things in a way that because they don't necessarily agree with what societal norms would be, as school systems and marriage and things that have become widely accepted in society. Arcturians tend to want to change those things a lot. And so there's all different types of soul groups. I mean, there's over 20 of them. And, your soul has a very specific origin point that really gives an insight to what makes you you, just like a fingerprint. It's your divine soul blueprint. All souls have their own divine gift that they offer to the world, and sometimes more than one gift. But these gifts really tell us about the soul. For me, for example, my soul gifts are divine communication and divine truth, and these are associated with the different embodied chakras. When I do something like Akashic record readings or teach others about the Akashic records, this is really stepping into my personal divinity because it's allowing me to communicate with others, but it's also allowing me to communicate my truth with others. And so it sort of crosses my two gifts really beautifully. And so sometimes when we learn what our gifts are, we can really align with who we are at soul level in our job, in our occupation, in our lives in a whole new way. Oftentimes what I see from a lot of my clients is that there's a level of dissatisfaction in their lives from their jobs, from what they've spent so much of their lives doing. And it becomes, the more consciousness we bring into the situation, the more spiritual we become, the more we crave depth in our occupation, the more we crave doing our work in the world in a different way. And when we start to really align with our soul gifts, you get a different level of abundance coming into you because you're actually in alignment with the soul. And that's why I keep banging on about the soul realignment thing. This is a level of really honing in on what your soul is asking you to do. And sometimes if we're not listening to it, or we're tuning that out, or we're just grinding away at the day-to-day, everything in our lives gets really loud and uncomfortable because we're not listening to the soul. So we all have a level of blocks and restrictions that may be on our divine soul blueprint that are really preventing us from moving forward in a way that is aligned in our world. And when we don't know what those things are, it can be maddening because we're attracting in certain situations and circumstances and people into our lives, which may feel like it's actually on a loop. It's repeating itself. It's happening again and again, whether it's betrayal or, fill in the blank of what that looks like for you. But what happens is energy attracts this same energy. So if it's stored somewhere in your energy body, you will continue to attract those situations until you can address it and clear it, which comes through your consciousness and through a clearing in your record. So some of the things that could be coming up as blocks and restrictions that I see often are soul contracts. I mean, these are the things that are deeply rooted in our history. For example, soulmate contracts are a thing. This is where people say to me, oh, I want to find my soulmate, and I want to find my other person, and my soulmate, in my work, it can be a really tricky, sticky relationship because soulmate contracts actually are at a point in history where, two souls couldn't be together. And so circumstances prevented that from happening and all kinds of drama ensued after. And when you have a soulmate contract, it's you and I against the world, and I need you to survive and you need me, and a level of, unhealthy energetic enmeshment and codependency, which can really make a relationship complicated. And if you think about that even from a love triangle perspective, what that does when you have a soulmate contract with somebody who may not even be your spouse or who comes up in a situation for you to clear and heal that. Those are things that stop us from really being able to move forward in our journey in a healthy way. Vows that we might have taken in previous lifetimes. Vows of suffering can be really complex in an Akashic record because it actually shows up as physical issues in the body, you know, this constant fight or flight mode for survival, and the level with which, you know, we believed and suffered in other lifetimes, and it's still here with us now and attracting similar situations of suffering. Or silence, where you feel like you can't really speak into your truth because maybe you took a vow of silence. You know, maybe you were a Knights Templar in a past life. And I love how, you know, sometimes people do Akashic record readings and it gets so romantic. Oh, you were a knight and you were taking vows to keep this information quiet. Well, the thing is, it has to help you move forward in your journey today. And while it's great that you might have been a Knights Templar, when you know that it was a vow of silence that you took in that lifetime, that's actually a problem for you now, where you can't feel like you can speak your truth or be authentic to yourself, or like you're having to hide things. That shows up very differently in your world when it's cleared and healed because it's been brought to your consciousness and cleared from the record. You know, these are things that now you can actually step into your divinity and not be afraid to use your voice, not be afraid to speak up. So there's all kinds of things that could be considered blocks and restrictions, which might actually impact you on the physical level in a way that you didn't even realize. I mean, very common ones that I see in my practice, often women have issues with, say, breast cancer or rape. And these like sexual traumas and the things that happen where that energy, of course, gets stored from previous lifetimes, where we attract a situation to us where it has to be addressed. We don't often always understand the root of it. I mean, if somebody has breast cancer, it's really difficult to say, well, I created that breast cancer and I created it because I, in another lifetime and many lifetimes since, have been in toxic abusive relationships where I've perpetuated a level of being treated awfully and stayed in those relationships out of fear and overgiven and overextended and done everything for everybody else, but never for myself. And that level of overextending and overgiving and overdoing and staying in a toxic abusive relationship and taking that abuse can actually tear the heart chakra, which then manifests as something like breast cancer. And so when we understand that the physical ailments actually have an energetic root and we can trace it back to that root, it's a game changer. So these are the kinds of things that I really love to delve into when I do Akashic record reading and clearing, or when I teach others to do that, because this is where the juice is. This is where all that consciousness can really come up to be addressed, healed, cleared, transformed in a way that completely shifts your trajectory in your life. This work has been my most powerful transformation yet in my life. And I've done work for a lot of years in different capacities, but in terms of my children, in terms of my family, in terms of myself, and then witnessing what I've done for others in doing this work for many years now, I feel like it is the most, by far, transformational. And so I have a lot of passion for that. I have a lot of passion for the work itself, for teaching others, for really becoming your own authority, for not outsourcing our power to other people and other things to try and fix and heal us and get in these looping patterns that we often get into, where it's like we've tried everything, we've done everything, and the shifts aren't happening. And this is really about seeing and witnessing the actionable differences that can be made in your life once you have an Akashic record reading and clearing done. And the soul realignment modality has been the most impactful for me, which is why I do that and have done that in terms of readings, but also teaching. These are ways that are available to us to sort of tap in and tune in to our own intuitive abilities, our own capacity to really tune into other dimensions. Because as I said before, that information is available to us. We just have to know how to direct it. We have to know where we're going for it and what we need to extract out of it, the line of questioning and the things that are important for us to move forward in our journey today. Because we don't just want extraneous information. It's not important that, somebody was named Bertha and lived in Germany in 1453. It's more about what did you do in that lifetime that might have caused something to happen to stay on your Akashic record for as long as it has, like a vow or like a contract of some kind, which would actually be manifesting in your physical reality around you as not very positive results in your life. Because the idea is that you can shift out of that and attract abundance, which is actually what our souls are meant to attract. This is the soul's origin point, is an abundant and beautiful and highly conscious state as a soul. And so it's really going back to our origin point and taking away all the extraneous things that have impacted us and getting to the root. That's why the work is important to me. That's why I want to share it with you. And there are different ways to do that. I'm going to start with one of them. Muscle testing, pendulum dowsing. These are ways that you can kind of introduce yourself into that place of tapping into your higher self and your intuition. So I'm going to teach you how to do that now. I'm going to teach you how to use a tool to tune into your intuition, to your higher self, to your soul. There's different ways we can do this. Muscle testing is one version. I actually prefer pendulum dowsing to muscle testing. It's much more clean and easy for me to do it that way. So that's the version I'm going to share with you. So this handy little tool is a pendulum. Okay, it's basically just, usually there's some kind of crystal at the end of the pendulum. And the way that you hold it is just over your 4 fingers, okay? And you let it dangle, basically just like that. Now, you can't just start asking questions. It actually has to be programmed first. And you're not asking the pendulum questions. The pendulum does not have consciousness. It is an inanimate object. It doesn't have an opinion. It is not talking to you. You are communicating with your higher self. So you are programming this tool to communicate with your higher self. So the way that I like to start this, my pendulum is already programmed. So I'm going to say, show me a yes. So my pendulum is programmed to go in a clockwise motion with yes, which is currently doing now. And this is really hard to see on a video or on a screen, but you'll be able to do this in your own way. So then I ask, show me a no. Now the pendulum is swinging in a counterclockwise motion, which is the way that I programmed it. So that's the way that I want it to go. And you have to have a very clear frame of reference. If your pendulum starts to swing right to left, and you decide that that is your yes, you need to write that down and take a note of that. It doesn't have to be my way, but I'm telling you what my way is. And so for me, it's clockwise, and then it's counterclockwise with a no. And then the next question, well, the next program I want to give to it is to show me what maybe is. And for me, that's up and down, directly up and down. Now, I also have another version where I can say, ask or rephrase or ask again. And that is a right to left motion for me. Okay. So what this does is it becomes a clear frame of reference for you. And that's why I say to write it down, whatever direction you're programming your pendulum, you are the one in control of that process. So you want to write things down like clockwise is yes, counterclockwise is no, up and down is maybe, left to right is rephrase. You may have to ask a question again. So those are the simple, easy directions that you work with the pendulum on. And then you can start to ask questions where once it's programmed, you know, I'm programming this pendulum to my higher self. So any information I'm receiving now would be from my higher self. And you can ask it some silly questions like, is the wall behind me pink? And it's starting to show me a no. Is my hair green? And it's going to show me, no, it's not green. Is my hair red? And it's showing me a yes. So you could start with very basic line of questioning like that, and then get into some more questions. Like you want to test and make sure that your own frame of reference is clear. Okay. Because when I say frame of reference, I'm talking about what you know to be true. You could say, is the sky blue? And like today, it's actually raining and gray out. And you could get a yes for, is the sky blue? Because sometimes it is. So you just want to be clear about what you're asking. It should be clear enough to you to get some very decisive and concise information from the records. So yes or no questions. If you get like a maybe, then what I would do is switch the way that you're asking the question, or even if you get reframe, same thing. You really just want to be clear for yourself on the questions that you're trying to get information about, and what you're receiving in return, and make sure that's very clear in your own mental frame of reference.
the time keeps on going forward, we've got two transitional lectures that are coming in next. And the reason why is we could not put something more important than to tie all of the first patterns together. I've been in this journey, and for me specifically, I've had this unregulated nervous system, and I didn't even realize that half of my issues in a physical health were from the dysregulations.
And actually, our nervous systems are shaped by the time that we're the age of 7. So this may be something that you're totally not even conscious of, on how your nervous shaped from the beginning and synced with your parents and co-regulation and all these different things. So this is like one of the most important parts of this whole entire summit. And so with that, we really want you to be able to retain and hold this new frequency. And the most important part of that is making sure your nervous system feels safe and relaxed and grounded so that you can build and expand. So with that, we're going to welcome Alyssa Blue and Mike McPherson from Align Mat, and they're here to explore the most important idea of all of this, and that is the biology of safety. So we're going to hop into that now.
Hi, this is Alyssa Blue.
And Mike McPherson.
For the 12-month System Upgrade Series Inspiring the Earth 2.0 movement. Today, we will be sharing on the biology of safety, how grounding reprograms stress, energy, and presence. I'm a former aerospace engineer turned functional diagnostic nutritionist. Following a health crisis that forced me to leave my career field, I lovingly call myself a recovering type A and hope to share some easy but profound tools that help me on my healing journey to regulate my nervous system and find peace in my own body.
And I'm a born medical intuitive and energy healer who suffered from mental and emotional imbalances, such as severe anxiety and depression. I turned to Western Med, where I was put on countless medications with no avail. I was able to fully heal myself with all different types of modalities, but I give most of my credit to frequency-based medicine.
I want to start with something personal, as this is a big part of my story, and I justified it as normal. It's a simple question, but be honest with yourself. Do you feel truly rested when you wake up in the morning? Not just fine or managing, but genuinely restored, whole, ready. Do you feel like you're running on fumes most days, a little wired, a little tired, a little foggy? Maybe you sleep, but you don't feel like you've actually rested. If that's you, you're not alone and you're not broken. There's a story happening inside your body, and once you understand it, you can rewrite it.
Today, we're going to be talking about three things. First, we're going to look at what chronic stress is actually doing to your body, the biology of burnout, not to scare you, but to empower you, because you can't heal what you don't understand. Then we're going to talk about the stressors you know and the ones you might not even have considered, including something invisible that most of us are bathed in 24-hour period a day.
And finally, this is the part I'm most excited about. We're going to talk about something ancient, free, and deeply healing, the earth beneath your feet. We're going to talk about grounding. What we have to share will only take a few minutes for you to learn, but if something lands for you, I hope it stays with you much longer than that.
Let's start by honoring what your body has already been doing for you, because the stress response isn't a mistake. It's not a design flaw. It's actually one of the most intelligent systems in all of nature. When your brain perceives a threat, notice, I said perceives, not knows for certain, it activates an incredible cascade. Your amygdala fires, your hypothalamus sends a signal down to your adrenal glands. Cortisol and adrenaline floods your bloodstream. Your heart rate climbs, your pupils dilate, your muscles tighten, your mind focuses like a laser. In a genuine emergency, pulling a child out of traffic, escaping from a burning building, this system can actually save your life. It's an exquisite engineering.
But here's where it gets complicated. That system evolved for short bursts. Run from the predator, fight off the threat, then rest, recover, return to safety. We're meant to adapt to stressors. The problem is not the alarm. The problem is that the alarm never turns off. Because in 2026, the threats are no longer predators. They're notifications, traffic, bills, emails, deadlines. And your nervous system, which hasn't been updated since the Stone Age, can't tell the difference. So it stays on all the time.
Now let's talk about your cortisol. You probably heard of it, the stress hormone, but most people don't understand how extraordinary it actually is. Your adrenal gland, these tiny walnut-sized glands sitting on top of your kidneys, produce cortisol. In a crisis, cortisol is a lifesaver. It acts like a natural painkiller. It floods your muscles with energy. It sharpens your focus. Even if you've been in an accident, it felt strangely calm in the first moments. That's your cortisol protecting you. Your body wants you to survive first, feel later. This is your body's innate wisdom.
But, and this took me years to understand about what was happening inside my body and why I'm so passionate now about helping others to not have to endure the years of pain without answers as I did. When cortisol stays elevated for months, years in many cases, the biology flips. The same hormone that once protected you from pain now amplifies it. Your pain sensitivity increases, your immune system weakens, your inflammatory markers climb. Did you know that 90% of doctor's visits today are linked in some way to stress? And here's something to consider. Your body doesn't know the difference between a physical threat and an emotional one. Worrying about money creates the same cortisol spike as being chased by a tiger, which means every anxious thought, chemically speaking, is a small emergency. Your body is not failing you. It's doing exactly what it was designed to do. It's just doing it too much, for too long, with no rest.
I want to dive into a body part getting a lot of attention these days, and for good reason too. The vagus nerve, the longest nerve in your body. It starts at the base of your brainstem and wanders. That's what it actually means. Vagus, wandering. Down through your throat, to your heart, your lungs, your digestive system, all the way to your gut. It's your main highway of your parasympathetic nervous system. You've heard of fight or flight. That's your sympathetic nervous system, the gas pedal. The vagus nerve is the brake. It's your body's built-in reset button. And in chronic stress, that brake barely works anymore. When you're stuck in sympathetic overdrive, when the alarm is always on, everything suffers. Your digestion, your sleep, your hormones, your ability to heal, I go on and on. Nervous system regulation is not a luxury. It's a foundation of health. And the good news, the truly good news, is that you can activate your vagus nerve with intention, your breath, your voice, frequency, with connection, and with the earth. We'll all come back to that.
Let me describe something and see if it resonates. You're exhausted all day, foggy, dragging. Coffee doesn't help the way it used to. Then you finally get into bed and your brain turns on. Racing thoughts, replaying conversations, worrying about tomorrow. You check your phone, you stare at the ceiling. And by the time you fall asleep, it's too late to get real rest. Does that sound familiar? You're not alone. And it's what we fondly called the wired and tired trap. It's not a personal failure. It's biology. When your nervous system perceives ongoing threat, it suppresses sleep. Because sleep, evolutionarily, is when your body is most vulnerable. Your body wants you to be alert. It doesn't want you vulnerable when it thinks you're in danger. So you end up exhausted, but wired. Cortisol stays elevated during the day, and when you want to rest, at night, it's too high to let you drop into deep restorative sleep. Poor sleep raises cortisol. High cortisol worsens sleep. The cycle feeds itself. And sleep is when your body heals itself most effectively. It's when you repair tissue, consolidate memories, regulate hormones, dump histamines, reset your immune system. Chronic stress doesn't just disrupt sleep, it robs you of your deepest recovery.
So now we understand what stress does. Let's talk about where it's coming from. And I want to go beyond the obvious because there's something most people aren't talking about. We all know the mental and emotional stressors, work pressure, finance, relationship friction, doom scrolling on social media, the 24-hour news cycle. These are real and they're stacking on your nervous system every single day. But there's a whole category of invisible stressors that most people never consider. And one in particular we believe to be the most significant unseen health consequence in our modern lifetime. Think back to the 1960s. Cigarette smoke was everywhere. Offices, restaurants, airplanes, people's homes. Doctors even promoted smoking to pregnant women. The science on harm was emerging, much of which was suppressed from the public. So most of us had no idea. And because it was so normalized, many people ignored it for decades. Electromagnetic radiation is this generation's secondhand smoke. except you can't see it, you can't smell it, and there's almost nowhere you can escape from it.
Right now, you are surrounded by Wi-Fi signals. Your phone is constantly pinging cell towers. If you drive an electric vehicle, you sit inside significant electromagnetic fields from the battery packs. Outside, 5G, which is 9 orders of magnitude higher than any other native frequencies we've evolved with. This infrastructure is being installed at a density we've never been exposed to, let alone lived with before. This isn't science fiction. This is the invisible reality of modern life.
Here's why this matters. EMF exposure acts as a biological stressor. For most, it doesn't perceptibly feel like a stress, but at cellular level, the body responds to EMF exposure similarly to how it responds to chronic stress, with recent studies proving the immune system mounts a defense similar to how it would protect against pathogens.
Melatonin production, the hormone that governs your sleep cycles, master antioxidant, the natural counterbalance to cortisol, is suppressed by EMF exposure, lending to increased cellular oxidative stress and disruption of your natural circadian rhythm. Heart rate variability, which is one of the best markers of nervous system resilience and our body's innate ability to cope with stressors, decreases.
Your cell phone is held against your body for hours a day. Your Wi-Fi router may be in your bedroom, broadcasting all night, interfering with your sensitive brainwaves. While your body is trying to repair itself, you're sleeping, or at least trying to. Inside that DNA-damaging electromagnetic soup, think of EMF exposure as invisible, low-grade stress that is stacking on top of everything else your body is managing. The bucket still fills faster than you think, and when it overflows, that's when symptoms show up.
Some stress is good for us. Acute stress, short bursts with recovery. That makes us stronger, and that's hormesis. The problem is chronic, unrelenting stress with no recovery. We're not trying to eliminate all stress. We're trying to restore rhythm. Challenge, then rest. Stress, then recovery. That's where resilience lives. Okay, we've given you a lot to carry, and I don't want you to leave feeling heavy. I want you to be empowered, because what we're about to share with you is ancient, free, scientifically validated, and profound healing. Let's talk about grounding, also called earthing, meaning direct physical contact between your body and the surface of the earth. Bare feet on grass, hands in soil, sitting on the ground. It sounds almost too simple to matter, but the research is remarkable.
Here's what's happening. The earth has a subtle negative electric charge. Your body, especially when stressed, builds up a positive charge from free radicals and inflammation. When you make direct contact with the earth, no rubber soles, concrete foundations, no barrier, electron flow from the ground into your body, it's literally exchange of charge.
Every single cell in our body is like a little battery, so that electron transfer has measurable effects. Studies show that grounding rapidly reduces blood viscosity, which means your blood flows more fluidly through your body, and your heart doesn't have to work as hard. Grounding lowers cortisol significantly. One study showed a 50% reduction in cortisol after just 1 hour of grounding. It shifts the autonomic nervous system towards parasympathetic dominance, which means your vagus nerve activates and your body starts to rest.
Grounding reduces chronic inflammation, which is a root of most modern disease. It improves sleep quality and duration. It normalizes circadian rhythms, partly because grounding affects melatonin production. It reduces pain. People with chronic pain who start grounding report measurable, sometimes dramatic relief. The earth is not just a surface. It is a medicine, and it's free. We evolved in constant contact with the earth, bare feet, sleeping on the ground, hands in the dirt. In the last 100 years, we've insulated ourselves completely. Rubber soles, synthetic floors, bed raises off the ground, buildings that disconnect us from electromagnetic field of the planet we evolved on. And we wonder why we're inflamed, exhausted, and anxious. Grounding is not woo-woo. It's physics. It's biology. And it works.
So let's talk about what this looks like in real life, because I don't want you to just know this. I want you to do this. First, start with grounding. Start with 20 minutes a day of barefoot contact on the earth. It means grass, soil, sand, or rocks. Even concrete can work if it's unsealed because it conducts charge. If you can't get outside, you can use grounding mats or resident PEMF mats indoors. They plug into a grounding port of an electrical outlet and allow electron transfer even inside. The best time? First thing in the morning. It helps reset your circadian rhythm. Or right before bed. It lowers cortisol and activates your parasympathetic system so you can actually sleep. Gardening counts, walking barefoot counts, sitting in the ground with your hands in the grass counts. The simpler, the better.
Second, create an EMF reduced white space in your bedroom. This is where your body does its deepest repair. Make it sacred. Get a remote that turns off your Wi-Fi router completely at night. You don't need it while you sleep. That's one action that eliminates one of the largest EMF exposures in your homes.
Put your phone in airplane mode, or better yet, leave it in another room. Remove smart devices from the bedroom, anything that transmits. Swap LED lights for incandescents. No smart speakers or TVs near where you sleep. They're broadcasting constantly. If you work from home, consider using wired Ethernet instead of Wi-Fi during your work hours. $20 of cable, massive reduction in exposure.
And here's a powerful combination. Ground yourself before bed and sleep in an EMF white space. The synergy is profound. Your nervous system gets a double reset. Electrons from the earth flowing in, electromagnetic noise quieted down. People report the deepest sleep they've ever had in years. You will have access to a handout, a simple guide with all this and more. Grounding practices, EMF reduction tips, vagal nerve activation techniques, things you can do today.
I want you to leave with this. Your exhaustion is not a character flaw. Your brain fog is not inevitable. Your pain is not just something you have to live with. Your body has been working so hard to keep you safe in an environment it was never designed for, and it is not broken. What I want you to know deeply is that you have more power than you think. The earth is beneath your feet. Your breath is always with you. Your nervous system can be retrained, and small, simple practices, disconnecting from all of the devices and reconnecting you back to our nature, can create profound shifts. You don't need to buy anything. You don't need to fix yourself. You just need to remember that you are nature. You belong on the earth, and it's time for you to come home.
We hope you make some time to get grounded, even if it feels strange at first, and give your body the rest that it's been begging for. Thank you for being here, sharing time and space with us. Thank you for listening, and thank you for caring enough about yourself to explore Earth 2.0.
So huge thanks to Alyssa and Mike. There are these other incredible couple that have totally embodied the Earth 2.0 lifestyle. And we cannot be more thankful for all of their support because, as you could see, they have built some of the most incredible tools, protocols, and powerful products. So I highly suggest for you, just check it out in the chat box if you want to learn more how to keep that safety in your own home. So that way we wake up every morning and we jump on it. I do my breath work.
We're actually standing on it right now.
Yep, we actually standing on it because it's grounding us. And it's that important piece, and that's why they're here.
Yeah, Alyssa and Mike remind us that safety is biological and that reconnecting with the earth is actually essential, and it helps restore our regulation. And sometimes we're in a modern environments where we don't have the earth necessarily, and that's why these tools that we're bringing to you are so important at bringing in that concept into our modern lives. So with that, we're also going to bring to you a man-made problem that we now have a solution to, which is EMF, a stressor on our biology, but there are so many ways to mitigate that safely. So with that, we're going to go into an EMF masterclass from our next speaker, R. Blank.
Hi, this is R. Blank for the 12-month system upgrade series, Inspiring the Earth 2.0 movement. Today I'll be sharing on the invisible stressor that is undermining your health work and what you can do about it. There is a form of energy all around you right now that research shows affects your nervous system, your sleep, and your cellular health. It's called EMF, or electromagnetic field radiation. It comes from your phone, your Wi-Fi, your laptop, the wiring in your walls. In fact, it comes from everything that runs on power and everything that communicates wirelessly. These are exposures that simply didn't exist anywhere on Earth until even 200 years ago. These are exposures our biologies didn't evolve with. And if you're doing serious work on your health, and since you're here, I know that you are, this is very likely the one piece you haven't looked at. Not because you don't care, because it's invisible. Let me show you what I mean. This is the spectrum of electromagnetic radiation. Right in the center, we have visible light. That's right, visible light is a form of EMF. Then to the right of visible light, you have ionizing radiation, things like X-rays, gamma rays. Everyone knows this stuff is super dangerous, even in very, very small doses. Then to the left of visible light, you have non-ionizing radiation, things like radio frequency and microwave. That's the type of EMF that I'm talking about here. For most of human history, the only non-ionizing EMF humans were ever exposed to came from the sun, from lightning, and from the Earth's own magnetic field. And for hundreds of years, it was considered to be biologically inert. It was supposed to be safe. Then came the light bulb and the power grid. Then radio, television, cell phones, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, all of these technologies, anything that runs on electric power or communicates wirelessly are sources of EMF. And now we live in a world where everything is wireless. Our speakers, our thermostats, our doorbells. The number of sources of EMF in our environment has exploded. And because this energy is invisible, it can be hard to appreciate just how much of it surrounds us. Children today are growing up in a sea of radiation that is orders of magnitude greater than what existed even a generation ago. Now, most of you watching this are doing real work on your health. You're optimizing your nutrition, your movement, your sleep, your nervous system. But there is a very good chance that EMF is the one thing you haven't addressed. And that's not because you're not paying attention. It's because nobody told you to look. Unfortunately, as over a century of science now clearly demonstrates, that assumption was wrong. This isn't speculation. This isn't fringe. There are thousands of peer-reviewed, published studies on the biological effects of EMF. My father, Dr. Martin Blank, a professor at Columbia University, spent his career studying what electromagnetic fields do to living cells. He was one of the contributors to the Bioinitiative report, the largest independent review of EMF science ever compiled. That report examined thousands of studies across every major biological system. And what they found should concern anyone who cares about their health. Let's start with your nervous system, because that's why most of you are here. The entire system upgrade is about resetting and optimizing the way your body responds to the world. Your nervous system is your operating system. The Bioinitiative report reviewed over 1,600 studies on EMF and the nervous system, and 78% of those studies found significant biological effects. Let me say that again. 1,600 studies, 78% of them showed negative biological effects of EMF on your nervous system. What kind of effects? Let me put this in terms that matter for you. The research shows that EMF exposure can chronically activate your sympathetic nervous system, your fight or flight response. Not for minutes, not during an acute stressor. We're talking about continuously, for as long as you are exposed. And in today's world, you are always exposed. And to be clear, the science shows that these effects start 465 billion times lower than what current safety standards permit. Let me say that one more time. EMF's effects on the nervous system start at exposure levels 465 billion times lower than what current EMF safety standards permit. Think about what that means for the work you're doing. You're showing up for the breath work, the somatic practices, the meditation. You're investing real time and real effort into downregulating your nervous system, into teaching your body that it is safe to rest. And there may be an invisible force in your environment, one that nobody told you about, activating your stress response around the clock, working against everything you are doing. For anyone doing serious nervous system work, this may be the single most important variable you haven't accounted for. And then there's your sleep. This is where it gets personal because sleep is where your body does its deepest repair work, and EMF quietly undermines it. The research on EMF and sleep is striking. Studies show that EMF from your phone and your Wi-Fi router can delay the amount of time it takes you to fall asleep. It can reduce your deep sleep, the most restorative phase, by up to 23%. And it can suppress your body's production of melatonin, the hormone that regulates your entire sleep-wake cycle. Melatonin isn't just a sleep hormone, by the way. It's also one of your body's most powerful antioxidants. When melatonin production is suppressed, you lose both sleep quality and a critical line of cellular defense. So if you've been optimizing your diet, your exercise, your evening routine, you've cut the caffeine, you've dimmed the lights, and you're still not sleeping the way you should, this can be the missing piece. Not a supplement, not a protocol, an environmental factor that nobody told you to look for. Now, at the cellular level, the numbers are even more striking. Oxidative stress is a key mechanism behind the damage. It's what happens when your cells are overwhelmed by reactive oxygen species, free radicals, faster than your body can neutralize them. It's the same process that drives chronic inflammation, premature aging, and cellular breakdown. And it's what connects the nervous system effects, the sleep disruption, the melatonin suppression. All of it traces back to oxidative stress at the cellular level. And 91% of studies reviewed by the Bioinitiative report showed that EMF exposure increases oxidative stress. 91%. At that number, that's not a contested finding. That's an overwhelming consensus in the research. So let me bring this together. EMF is invisible, but its effects are not. Your nervous system's stuck in overdrive. Sleep that won't restore you despite everything you've tried. Chronic inflammation that won't resolve. These aren't personal failings. They can be the signature of an environmental stressor that nobody taught you to look for. And here's the thing that I find most important. You don't have to take my word for any of this. These aren't my studies. This is peer-reviewed, published research. Thousands of studies conducted by scientists at universities and research institutions around the world, compiled and analyzed by independent experts. The data is there for anyone willing to look. Now, here's the part I'm most excited to share with you, because this is where you get your power back. The most effective form of EMF protection doesn't cost a thing. It comes down to two simple rules. Rule number one, minimize your use of EMF emitting technology. This doesn't mean throwing your phone away. It means being intentional about which devices are on and when. Do you really need your Wi-Fi running while you sleep? Does your Bluetooth need to be on all day? Small conscious choices add up to a significant reduction in your exposure. Rule 2, maximize the distance between your body and the source. And this is one most people don't realize, because EMF doesn't just get weaker with distance, it gets weaker exponentially with distance. Every time you double the distance between your body and the source of EMF, say a cell phone, the power of that exposure drops by 75%. So if you take your cell phone and move it from 1 inch away from your body to 2 inches away from your body, the power of that exposure just dropped by 75%. Every single inch matters. Moving your phone from your pocket to a bag, massive reduction. Moving your laptop from your lap to a desk, massive reduction. Keeping your phone across the room instead of on your nightstand, massive reduction. So let me give you 4 specific things you can do starting tonight. Number 1, stop sleeping with your phone, or at the very least, put it in airplane mode. 90% of young adults sleep with the phone on or next to their bed. That's 6 to 9 hours of continuous exposure every single night with absolutely no benefit. Turn it off or move it across the room. This one alone can meaningfully reduce your nighttime EMF exposure and will almost certainly improve your sleep. Number 2, stop carrying your phone in your pocket or your bra. When your phone is in your pocket, there is 0 distance between it and your body. You are getting a maximum possible exposure from that device. And keep in mind, your phone isn't just one source of EMF. It's transmitting the cell signal, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, data, all at once. Cell phone manufacturers themselves, in the fine print, warn you not to carry it against your body. The best solution is to carry it in a bag or set it down nearby, but not on your body. Number 3, never use your laptop in your lap. I know they call them laptops, but some manufacturers, Dell for example, actually tell you in the fine print to keep a distance of 20 centimeters, that's almost 8 inches, between the thing that's called a laptop and your body. Laptops emit both radio frequency radiation from Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, as well as extremely low frequency radiation from the power supply. Always use it on a desk or a table. Always. And number 4, this is the simplest one of all. Turn your Wi-Fi router off before you go to bed. You don't need Wi-Fi while you're asleep. Your router emits radio frequency radiation 24 hours a day, bathing your home in EMF even when no one is using it. Just turn it off at night or put it on a timer. Your nighttime EMF exposure drops dramatically and it costs you nothing. Now, those 4 tips are genuinely the most powerful things you can do. Behavioral change is legitimately your first and strongest line of defense against EMF. But let's be honest, sometimes you can't change the behavior. Sometimes you need your phone in your pocket because it has to be on and you have no bag. Sometimes you need to work with your laptop on your lap because you're traveling. Sometimes you can't turn off the Wi-Fi because it's not your home and somebody else needs it. That's where the second line of defense comes in. And this is where I need to be very direct with you. There is a massive market of so-called EMF protection products out there. Stickers you put on your phone, pendants you wear around your neck, chips you stick on your router. I need you to know the vast majority of that stuff does not work at all. There is no published science behind it. There are no actual scientific principles that could explain it. It's snake oil, and it actually makes the problem worse because it gives you a false sense of security while doing nothing to reduce your actual exposure. That's why I built Shield Your Body. Every product we make and sell uses real laboratory-tested shielding materials. We publish the test results. You can read them yourself. Our shielding is based on the same science that's been used in military and industrial applications for centuries. Faraday cage principles. It's not magic, it's physics. I'm not going to run through a product list here. That's not what this talk is about. But I do feel it's important for you to know that real science-backed EMF protection exists. And if you ever need it, Shield Your Body is the place I built specifically to provide it. We exist to help you reduce your exposure with education, honest information, and real products that actually work. And you can learn more at shieldyourbody.com. Before I close, I want to do something with you. Right now. I don't want this to just be information. I want it to be a moment of change. So here's what I'd like you to do. Where is your phone right now? Is it in your pocket? On the desk right next to you? On your lap? Now, move it. Put at least an arm's length away from your body. If it's in your pocket, take it out and set it down. If it's on your nightstand tonight, move it to the other side of the room. That's it. That's not a metaphor. That is real, measurable reduction in your EMF exposure. And you just did it. And it took 3 seconds. This is what I mean when I say the best EMF protection is free. It's not complicated. It's awareness, followed by a small, conscious choice. I want to leave you with this. EMF is real. It's everywhere. And it's not going away. But you are not powerless here. You know something that most people, even people doing serious health work, don't. You know that there is an invisible stressor in your environment that affects your nervous system, your sleep, and your cellular health. And now you know what to do about it. Turn off your Wi-Fi at night. Move your phone away from your body. These are small choices, but they are real, they are powerful, and they are yours. If you want to go deeper, you can find me at shieldyourbody.com, where we have hundreds of articles, thousands of studies, a podcast, and everything you need to start reducing your exposure today. Thank you for your time, and thank you for being a part of the System Upgrade.
Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Imagine there's a big rainbow above you with colors that make you smile.
now we're actually starting to move into the collective field. We could not ask for anyone better that understands this powerful, what they call the soul sync meditation that has been changing millions of people around the world. And we have the honor to have Sri Predaji here today that is going to be bringing us back into the state of the we.
Yeah, so let's all sink in. We will bring it over to Shri. We're going to close our eyes and meet you in the collective.
Let's go back into that.
Namaste. Glad to be at the System Upgrade Summit with all of you. Whatever you're doing, please take a pause and be with me. Let us together delve into a deeper understanding of what stress really is and how you can end it. I'm here to teach you the art and science of dissolving stress, no matter why it is arising, no matter from where it is arising, and no matter for how many years it has had its grip on you. Imagine life like mountain climbing. If you carry a 10-kilo pack on your back, the first few minutes are fine. And after an hour, your body begins to ache. After 3 hours, pain becomes unbearable. The longer you carry the weight, the heavier it feels. Stress works the same way. 10 minutes of anxiety is draining. An hour of it is exhausting. A day of it begins to distort your thinking. A month changes your personality. A year reshapes your identity. And a decade of it, people no longer recognize who you are. I have taught millions of people across the world this insight that any point of time you're either in a stressful state or you live in a beautiful state. There is no third state. And the most important decision you will make in life is from which state you want to process the challenges of your life. You must prioritize to dissolve stress. You must prioritize to learn to live in a beautiful inner state. It is only when you live with a stress-free consciousness you can truly make a difference to yourself. You can make a huge difference to the world around you. So what is a stressful inner state? Conventionally, stress is understood as body-mind's response to pressured situations. Let us expand this further. Anger, frustration, loneliness, sadness, fear, anxiety, insecurity. These are all stressful inner states. These stressful inner states simply don't allow you to live, allow you to experience life. Chronic stress doesn't just exhaust you, it erodes you, it distorts your perception. It hurts your relationships, it hurts your sense of self. Stress lives in inner conflict between thoughts and emotions, between past memories and present moments, between who you are and who you think you must be. So can you recognize which is your stressful state today? And as we explore into the stressful states, you must remember there is no shame, there is no stigma in going through fear or anxiety, guilt or jealousy. This is a part of life as a human being. The arising of these states does not make you into a weak human being, but you have to dissolve these stressful states quickly, easily, so that you don't allow it to take root in you. I want to lead you into the experience instead of just lecturing about a beautiful state. And that is where the soul sync meditation comes in. Soul sync meditation is a magnificent meditation practice to dissolve stress, to nurture a beautiful state of being, allowing you to experience calm, love, gratitude, and courage. This meditation allows you to activate your parasympathetic nervous system, where you feel calm and concentrated, focused, attentive, and yet you're very relaxed. It takes you into a beautiful state of feeling one, from where you can actually manifest your heartfelt intentions. There are 6 stages to soul sync. The first stage of soul sync, you engage in 8 conscious breaths. As you move from one breath to the other breath, I want you to keep your count of your breaths with the touch of your fingers. It's natural for the mind to wander away, but I want you to bring your focus back and continue with the meditation. By the time you finish the first stage in soul sync, your parasympathetic nervous system is fully active. In the second stage of the soul sync, you take deep breaths in, and upon exhaling, you produce a humming sound resembling that of a bee at a very low pitch. And as you create this sound, it is essential to listen with complete and total attention. And this practice activates your Agnya chakra, contributing to a profound spiritual experience. The humming action also triggers the release of nitric oxide from your sinuses, inducing a profound sense of relaxation throughout your body. Additionally, it has a positive impact on your heart muscles, slowing down your pulse rate and guiding you into a very deep state of relaxation. The third stage of soul sync, your focus shifts to observing the brief pause that naturally arises between inhalation and exhalation. And during this practice, you engage in 8 cycles of breath, paying close attention to this pause. As you immerse yourself in this process, you'll gradually notice a calming effect on your thoughts. This experience is both serene and it's also very ritually enriching. During the fourth stage of the soul sync, you synchronize your breath with the internal chant or the external chant, whichever you're comfortable with. You will chant aham, which means I am the limitless consciousness. In this space, you repeat the mantra again for 8 cycles. In doing so, you transcend your limited self and you recognize the existence as an infinite consciousness. And this stage elevates your meditation experience from mere tranquility to profound expansion. The fifth stage of the soul sync, envision your body expanding into radiant light, merging with a vast field of consciousness. Picture everything around you, the floor, the table, the people, everything expanding into the unified field of consciousness. This can be felt or simply contemplated. With this expansive consciousness field, a profound sense of interconnectedness prevails. All things exist as one, without separation or division. Here the boundaries between thought and matter, desire and reality, they blur, they harmonize into a singular unified field of consciousness. In the sixth stage, immerse yourself in your heartfelt intention, one of it. Feel it as though it is unfolding in the present moment. Engage all your senses to experience the manifestation of this intention. See it, hear it, smell it, touch it, taste it, and also feel it. Let the future become a tangible reality in the present moment. After completing your soul sync, proceed to take an action in alignment with your intention. Let us begin. Close your eyes. Be seated with your spine erect. Hold your head straight. Place your palms facing skywards on your thighs. Allow your breath to become slow. Now take 8 conscious breaths. Count your breath with the touch of your thumb and your fingers on both your hands, one after the other. The next 8 cycles of breath. Inhale, exhaling, make a humming sound that would vibrate your head. For the next 8 cycles of breath, bring attention to the tiny little pause that happens between inhalation and exhalation. For the next 8 cycles of breath, inhale, exhaling, chant Aham. Now bring a gentle touch between your thumb and your index finger on both your hands. Allow your breath to become calm and slow. See yourself expanding into light. Everything around you becoming light. The floor, the walls, the trees, the sky. Everything becoming one in the unitary field of consciousness. this space. Hold one heartfelt intention of yours. See it become a reality. Feel the joy of this intention manifesting in your life. Allow your hearts to move into a space of deep gratitude for the blessing that you received. Take a deep breath and slowly open your eyes. Remember, freedom from stress is not a luxury. It is not a lifestyle choice, but it is the most urgent human need. Live from a beautiful inner state. Namaste.
Welcome back. I hope you imagined that this is the state that we're all stepping into. This is a choice, and this is why they created a beautiful practical meditation that we highly suggest. We've done it many times with our kids as well.
This
We've
is
read,
one of our favorite meditations.
yeah, we've read their book, and they work with they work on the other side of our world, and that was one of our also thoughts and ideas. We want to merge the East with the West, and so we're gonna see Shri a lot more in the future recordings as well, because we are all on the same path. Not just here in America where we are, but everywhere.
It's called Earth 2.0 because we're all on the same Earth, okay?
We are Earth citizens, and this is what I'm saying, and this is what we're saying, is like coming from just the me, I, the individual, into the we, I, as a collective, and that's exactly where we're gonna head next.
Well, so again, before you head next, drop one word how you're feeling now in the chat. For me, I'm feeling connected. What about you?
Bombastic.
Is that even a word?
I made it.
Okay. So next, so now we've moved into the we. And so part of the we is our environment, our relation to the earth, all of the things that connect us together. And so we've got Darren Oline coming up next, and he'll be talking all on environment.
Hi, my name's Darren Oline. For the 12-month system upgrade series, Inspiring the Earth 2.0 movement, today I'll be sharing about creating a healthy environment. That means clean air, water, food, personal care items in a microplastic-filled world. So what does that look like, creating a healthy environment? Let's take a deep breath and let's dive in. Now consider this. The breath you just took likely carried microplastics, industrial chemicals, combustion byproducts, synthetic fragrances, and you didn't choose them. You didn't consent to them, yet they entered your body anyway. This is the modern day paradox. We live in the most technologically advanced society in human history, yet we are surrounded by conveniences that quietly and certainly can erode our health. I wrote a book called Fatal Conveniences, where I really deeply explored these conveniences that might have an edge. These are simple, but it's uncomfortable to understand this. So I understand. What I'm about to talk about, maybe some of you know about, but maybe other of you have not fully acknowledged. Many of these things designed to make our lives, quote unquote, easier are and quite possibly slowing us down and even making us more sick. So today's conversation is not about fear. It's about awareness. It's about empowerment and practical changes that you can do. And then after those habits, you don't even think about them because you've included them into your life. We'll move through phases of how did we get here? The problem we all face, especially with all of the microplastic explosion, and simple, realistic solutions that you can take at home, in your home today. This is not about perfection, it's just about progress. And that's what it's all about. Taking action in the right direction. So, the rise of the convenience culture. How did we get here? Well, post World War II marked a massive shift in human living. Plastics, synthetic chemicals, industrial farming, and the petrochemical, all based in the personal care products, exploded on the market, and it's still here today. The promise was certainly seductive. Food that lasts forever, and boxes, cans, packages, you name it. Products that smelled amazing, homes that looked cleaner, and water that flows endlessly just by a turn of a knob. But we optimized for some interesting things. We optimized for speed, shelf life, and of course, profit. Not biological compatibility. Virtually no studies have been done on long-term effects of 60 to 90,000 chemicals put in our atmosphere, in our environment every freaking year. But listen, plastic is a modern marvel. It's a miracle. It's really good at its job, which is why it's around. It's cheap. It's from petroleum. Plastics were celebrated, and they were durable and moldable and cheap. However, here's the rub. Here's the fatal flaw. Plastics never degrade. They only get smaller and smaller and smaller. They break down. They end up in the water. They end up in your cells. They end up in your brain, in your heart, in your testicles, in your bloodstream. They are everywhere, and the science shows it. And the microplastics in our environment are in the rain, the snow, the oceans, the soils, the food, all over. And they end up always deeply rooted in our biology and our soils, our air, our blood. And these nanoplastics are full of chemicals. It's not just petroleum. It's all the chemicals that are made, that are produced to make these chemicals, and they cross the blood-brain barrier, and they've even shown to cross the placental border. So it's getting into the children even before they have a chance to take their first breath. So we've chemicalized our daily life. We didn't just add plastic. We added synthetic fragrances in all of the shampoos and conditioners and lotions, and spray on this and colognes that and perfumes. We've added preservatives in our food so that it can last forever. It can look beautiful and keep its color. We added pesticides all over our food. We've added flame retardants. When I was doing research, they showed flame retardants in TV sets. It's in our TV sets. It's on our mattresses. It's in our couches. These and so much more are a growing level of concern of all of these chemicals, mostly being around endocrine disrupting compounds. Many, if not all of them, were never tested for long term, nor were they tested among their interactions with each other, low dose exposure, or for more than anything, how they interacted. So remember when I said 60 to 90,000 chemicals are put in our environment every year, and we're breathing that in, we're eating that, we're consuming that, and none of them are tested as they're interacting, especially with our biology. We become the experiment. The air, mostly overlooked as an exposure, and of course you can survive weeks without food. Maybe some of you have fasted, days without water, minutes without air. The more chemicals in our air, the less oxygen is available because it's choking off our oxygen saturation in our air. Indoor air quality. Literally, the indoor air quality is 2 to 5 times more polluted than the air outside. Synthetic fragrances from candles, air fresheners, detergents, laundry, cleaning products, you name it. Off-gassing, formaldehydes, PFAS, from in our furniture, carpets, paints, and electronics. Mold and combustion particles are all over in our furnitures, our chairs, our cushions. Microplastics that shed from all of our furniture, the textiles, even our clothing, which I'm not even getting into our clothing. Our clothing is mostly made up of plastic. The stretchy clothes, the elastane, the workout gear. It's the worst workout gear you could possibly put. Sorry, women. Stretchy pants are petroleum. What we breathe, what we put on our body, eventually directly goes into our body. It also, breathing and through our olfactory, goes directly to our brain. Brain inflammation, hormone signaling, creates more immune response, free radical damage, cardiovascular health. Yet we rarely question clean smelling areas. We think and associate certain fragrances to clean when you've been manipulated. Eliminate artificial fragrance from your life. And in today's water, there's more and more microplastics. There's PFAS, forever chemicals. This is largely something that bioaccumulates in the body. It was created by 3M in the 50s, and they've known about the dangers. Links to endocrine disrupting cancers, cholesterol, heart disease, and the list goes on and on. Very difficult to eliminate out of the body. Also in the water, there's pharmaceutical residue, pesticides and herbicides, and of course, heavy metals. Microplastics in the water often act as chemical sponges, carrying more and more toxins deeper and deeper into the body. And most of the filtration standards in municipalities don't cover any of this at all. But don't worry, I will get into the solutions at the end. Food. We've plasticized our food chain. Plastic mulch. Yes, you've heard it. Plastic mulch has been used and still is used in certain types of agriculture. Pesticide formulations, processing equipment, packaging and storage often has plastic, often has PFAS, so it doesn't stick to anything like a Teflon. Heating food in plastic is one of the worst things you can do. Gets more plastics, but it also off-gasses more into the food. Ultra-processed food is very dangerous as it's a compounding interest of a lot of these chemicals. More and more heavily processed, hexane used, other industrial chemicals for seed oils, artificial flavors and colors, emulsifiers and stabilizers. Food is no longer just nourishment. It's information. We need to view it as information. And much of that information is absolutely confusing for the body. Endocrine disrupting, cancer rates go up, and the list goes on. Then we get to personal care. Think of personal care as absorption, not just application. What you apply, you absorb. Your skin is not a barrier. It's a barrier on some levels, and it's a sponge on the other. The average person uses 9 to 12 personal care products daily, and those are their own chemical soup. On average, women get exposed to over 120 harmful chemicals every day. Fragrance mixtures, which are thousands of undisclosed chemicals not on any label. Parabens, phthalates, more endocrine disruptors, formaldehyde. Formaldehyde is also linked to cancers, linked to endocrine disrupting. These compounds mimic or block hormones. They bind to those receptors. They accumulate over time. They burden the body to try to get rid of them, but then we keep applying. And they interfere with the very detoxification pathways. We wouldn't eat these ingredients, yet we apply them directly to our largest organ that absorbs them. We need to view these things as different. We need to take our power back and not just accept that every product on the shelf or down the aisle is safe, because it isn't. It is the Wild West, and there's no regulation. The FDA has no clue. They don't have the resources. They're not interested. We are losing the battle from a regulatory aspect of this whole thing. Microplastics are not just particles. They are, like I said, delivery vehicles carrying other toxins and pathogens. They are triggering more and more inflammation. They are disrupting your important gut microbiota. They are interfering with your actual cell signaling. We now find microplastics in, these are confirmed, lungs, blood, liver, heart, placenta, and brain tissue, and the list continues. So, listen, take a breath. It's okay. It is okay. This isn't about being afraid, so don't go down that path. This isn't about being panicked. It's about recognizing dangers. We evolved because we recognized dangers and we did something else. So this is my signal to you. Let's recognize the dangers so that we can do something different. Recognize the environment is no longer ever separate from you. Easy to be in our brains. I'm here, over there. Let's go out to nature. You are nature, and nature is signaling to you 24/7 the entirety of your life. We are walking ecosystems. So, simple, powerful takeaways that you can do. This is where the fatal conveniences become hopeful. So, we don't need to overhaul your entire life tomorrow. We need to reduce unnecessary exposure. Take away things is one of the most powerful things you can do. And add the right things. Clean air solutions. Open windows daily whenever possible. Remove synthetic fragrances from your home in every way. Cleaning products, laundry products, what you wipe everything down with, whatever that is. Remove candles, you name it. Use HEPA air filters, especially while you sleep in the bedroom. For the overall home is obviously the best, and make sure every few months you're cleaning those filters. Choose natural fibers, plant-dyed materials over synthetics every time. Bring more plants. Plants can clean your air. Bring plants inside. Clean water solutions. Install the right water filtration on the counter or under the counter. Reverse osmosis water filters. A great company, AquaTrue, which I love. They're innovating all the time, and you can get some great filters there to make sure you're not being exposed to all of these petrochemicals, these PFASs. And then you get rid of all plastic containers that you're drinking from and get glass bottles or copper or stainless steel. Filter your shower 100% hot. The hot water releases more volatile organic compounds into the air when you shower without a filter. There's a lot of great filters out there. I know AquaTrue is making an incredible air filter as well. Clean food solutions. Prioritize whole foods. Unprocessed foods, one ingredient foods, couple ingredients, no problem. An apple, a grape, a strawberry, a berry, a banana, sweet potatoes, nuts, grains, seeds, rice, beans, you name it, fruit, plants, eat as much as possible. We're realizing that also mushrooms, the beta glucans in mushrooms are showing to potentially be opening up detoxifying pathways for PFAS. That's an ever-growing bit of research that they're finding. Avoiding using plastic and wrapping your food in plastic of all kinds. Never heat food that is in plastic. Use glass, stainless steel, ceramic cookware. Support regenerative local farming as much as possible. Go to those farmers markets. The next one, personal care solutions. Eliminate products that have any mention of parfum or fragrance, unless they absolutely disclose it's 100% natural. It could be essential oil, it could be whatever. Simplify routines, fewer products. Don't wash your hair as much. You don't need to use soap on every square inch of your body. It keeps the microbiota of your skin healthier and happier, and less drying of soaps and solvents all the time. Choose brands that fully disclose the full list of ingredients. Use mineral-based, no chemical sunscreens. Remember, if you can't pronounce it, you wouldn't eat it, and you definitely want to question putting that on your body. The power of subtraction is huge here. Health isn't always about adding the supplement. It's about removing the insults. So, the modern world is not designed for ideal biological health. Products out there, unfortunately, are designed for convenience. Convenience is negotiable. You can still have convenience with some great companies doing great things. Hell, laundry detergent with borax is one ingredient. Add some drops of essential oil, and that's all I use for my laundry detergent. So, every choice you make signals to your environment, your body. Signals to your body. It signals to your community. It signals to the dollars that you're using to buy products. Those are your votes. Vote better. Signal for future generations. Signal for a better you next week and a better future for your children in the decades to come. This is about living free, not in fear. It's about living awake. When we clean our air, water, food, and personal care, we are not just detoxifying. We are remembering what it means to live in alignment with our biology, with nature. The environment is not out there, it's in you. It is you. And when you protect it, you protect yourself and you thrive. Here's to thriving. So go kick some ass.
So huge thanks to Darren O'Lean. You know, he's became our brother. We had the honor to spend some time with him in California when we were recording a podcast. And there's not many people that are truly just the way you see them in the video. That's who that person is. And, you know, he's worked with Zac Efron on their Down to Earth series. Those of you that haven't seen that on Netflix, it's an incredible journey that he spent his life doing all around environment and the we. Now, we've talked about environment, and of course, we have a whole month dedicated to this when we're going to dive super deep into everything in that realms. But we're going to now go into something that most of us are struggling with. I was there as well. And boy, I mean, relationships, I'll uncover it.
Yeah, I wish we were born with like a map on how to navigate the opposite sex or relationships in general. Relationships, not just to your significant other, but to your parents, to your siblings, to the people closest in your life. So with that, we're welcoming our next guest, Rory Kilmartin, on building relationships that elevate your life. And this one is fun. He's going to put you in an interactive quiz and you're going to figure out what kind of archetype you are. We'll tell you what ours are afterwards, but we're excited to know what you are. Welcome,
Enjoy.
welcome, Rory Kilmartin.
In this short presentation today, I'm going to share with you some of the most important concepts that will begin to help you have much more conscious relationships. In fact, what I'm going to begin to share with you today is going to help you dramatically improve every relationship in your life over the course of time. So I only have 20 minutes today, but I'm going to begin to share with you 4 things. Okay, so the first is, who am I? You don't know me, probably. So I'm just going to introduce you to who I am, why relationships matter. I'm going to make a case for that. I'm going to explain to you what the relationship puzzle is and the information that you're looking for that will help you solve it. And I'm also going to begin to share with you what actually works. So, super quick introduction to me. My name's Rory. I'm a relationship researcher and founder of the Archetypal Relationships Academy. I've been researching relationships. My very first memory, I was 12 years old, and I saw people who loved each other being cruel to each other. And I really didn't understand it at all. So this is me on May the 8th, 2004. So I've been on stage for over 20 years. I've been had the privilege of sharing the stage with many leaders in the world of personal development and personal psychology. I've been invited to speak on television to share my answers. And I'm also an official speaker at the United Nations, where I've been invited to speak. And the reason why these things have happened is because I'm also, now I've been in Australia for 5 years. I'm the #1 marriage counseling organization in Australia, according to Trustpilot, which is essentially based on client reviews. So pretty much the best measure you can think of. And if you're wondering, the average score for Trustpilot reviews for marriage counseling companies is 2.6. And we improve that rapidly. So in a nutshell, I'm extremely passionate about helping good people like you make sense of your relationships and your relationships with your loved ones and your family, home, and your marriage, etc. So part 2 then, why relationships? Why study relationships? It's a pretty decent question, yes? Well, I always like to go to the Grant study, which is a Harvard study of adult development, and it was inspired in 1938 by Dr. Arlie Block, and it was funded by William T. Grant, and that's why he gets to have his name on the name of the study. And it followed 268 men, and it's a longitudinal study to understand what makes a good life, and it's one of the longest and most respected studies on happiness and well-being, and it's been going for 87 years, and it's still going. So it's the longest and most respected study on happiness and well-being, like I said. So why does this matter? Because this study over the years has come up with a number of very, very interesting points, and they have kind of organized them into a top 10. And the #1 answer, or the #1 reason given by this study into happiness and fulfillment, is that the most significant finding from the study is that strong, healthy relationships are a key predictor of happiness and well-being. And the quality of a person's relationships, particularly in midlife, was found to be a better predictor of later life happiness than factors like income, social class, or IQ. So it's the #1 finding for your happiness and fulfillment in your life is that you become competent in your interpersonal relationships. And what's also interesting is they finally get to career success is point #6. And they say, while career success and financial stability are important, which of course they are, the study emphasized they are not the sole determinants of happiness. And they go on to say again, factors such as the ability to form and maintain positive relationships, they go on and say it again. It's that important that when it gets to career and money, they want to re-stipulate part 1, point 1, your ability to form and maintain positive relationships. The study also goes on to tell you what happens if you're poor at interpersonal relationships. If you don't take the time to study relationships in your life at least once, to really get your teeth into them and really look for the best information, what it goes on to say is that if you're poor, it impacts your physical health, your mental health, your happiness and fulfillment, and your life expectancy. And what that essentially means is if you don't become at least moderately competent, if you don't look for and study the information that makes a difference, you're going to die sooner. And they came out with this great phrase, which I really liked. And they said that we found that mastering relationships improves happiness, physical, and mental health, and adds, and this is it, years to your life and life to your years. That's how powerful taking some time to study relationships is. You'll have more years and more life in those years. So, in a nutshell, healthy and successful people study relationships, not necessarily to become happy in the moment. There's nothing wrong with being happy, but ultimately to become fulfilled. So, part 3 of my short presentation today. What is the relationship puzzle and why does it matter to you? So, the relationship puzzle is the #1 problem that serious relationship researchers like myself are attempting to solve. And in a nutshell, what it is this question: why do kind, well meaning, essentially benevolent people who are thoughtful, committed, decent, and willing to do their very best, why do they struggle in relationships? If you recognize yourself as essentially a decent person, kind, well meaning person, like when you wake up in the morning, you would like your interactions with people, your partner, your children, your family members, your neighbor, the bus driver, excuse me, the waitress, you want those relationships, those interactions to be positive, right? If you relate yourself as someone like that, and that the question relates to you, like, why are relationships so challenging, even for good people? Because just in case you're wondering, there are unpleasant people in the world. You may have met one or two of them. I hope not too many. There's no mystery with them. Unpleasant people create unpleasant experiences. There's no mystery. The only mystery is perhaps why they are unpleasant. That's an interesting conversation. But when it comes to relationships, it's not complicated. The real complexity is, why do kind, well-meaning people who love each other, who adore each other, who want the best for each other, how do they end up taking themselves separated and polarized into a form of hell? That's the question that's worth answering. So finally then, what actually works? The thing that you're looking for, whether you know it or not, is what I call fundamental information. And fundamental information is distinct from superficial information. I'm just going to share with you what those distinctions are for a brief moment, okay? Superficial information is only accurate sometimes. A little bit like clock that's broken is accurate twice a day by accident, right? Superficial information is only accurate sometimes. It's difficult to understand. Often, superficial information requires unnecessary levels of complexity, often create their own words and their own definitions to help you understand something that doesn't come obviously. It's therefore often confusing in the mind. You have to memorize things, which isn't particularly great when it comes to trying to find the information that actually makes a difference. It's flimsy and quickly irrelevant. Another way of saying it is, you have to keep buying into it. It's almost like, consider it like almost like a work of fiction. It has to be continually revisited. If it disappeared, if every place it was written down disappeared, it probably wouldn't come back. And it often creates more chaos, not less. Fundamental information must work for everybody. Superficial information only works for some people. And therefore, the results are not replicated, they're not consistent. And any results that arise from superficial information are short term at best. And this very interesting idea is that superficial information needs people to agree with it and to like it and essentially sort of believe in it. And that is one of the hallmarks of superficial information. Fundamental information, however, is true and accurate all the time. And if you think about it like gravity, the electromagnetic spectrum, color theory, heat exchange, all of these sort of fundamental aspects of physics, biology, chemistry that are consistently measurable all over the world, if every place they were written down were burnt and or disappeared, it would be written down again by the next group of observers seeking to understand our physical world. Fundamental information is often simple to grasp, even for children. Fundamental information should not be overly complex. What's interesting about fundamental information is that it's hidden. It's difficult to find unless you're looking for it. And it instantly resonates with the deepest part of us, particularly fundamental information that is to do with the human psyche, to do with the human condition. When you hear it, it resonates with you. It just feels right. Whereas superficial information requires more of the brain to comprehend it and understand it. Fundamental information is something that you feel inside yourself. So, yeah, I totally feel that that's true. Therefore, it is stable and enduring as opposed to flimsy and irrelevant. And it brings order to chaos. One of the great lines I was told by my mentor many years ago is that the best information brings order to chaos. The dangerous information creates more chaos and less stability. And therefore, any results associated with fundamental information are consistent and replicated. And you can see that throughout the scientific world. You can see that throughout engineering, for example. The results are consistent when you use the right tools in the right way and the right materials, and things work, whether you're building a bridge, designing a train, etc., etc. And therefore, results are permanent. once you understand fundamental information, once you find it and discover it for yourself, it raises your consciousness. It raises your awareness. You essentially become a more aware person. And if that is something that appeals to you, and I believe it does because you're here engaging in these summits, if you want to become more conscious and more aware, it's only fundamental information that's going to do that for you in a legitimate way that is lasting and produces permanent results. And the final piece that I'll share with you then is that fundamental information doesn't care about your opinion. It doesn't care whether you like it or not. It doesn't care what mood you're in. It doesn't care. Like gravity is not like, oh, Dave's upset with me today. Dave doesn't believe in me today. What are we going to do? Gravity doesn't care about your preferences. It doesn't care whether you like it or not. It doesn't care whether you're interested in it or not. It just is what it is. So the question is then, what is the body of knowledge that I have spent the last 19 years discovering that is so fundamental in nature? When I introduce it to rooms full of people all over the world, which I've been doing now for 8 years, it doesn't matter who's in the room, where they come from, what part of the world they're from, what their religious or political persuasions are. None of that matters. As soon as I start explaining my findings to rooms of people, it instantly begins to produce results, like instant results. So what is this body of knowledge? Well, I'm going to tell you what it is right now. And I'm going to share this body of knowledge with you with immense respect and dignity, and I simply call it archetypal wisdom. So archetypal wisdom is this astonishing body of knowledge, this astonishing sequence of concepts and findings that I've been discovering in absolute depth for the last 19 years. When you begin to understand this body of knowledge, it will instantly begin to raise your awareness and improve your relationships. So a quick question then to help you get going. What is an archetype? Well, it's pretty straightforward, really. An archetype is an old word for a modern idea, which is operating system, right? So you understand what an operating system is today because we have smartphones and iPads and things. And I'm going to share with you a couple of things that are very interesting about operating systems. So the first thing that you want to know about operating systems is operating systems have zero code to explain themselves. All of the code of the operating system is to run the hardware. The other thing that's interesting about operating systems is there's zero code to reveal itself. It does not want to reveal itself. It wants to stay hidden in the background, and it doesn't want to explain itself. So what does that mean as human beings? What I'm saying is there's a human operating system. You are being run by an operating system in exactly the same way your mobile phone is. The only reason you know your mobile phone as an operating system is because A, you had to choose between an Apple phone or an Android phone, and B, it seems to want to upgrade the operating system every 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I don't know. I don't keep track. I just know that it's annoying, right? But so you know that there's an operating system because you have to upgrade it. Now, if you didn't have to choose between an iPhone and an Android phone, if there was only one smartphone and you didn't have to upgrade the operating system, there's a good chance you wouldn't even know there's an operating system. Because the phone that you see, the apps, the photos, the videos, the web browser, the wallpaper, etc., is just what you see. That's the known world. It's the known world of relationships, so to speak, or the human experience. What's super interesting, though, is the operating system is running the system. And what I'm proposing to you, who perhaps would like to become much more competent in your relationships, is that you understanding that you are being run by an operating system is the beginning of the best, most profound journey of your understanding of yourself and the people you love. An archetype, here's the old version. It's an evolved cognitive structure which influences and directs our thoughts, emotions, values, and behaviors. That's the wordy way of saying it. Essentially, it's an evolved cognitive structure. It is what has evolved over 200 to 250 million years. Essentially, it's the operating system of human beings. That's what we're talking about. What's super interesting as well, that mammals have been evolving for 200 to 250 million years. And humans that we're aware of have been speaking and using language for maybe 1 million years. Maybe we were grunting 1 million years ago. I don't know for sure, right? But the best minds on Earth think that mammals have been evolving for 200 to 250 million years. And what that means is your operating system has been evolving in a form all that way. And what that means is it was evolving long before language. So what I'm trying to propose to you in this very short video is that the answers that you're looking for are in a hidden world, has no language, and the operating system of human beings is where the best information I've ever discovered to make sense of human relationships. In 40 years of searching, it's the best information I've ever found. And if you're willing to keep going with me, you will discover it for yourself. So, just to wrap things up then, here's the next big piece. Human operating system is divided into 4 clear groups. There's 4 aspects of the human psyche. We all think we're human, and we are. When you're on a Zoom call or in a room and all you see is humans, you think we're all human, accurately, and therefore you think we are all the same. It's the logical view, but we're not all the same. And I'm not talking about preferences like, Dave supports one football team and Barry supports another football team, or someone likes coffee, someone likes tea. Obviously, I'm a tea drinker, but I'm not talking about those problems. I'm talking about the deep underlying aspects. We think we're all the same because we're human, but we're not. So there's 4 groups. And once you understand the differences between these 4 groups, your capacity to improve your relationships will go through the roof. So if you're interested to learn more, on the summit, I will share with you what these 4 groups are, what their names are, what their communication preferences are, how they interact with each other, and it will instantly begin to improve every relationship in your life. So I really hope to see you on the summit. I'm super thrilled to be a part of this movement, this 12-month system upgrade series, and I'm hugely excited and inspired to be a part of the Earth 2.0 movement. So it's been a pleasure meeting you. I look forward to seeing you on the next step. Thank you so much, and bye for now.
Oh my gosh. So, the first time that we've done this, we were in a car driving to Florida, and we're going through Rory's masterclass, which, by the way, I highly suggest. It's an incredible, funny work as well because of the archetypes. And
yeah, he makes something serious and that can be kind of hard, really fun and interactive.
Yeah, and we were like, who could represent the relationships? Something that's really streamlined to understand where we at before we go deeper into the work of, for example, Alison Armstrong. And essentially, we thought Rory does such a great job with understanding, all of us in these patterns. And so, guess what we are?
I'm a fox.
I'm a fox. And those of you foxes out there, please share in the chat box what you guys think that you are.
No, everybody share what you are.
Yeah, like what you think you are, right? Because at first we were like, well, we could be a little bit of this, we could be a little bit of that. And Rory was like, well, that's exactly your fox because you think you can be anything.
Yeah. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take our next bathroom break, and we'll see you after the break.
now it's getting serious.
We've got a fun one for you now.
We did leave it up until this moment because we wanted to.
This is the Mac Daddy.
Yeah, this is where your mind might get blown away. And, we've been on this mind-blowing concepts for the last 2 years, maybe even more. And we've done a lot of the stuff that you're about to learn. And we're actually gonna, we'll share this with you after, because what you're about to learn from Sacred Honor has absolutely changed our life. And again, big part of Earth 2.0 is, who do we trust? What societal structures, norms, taxations are really a thing to do?
Yeah. If you're feeling the pain point of our current governmental structure, this is going to solve a big question mark for you, and it's going to make you feel, I don't know, the first time we came across them, it made me feel, something in my body said, yes, this is the truth. This is what actual sovereignty, responsibility, understanding, this is freedom. And that's what I truly felt, and I can't wait for you to hear from them themselves.
And if there was a blue pill or red pill, aka Matrix, this is exactly what's going to help you show you what that looks like.
Yeah. So all that being said, we could talk about them for hours. All that being said, I want to welcome you, the Sacred Honor team.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Base Camp Introduction, Exiting the Matrix, and Step Onto Earth 2.0 12-month system upgrade series. Very honored to be here in support of this important summit. My name is Michael Joseph. I'm the founding director of Sacred Honor Educational Fellowship, and our primary focus in Sacred Honor is to teach people or guide people through or to self-governance. In the shift in humanity, what's going on within the shift, within what we call the Great Awakening, there's a deep interest or a deeper awareness or deepening awareness of the distinctions between the commercial state, what is public and what is private. And what's exciting about the Great Awakening is that it makes self-governance a very important topic and something of interest that everybody's wanting to lean into and learn about. So with a lot of the tyrannical actions, hence more than likely why a lot of you are interested in this event and why you're watching this video and why you're probably going to attend this powerful 12-month summit, is that you're wanting to find yourself away from some of this tyrannical system, some of this government overreach, some elements where you're trying to find a way to safeguard your wealth through taxation, safeguard your wealth and your private property from confiscation, be able to navigate your way around the world without being so concerned about some kind of a system putting a constraint around you. And this is what we're waking up to. This is the Great Awakening. So in the Sacred Honor Education Fellowship, we teach self-governance. So this is a way to help you understand what that system is, how they work through their power structure is built on commerce and contracts. And that's what we focus all of our attention on. It's all about self-empowerment and how that system works through commerce and contracts. We break that down so you can understand what it looks like, and then how you can build your life in the private to protect your wealth, and how you can also still navigate within that public system with a lot more power and authority. And within all that, there's a phenomenal amount of centering of yourself and self-empowerment. And this is part of the Great Awakening. This is part of the great change of how people are protecting themselves, their wealth, their land, their family, and their communities. So today, we're going to just have a brief overview of what we're going to be talking about in the eighth month. So in the 12-month series, we will be spending a lot of time with you on the 8th month, breaking down self-governance, breaking down what we actually call it breaking the spell. We're going to help break the spell so you can see with great clarity of how that system functions, what it looks like, so it's visible to you, and then how you can build your life away from it, how you can build your community away from it, and how you can also work within that system with a lot more power. Ultimately, all of this is here for us. It's just it helps us become aware of how we can utilize and how we can work ourselves within that system, and how we can build a new world the way that we want to. So some people might ask, why us? What value do we bring? Why would you want to listen to us? What makes us unique? Now, I'm here with three of dear fellows and directors of the fellowship. We've got Marsha Ann, Daniel Mintz, Phil Mediri. We're going to all take just a couple of minutes to talk about why us and why might you want to lean in? Why you? Why would you want to do this?
Well, I always like to say that, we stand on the shoulder of giants. Everything that we bring forward here in the fellowship has been tested and proven over and over again over several decades. So the knowledge that we bring forward is at least 35 plus years just by ourselves, and then a combined 100 years of research and knowledge from our mentors and their mentors and the ones that came before. So the only thing that we bring to the fellowship are proven and tested and repeatable methods that always get results as long as you stay within the pathway, so to speak.
And we're really about education, as we are an educational fellowship, because self-governance lives inside each and every one of us. And the only way to self-govern is to be fully responsible and have the knowledge and to exercise that responsibility in a responsible manner in our dealings with other living human beings and interacting with the system that we're in. So if we don't choose to self-embody or self-govern, there will always be another entity out there looking to govern us. And I believe that's why a lot of us are here today. You don't have to go much further than to turn on the evening news to see that there's a lot of things going on in the world that can make us feel disempowered and not able to make that change that we see in the world. So what we're inviting you to do today is to look inward and reflect on how each and every one of us makes the world that we live in.
And I find myself in great company here. And to let you know that in the 35 years that I've been climbing to the summit, where there was nobody to talk to and it was very much a lonely journey, I've basically become a Sherpa on the job. We're here at the base camp. We're looking at what is it that woke us up, that got us to the base camp? Why did there, and I assure you, it isn't a recent awakening. There's places in your life, like in my life, where I said, that doesn't seem right. But I just went back with the society and on the flow of the expectations in a lot of different areas. I mean, I walked through the 60s and through the 70s. I've been at this since at least 1981 in a full-on lifetime search for what works and what doesn't work. And I'll tell you, what we're bringing here is what works, and we're leaving what doesn't work out of the picture. So that we're here at the base camp, where yes, it's about learning, it's about knowledge, and I've been saying for 25 years, and I'm hearing it out in the world, you can lead a human to knowledge, but you can't make them think. So here we are, we're making you look and think, what got you here? What awakened you? What was the moment? And how young in life did you realize something's wrong with this picture? So we lean into that and encourage you to take the journey. It's not about yes, we're going to the summit and we're going to see different things as we get to different heights, but it's about the journey, and the journey is the value that we bring here, even with all this great information.
Yeah, so we not only have built the fellowship, but we are in fellowship. This is all about community and support and loving each other and supporting each other along this really brilliant and beautiful journey through the great awakening of this period. Exciting time to be alive. Very honored to be here. I'm very honored to have been asked to join this particular summit to share our experiences and share our wisdom and to help guide people to this next phase of humanity. So as I was stating a moment ago, the system has established its aspects of control, if you will, through commerce and contracts. So we're going to take just a couple of minutes to talk about essential inflections in history of law. And by the way, again, I will state, in the 8th month, we're going to break all this down in great detail. And today we're going to leave you with a really strong nugget of something that you can take home with you and start learning and researching yourself, so you're better prepared for the 8th month for deeper learning or deeper inquiry to help your path. So one of the really important things to get is in the United States, and this is information that can be shared worldwide. And these are things that you'll learn on the 8th month. Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1 states that the state cannot impede or impair upon a contract. So it's really important to understand why that exists, and you're going to learn that within the 8th month and all this other information that we share in the fellowship. Basically, it boils it down to the law is in the contract, which means when sentient beings find themselves in the contract, that's the law. That's God's law because we're creators.
And then we also talk about a very important, mostly overlooked aspect of this whole work, and that is language itself, specifically when we talk about the language in law. So one comparison that we always like to bring forward is comparing the language between the Bill of Rights and the 14th Amendment. Just as a quick nutshell, the Bill of Rights has language, natural, man, woman, land, rights, whereas the 14th Amendment sounds like a contract. And in fact, it is a contract. And then we have benefits and privileges and immunities, and let alone the word person, in and of itself, that's a whole deep well. But we're looking at the language and how language has shaped over history to trick us into voluntary servitude in a modern version of the feudal system.
Yeah, and then also we'll talk about the money change. And one of the big points in history of 1933 here in the United States, and it happened in just about every nation right around the same time. It went away from natural substance. The money system went away from natural substance, which was gold and silver. In Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution, it says that nothing but gold and silver should be used as in the payment of debts. And as well as it says that contracts are essentially the supreme law. There's always consideration in these contracts, and if there's no gold and silver, then it changed to the people of the nation, all the people of the nation. So the living actually became the gold. So I look forward to unpacking that more when we speak to you in month 8.
And how does that relate to the Trading with the Enemy Act, the Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars? How could we possibly have lived under war powers all of our entire lives and not know that that's the context of our lives and of our contractual relationships? How do we rise above that? How do we get aware and function with what I call competency? We're competent in the premise when we know where we stand and what our real authority is.
And you'll also learn the highest law of the land are the treaties because of their contracts. And within that, you'll learn what took place prior to the ending of the Revolutionary War, or what really brought the war to an end, or part of that in the Paris Peace Treaties were the land patents that came out of those treaties. And all this was established prior to the ratification of the Constitution in the United States of America. So you're going to learn why that is so valuable and how you can become a true steward of that land without encumbrances, without the county or the corporate state in any fashion or form encumbering your land through taxation or confiscation in any way at all. So you become a true steward of the land. So these little nuggets that we just shared are just little bits and pieces that you're going to learn in much more detail on the 8th month. But it shows you how the system of commerce and contracts actually works, and how we voluntarily allowed it to bind us or bind our lives and change our lens of sovereignty, right? But that's what's brilliant about what's going on today, is people are becoming aware of this. So we're here to shine the light on that and share and guide through that process. So the remedies that we like to share in the fellowship, we call them collectively the foundation for self-governance. So our language is self-governance. This is all about self-responsibility. This is about getting out of the role of being a victim and finding the true power and essence of the ones who have the power in creation to create the structures of our lives in the way that we deem necessary, so long as that we're not hurting or impeding somebody else. So in the 4 pathways, we have 4 pathways, in the foundations for self-governance. And the 4 pathways are national status passport, trifecta, equity, and a Lloydell land. And we're going to take just a brief moment to talk about each one of those, just to give you a little bit of an intro to what you're going to experience in month 8. So the first one is national status passport, and Daniel Mentz is the director, and he's going to talk about that for a brief moment.
Sure, my pleasure. So by now, many people are aware of the status correction because there's a lot of buzz around in the internet. There's a lot of different movements, not different individuals talking about status correction. We're here to be sort of a signal in the noise. And what that means is there's been so much confusion around the term status correction and what it is and what it really is supposed to accomplish and what really your relationship change is in relationship to the system or the governments, because that's really all it is. Status correction is your individual change of relationship to the system at large, to the legal system, and to the government. In essence, it's really very simple. It doesn't have to be complicated, nor does it have to be a long process. When we look at history, and specifically pre-Civil War America's history, we find out that there was only one status, and that was the state citizen. You were a citizen of your state, either born or naturalized. And that was the only political status available. Because remember, the federal citizenship that we have today was introduced with the 14th Amendment in 1868. So before 1868, there was only one political status that Americans had, and that was the state citizen. So when we remember that, then we go, oh, wait a second. So the Bill of Rights was actually written for and protected only state citizens because that was the only political status that there was, right? And so now we start to realize that, wait a second, the 14th Amendment actually slowly but surely eroded state citizenship and gave everyone by default a federal citizenship with privileges and immunities and very much contractual language. So in essence, this national status process is simply changing your relationship from being a federal citizen to that of a state citizen. And that's really all that happens.
Thank you, Daniel. So the next one is trifecta. So the trifecta has always been kind of the heartbeat or the center of the fellowship at large, or the center and heartbeat of the Foundation for Self-Governance. And as you start learning the distinction between the public and the private, you're going to see more and more how the trifecta is that sort of key as you're building your life into the private ledger. The trifecta consists of three components: the jurisdiction of the church ministry, the power of a private trust, and private associations or unincorporated associations. And they're built in a very smart integration through contracts that once they're bound, they can't be unbound unless there's some kind of fraud that's put involved, and it's not party to anybody outside of the contract itself, and it makes it very powerful. So there's a lot to learn about the power of trusts and the power of churches and the power of private associations. And as you're dividing up and protecting all the assets and liabilities and moving yourself away from all those liabilities, you own nothing, but you control everything. There's a lot to learn about how that works. And Marcia is an absolute, utter long-term expert, 35-year expert in trust. You want to add anything to the trifecta?
Yes, I absolutely. You've touched on the three parts that where we're going to be looking at the templates of contracts, and we're going to be talking about that and why they're built the way they are. And what the fourth part that's actually one of the most important parts is that you begin to realize that you make your statement of who you are and you bring your divinity forward, because that is the substance that gives any of these forms credibility. Because if you put your words out there in the form, but your actions go this way, you are seen not only in law, but in the universe as a man or woman that's not of your word. So when you're walking your talk, you're being you're the clean path to the summit. You're taking because there are a lot of different paths up to the summit. But when you walk your talk, you give substance to any of these forms. And these forms have been designed and observed and refined for over 65 years.
Beautifully stated. Thank you, Marcia. Phil Mediri, the Director of Equity, will share a little bit about the Equity Division, Equity Passage.
Yes, thank you, Michael. Yes, equity is synonymous with natural justice and also remedial justice. It holds a special place in the system of justice overall. It's the great equalizer, the scales that brings things that are out of balance into balance. And I'm sure a lot of you have experienced things in the system that do not seem fair, and equity looks to not create a wrong or create an injury. And so what equity is it's our unalienable or unalienable as I like to say, unalienable, because our natural rights cannot be leaned by earthly authority. We can bring these rights into matters and seek a fair and equitable solution for all parties involved. And as we mentioned earlier, we're in a system of commerce and contracts. That's the reason it feels unjust, because we may be in contracts that we're not even aware that we're actually in. So equity looks at things from a lens of what did we give our energy to? What did we give our word to? And how can we embody equity to bring full responsibility to the matter and to settle our obligations and our liabilities? And this works with anything that's a public charge. So that could be any type of debt that was entered into. That could be a government agency attempting to compel, which I mean by that is invite us forcefully to do something. And a lot of times that's based on a contract. So equity teaches us to be fully responsible and to stand in the natural substance we are. As I mentioned earlier, we are the gold in the system. There is no longer any gold or silver. So there is an innate power as the substance or the true value in this system, which is actually animating this fictional system that we're in.
So the last one, but certainly not the least one, and by the way, these are not in any particular order. These are just the order that we're sharing them with you. You can lean into these in any way that makes sense to you based on your path and where you are in your life. The last one, the fourth pathway, is Aloida land. And what you're going to learn in that pathway is, what does an encumbrance look like on your land? What are these contracts that encumber your land? How does this work within that commercial system that we've been talking about, Phil just talked about? And now you're starting to see, put the clues together when we're talking about how the system works through commerce and contracts. You're already starting to hear us talk a lot about commerce and contracts. So the Aloida land, you're going to learn all about those contracts that create these so-called encumbrances on your land, and how you can remove those encumbrances, and how you can perfect the land patent. So you'll learn the history of land patents, how you can pull that forward, and learn some methodologies of enforcing those land patents so you can be a true steward on sovereign land, because that's what this country was originally founded on. The forefathers knew that commercial play could find people into a situation or a circumstance where their land and wealth and property could be taken away through taxation or confiscated through commercial contracts, et cetera, et cetera. So it was put there for us to use, but we've forgotten about them. And this helps you reminds you of this and how you can bring those forward and exercise them in your life as a sovereign.
For the most part, we haven't been told that those papers and the deeds of trust and the warranty deeds and the grant deeds and that we pass as title to the land, and we assume, we think, because we call it ownership, that it is ownership, and we don't realize that those really are a function of that feudal tendency that we're talking about. So when you get clear about that, and you see that there is a different type of relationship for you to have with the land through the patent or grant or like treaties of the wars, then you begin to realize that you have a relationship with the land that can transcend the feudal tendency.
The four pathways are what we share in the fellowship. That's the foundation for self-governance collectively put together. These are the pathways that help you find your way through the confusion, find your way out of the muck and mire of the system of commerce and contracts, and put you into a position of power, a position of authority, a position to where you can build true legacy as we as a collective humanity build the world that we want, the way that we want, in harmony and in honor. So there's a lot more to learn, obviously, in the fellowship other than the four pathways, but the four pathways are what we like to share for people to find their way into self-governance. But the biggest part of this journey is finding yourself, is finding your way back to who you are and what you are as a beautiful being, and what you mean to your neighbors, what you mean to yourself, what you mean to your family and your community. It's finding yourself, it's finding community, it's finding your connection to source. It's a rich spiritual journey, not just a journey of learning law or learning paperwork and how to put things into practice. It's really finding a way back to yourself.
So when you go back to that moment that I invited you to look to see, when you felt like that doesn't seem right. I mean, must have been about 10 years old when I started asking those questions and going going into the inquiry, apparently I haven't stopped yet. So that it can be very young when you begin to realize that you had some kind of knowing that wasn't in harmony with. And so we're here to to nurture that seed of you.
I know one of the reasons that brought me in the aha moment you're talking about, Marcia, about knowing something wasn't right and knowing that, hey, I just want to be left alone to live my life without someone else sticking their fingers in it. And I'm sure a lot of you out there feel this way too. How do you be left alone and be able to be in peace and not have to fight, not have to struggle, not have to argue? That's what this is about. It's about not having to change some broken down system, but leaving and setting up, living in a system that's already present, that doesn't require any of that angst or conflict for it to occur.
Yeah, and one thing we always like to leave people with is that there's always a remedy. We're moving back with this great awakening to all things natural, natural food, natural medicine, and natural law, right? It has to be a holistic approach. Just as there is a remedy in natural medicine, natural food, there's also a remedy in natural law. So no matter what situation you find yourself in respects to the legal system or financial system, there's always a remedy.
So thank you all for taking a few minutes to listen to our brief, what we're calling base camp introduction on this summit journey, 12-month summit journey. And again, we're going to be doing a full deep dive on month 8. And we want to leave you with a little nugget of education and inspiration. You can become a general member complimentary of the fellowship. And once you become a general member, you can go into the member space and you can find the Breaking the Spell edumentary. It's an hour and 4 minutes, and it's designed to be a repetitive educational material. As you grow and learn, you go back over and watch it again, and more content jumps out at you as you're learning and becoming more sophisticated. But it reviews the depth of commerce and contracts, as we've been sharing here for the past few minutes, the difference between lawful and legal, public and private, what a jurisdiction is, self-responsibility, all the elements of self-governance. So what you guys can do to access the Breaking the Spell edumentary is click the link below. It's either below or to the side, and become a complimentary member. And once you enter the member space, you can find the Breaking the Spell edumentary and start your journey. We challenge you or invite you to watch this edumentary maybe more than once prior to the 8th month, so you can come into the 8th month with some more, as we were saying earlier, more inquiry, maybe more depth of awareness, a little more sophistication, so it helps your learning process. So thank you very much. We will definitely see you through the 2.0 summit, definitely on month 8 for the deep dive, and we will definitely see you on the climb to the summit. You guys want to say anything to close?
I'm excited that you're here.
Yeah, if you've been brought here, there's a reason for it. Lean in and gaining knowledge and embodiment on how to be in alignment with your true purpose here on this earth, and being able to give that freely and receive without encumbrances. And we don't need anyone's permission, especially not someone of this earth. When we have the capacity to tune into a higher authority in our own state of knowing, then that's the key.
Yeah. And one thing I always like to say is your freedom is not in the paper, your freedom is in your mind and your heart, because that's what needs to change in order to create more freedom and sovereignty for all of us.
Blessings to you all. See you on the summit climb.
Blessings.
Wow. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, drop in the comments how you're feeling. When I first learned this information, I felt a little bit betrayed. But I also felt validated, like everything that I had been feeling was right. So I know that was a lot of information, but know that we've been through this process. This is probably like year 3 that we've been into this process now. We're actually part of the Fellowship of Sacred Honor, and we've done private trusts and other related work with other companies. And after vetting many different, I guess they're not even companies. They're not even part of that system. In private. Other fellowships or other people in the same, field We resonated most highly with Sacred Honor, and the way that they conduct their fellowship and the way they conduct their work is just super aligned.
Now, there's a lot of misinformation out there, and this is something that is purposely hidden from majority of the world, because if this was, the way the life works, it would not be that few at the top are running the entire world. They have used the power of law, they have used the power of of what they actually bring us into in this life, like from the schooling time, we're literally taught to follow somebody else that's above us. And, that goes into spirituality as well, religions. I mean, we have to understand that the only power is you. And part of this process, I truly believe that this is the process, just like we go from the physical, mental, emotional health. This is how we operate, on that Earth 2 level. This is how we become Earth citizens.
Yeah, it's part of the unhooking from the systems that aren't working, and then realizing that we have the power to create new systems, and that there already are things in place for those new systems. Because we're not just starting from scratch here. We don't have to start all the way from scratch. And that's what's cool is I think when we speak to people like Sacred Honor, it reminds us that there is a different way. People have been functioning a different way, and it works.
Yeah, I think we'll leave it there.
Yeah.
Please join the fellowship. You will see in the link that you can see what the pathways are for you. There's an amazing, also a documentary that they have made. And so I would start there. Just start slow, breathe through it, and see where it leads. If you have any questions from us as well, we're super happy to answer those. Now, as we're moving from the we, we're going to go beyond. We're going to go into the be, the beingness, that part of us that is the third part of this supra consciousness and of today. And we couldn't ask for anyone better than really looking at the universe from a manual perspective. And so just so you know, in our third phase of this whole year, we're going to go deeply from, channeling to hypnosis to the quantum. But today we wanted to ground it with one person that can reflect this, and that is Dr. Stephen Young. He's a dear brother of ours, and he does so much incredible work within this framework. And he takes people, every year into different retreats, into different, ancient technologies. And today, he's going to be sharing with us the hermetic laws of the universe.
Yeah, so let's get straight into it.
I'm so excited that you're here watching this video. It means that you are a part of the 12-month system upgrade series for the movement of creating Earth 2.0. So in this video, my name is Dr. Stephen Young. I'm going to be sharing with you the ancient principles, these hermetic principles, these 7 codes of reality, and how you can use and live as these codes to wield reality the way you want to. Now, before we get to that, I want to say that this class, this transmission, is more than just an intellectual understanding of these hermetic principles. You can get books on them. This is really a full energetic transmission, meaning as you're listening and watching this, tune into your body and how you're feeling, and also be open to the fact that your consciousness that is beyond your intellect, can fully take in this energetic transmission. And so, to get started, what we're going to do is, you might want to just pause this video after I give you this prompt. What you're going to do is tune into your current state of being right now, right? You can pause the video and you can go, how am I feeling? Close your eyes, tune into your breath, shut out the external world, tune into your full internal world, and just take a baseline feeling, a baseline status of your current energetic self. And we're going to do this at the end, and we're going to see and feel what may be happening inside your system. Okay, so if you've done that, now we're going to go on to why is this so important now? Why are we all here with this inner knowing that we're meant to create and support this new earth? Well, I've been on many spiritual journeys and prophecies and missions, and working with many indigenous elders all around the world. And what they're warning the Western civilization is that unless we make some very drastic changes in how we live and how we show up and how we perceive reality, that we're heading towards an unfavorable future. And so this is why you are probably here. It's why all of us are making this content for all of you. And so there's no need to panic, because you have the incredible capability to wield all of reality. And I'll get to that when we talk about some of the hermetic principles. And so first I want to impart onto you what you may believe is impossible is definitely possible. I'm going to share with you some real world experiences I have had in my life. This is not something I read, this is something I've lived. So in 2021, I was given instructions by my inner knowing, higher self, spirit, God, universe, whatever term that you have for it. And the instructions were to go inside the Great Pyramid to do a ritual to immediately send love into the collective consciousness, to immediately elevate, right, the consciousness of humanity. And we did this on November 11th at 1:11 a.m. in 2021. And we had literally real world proof that what we did impacted not only the world, but especially in that area. You can literally go online right after this video. You can search November 12th, 2021 Egypt storm, and you'll read that this unusual storm happened the next day when we did this mission and this ritual. And so this is an example of like we as humans can absolutely make an impact worldwide, right? And we can do things and experience a reality beyond what we think is real, right? I'm here to encourage you to question everything that you believe that is real, right? So some other examples, I do these in-person activations where I actually do embed these 7 hermetic principles into people's consciousness. And we've seen people like 3 years without talking to their son, and all of a sudden their son coincidentally calls during this 2.5 day experience. We even had another person where he received a text message from his mother the last night of these activations that I do, with a picture of his child, and yet his mother died 2 years ago. So I love sharing these real world experiences because they're examples of how our physical reality is not what it appears to be. And so, having said that, let's just dive right into these 7 hermetic principles. So to give you context, these 7 hermetic principles predates all spiritual teachings. They are derived from the Emerald Tablets, and this is like known things. You can look it up. And many of our scientists, like Sir Isaac Newton, which we know as a physicist, was actually the one that translated it from its mystical language into Latin, into English. So many of our scientists back in the day also studied these 7 hermetic principles. They just weren't allowed to share it because, the church would have, frowned upon that. The reason is these 7 hermetic principles, as you know them and as you become them and live as them, what it does is it fully gets you to remember that you're never disconnected from God or spirit, that there's no middleman, no process needed, right? And so this is, the only way to say it is, when you live from these 7 hermetic principles, heaven is already here, right? It's not a place that you strive to get to by doing good deeds, right? And so what are the 7 hermetic principles? Well, they're essentially, think of it as our physical reality is a series of ones and zeros, right? Some people call it a simulation, some people call it a video game. We now know that our consciousness collapses energy into physical reality that matches our consciousness. This is proven through the double slit experiment. If you don't know about that, I would highly recommend going to watch it on YouTube. You can look into Dr. Larry Farwell's work. He has proved scientifically that our consciousness creates physical reality. So once you realize that, you go, okay, so how do we create physical reality? How does this game of reality actually work? This is where the 7 hermetic principles come into play. And so again, beyond the scope of this class, I won't be able to teach 16 years of devotion to the hermetic principles into one class, but this will give you initial transmission and initial understanding. If you want to go deeper, I have a full course, and we're going to be sharing more throughout this program about these 7 hermetic principles. And I'm sure you'll be given access to deeper understanding, deeper knowledge, deeper wisdom, so you can fully live as these laws. And so the first law that I always go to is the law of polarity. It's one of the easiest of the 7 hermetic principles, or 7 laws, that allows you to discern the truth of reality. And here is what I mean. So the law of polarity, at the initial understanding, just states that everything is opposites, right? Hot and cold, day and night, up and down, abundance and scarcity. However, a deeper practice of the law of polarity is that you go through 2 to get to 1, meaning everything that we perceive as an opposite, hot and cold, when we experience enough a wide range of the contrast of hot and cold, we start to understand the concept of temperature. And once you understand the wisdom, the concept of temperature, it dissolves the illusionary opposites of hot and cold. You realize they're just relative degrees of temperature. And so in our lives, how do we apply this in life? In our lives, everything is contrast. There's contrast. The law of polarity, because it's part of reality, is right in front of you. Every intention that you set, right, when you want to be abundant, you're casting the spell of being scarce right now. If you want to be hot, if you go, oh, I really want to be hot right now, it implies that you're cold right now. And so you start to realize that so many things in your life are showing up because you're casting a law of polarity spell in every intention and desire that you have, right? When you want something, you're casting a spell of the opposite of that into the now. And so when you realize this, you start to be very careful as to what you're asking for because of this polarity effect, right? And so that's the law of polarity that really helps you discern, why is life the way it is? Well, it's because you're typically casting a spell and you're just experiencing the opposite of that spell because you're casting that into the now, right? You want hot and you're wondering, why is it so cold right now? Because you asked to be hot. So that is the big aha and an easy application for the law of polarity. And of course, once you experience that contrast, you look for the dissolving centralized wisdom of temperature in the case of hot and cold in your life, right? So look for the wisdom of the contrast in your life. The second law is the law of rhythm. Everything in the universe swings back and forth. Nothing is static, right? And so how you apply this to life is there are no problems in life. A problem is simply a future desired outcome that you have not allowed to move, or a previous story about someone, something, a situation that you have not allowed to move. If you allow a future desired outcome or a previous story to move, all things move, then you dissolve all problems in life, right? And that's the application of the law of rhythm, and understanding that everything has rhythm. You're never going to be in the same state or the same situation forever. Just trust that it will always move. So the third law is the law of cause and effect. Very simple, input, output. Nothing is crazy, nothing happens by accident. Everything that you're doing has a input output effect. And we can use a little bit of psychology to unpack a deeper understanding of the law of cause and effect. We know that through psychology, there's something called cognitive biases. And one of the common cognitive biases is the recency bias, right? Which means, for example, if you wake up with neck pain, you go, how did I sleep last night? What was the pillow like? Because you think about the very previous thing prior to the symptom of the thing. That's called a recency bias. But we do want to apply a deeper wisdom to the law of cause and effect, because we don't think about, oh, last time this year when I woke up with neck pain, I was in a car accident that I, healed from, but there's energetic remnants. Or 10 years ago, my father yelled at me and I couldn't take it. I couldn't look around. I was frozen. And that energetic imprint is leading to the neck pain. And what I'm getting at is the cause may not be right before the effect. Look beyond the immediacy, essentially. Okay, so next law, the law of gender. Everything has a masculine and a feminine energy to it, all things. And you want to pay attention to within yourself. Are you leaning excessively to masculine, excessively to feminine? And you want to make sure that you love and accept both aspects. And some of the deepest ways to do that is actually to fully love and accept your parents as is, right? Because if you don't, the discrepancy or the incongruence or the lack of love of the masculine container or the feminine container will repeatedly show up in your life, in your relationships with yourself and with others, until you return those discrepancies and incoherences in the masculine and feminine back to one, back to love, right? And that has to do with another law, which I'll get to. So just recognize that everything has this gender effect, right? And I'll give a real world application in relationships, right? In the noticing of masculine and feminine. If you're in partnership, and if you're both in the masculine or both in the feminine, it doesn't work. One needs to be in the other, right? If you're deciding which restaurant to go to tonight, if both are in the feminine, one person would be like, I don't care, whatever you decide. And the other person in the feminine would be like, I don't care, whatever you decide. And no decision gets made. Or if you're both in the masculine, is I want this restaurant, this steakhouse. And the other person is, no, I want this seafood restaurant. You get into a little bit of friction. But if one person is in the masculine and one person is in the feminine, no, I don't care. Okay, let's go to the steakhouse. It works, right? And so it's just like a super simple, dumbed down version of the application of the law of gender for you to pay attention to the dynamic of the energy of your relationship to other people, and of course the energy to yourself as well. And so the next law would be the law of vibration. And so there's a vertical understanding and a horizontal understanding of the law of vibration. The horizontal understanding right? If we just apply a little bit of quantum mechanics, we know that beyond material matter, looking at a bunch of things, we have molecules. And within the molecules, we have atoms, protons, neutrons, electrons. Beyond that, we have quarks. And within that, if we go even deeper, we have string theory. Everything is just a bunch of vibrating frequencies. In other words, we are one unified field of vibration, right? It's like a massive orchestra, one orchestra happening with infinite instruments that we perceive to be separate. But the reality is, all of reality is one orchestra. It's one field of vibration. What does this mean? It means you are not as separate, and you're never separate from all life and all of existence, right? You are literally a drop in the ocean as well as the ocean itself. And my ask for all humans is to start to remember that you are the ocean and live from and as the ocean, because that's a whole different context, which is beyond the scope of this teachings. I can talk about that more in the Hermetics course that I have. How do you live as the ocean, and what does that mean? And that creates an entirely different reality for you in all life. We literally can wield reality. The vertical understanding of the law of vibration would be something like this. If we took the molecules in your fingertip, and these are arbitrary numbers, if they're vibrating at, let's say, 5 hertz, we would call it finger. If they're vibrating at 10 hertz, maybe we'll call it spirit. If they vibrate at 30 hertz, these days in New Age terms, we might call it the oversoul. And if they vibrate like 100 hertz, we might call it God. But the thing is, it's the same molecule. And what that means is you are never separate from spirit, God, source, universe, whatever term that you have for this infinite intelligence that is governing all of existence. You're never separate, right? And so when you live as the law of vibration, you start to get out of this illusion of separation, this illusion of things are happening to you or happening for you. You start to realize that life is happening as you. And when you live from this place, you're literally wielding reality all the time. Okay? So there's 2 laws left. There's a law of mentalism, which means all things come from the mind. Not your mind, but the mind. And what does that mean? It means that all of life and creation comes from a thought, right? But not just your thought. If we were to use classical psychology understanding of modern day psychology, we would call it the collective consciousness and your consciousness are working together to create all of reality, right? And so again, this goes back to like the double slit experiment. If you haven't seen that, it's proven that our attention to particles changes the behavior of the particle, right? Your consciousness is affecting physical reality 24/7. And so one of the things I say to people is, there's all this, coaches teach me about how to manifest. I always say, you're never not manifesting. You are a 24/7, what I call reality rendering conscious being. When there are things happening in your life that is not wanted, it's not about how to manifest. It's more like communicating your subconscious with your conscious mind so they're in sync, because your subconscious mind is basically manifesting, creating collapsing energy into physical reality of an orientation that you don't want. And your conscious mind wants something different. So it's really about harmonizing subconscious and conscious, or unconscious and conscious, versus how do you manifest. Right? And that is the law of mentalism. And the last law, I always save this one for last, is the law of correspondence. As above, so below, as within, so throughout. What the law of correspondence shows us is that everything in your external world is a reflection of your internal. And so again, how do we apply this? Well, the illusion of separation and the illusion of isolation, we might have language like, you make me angry. The reality of it is, the anger in me is surfacing for me to feel because you are acting in a way that my holographic internal conscious self is projecting for me to be aware of the anger in me. That's the more accurate way to verbalize it. And so, I have 2 daughters, and I've shared with them when they were young, like, if I ever correct you or discipline you, know that it has nothing to do with you. You are just exemplifying a behavior that I have yet to fully love within myself, because that's the truth of the matter. Any person that is divine spark of awareness in you, right? If you notice, I use that term instead of trigger, and that's a whole nother topic, language and words and spells in our reality. When everyone that gets us in a reactive emotional state, which I call a divine spark of awareness, it is just that energy is in us being mirrored, right, through this external play, this scene that we are creating. And so what this does is it gives you the ultimate sovereignty, responsibility, and ability to choose reality, because you realize you're no longer this passive thing in life. You are actively constructing reality with your consciousness. And again, as a reminder, I just went through and flew through deep, deep, deep wisdom in a short amount of time. Know that you can, of course, want to watch this video again, but know that every single word I spoke was an energetic transmission to embed elements of these 7 hermetic principles into you. And so I encourage you to act from these laws. All right, start to decode your everyday, every moment from these laws. And most importantly, know and live from a place that you are absolutely crafting, wielding, and co-creating reality as the drop in the ocean as well as the ocean itself. I'll use a different language. You are co-creating 24/7 reality with Source, God, Universe, Spirit, whatever term that resonates as the infinite energy of all. As we remember, as we not forget, remember, we remember. We start to gather with other members of humanity that recognize their own divinity and their own innate creation right to create the reality that they were choosing. And so thank you so much for tuning in. I look forward to working with you in future videos and future classes. And if you're deeply called to understand these laws, of course, there's a course that I made just for you.
You know, I think this is so important, and his work actually came to us from different angles. So, you know, some people call it the hermetic laws, some people call it the universal laws, and literally it was one angle came from me being in darkroom, where Jas Muheen, who I've been in there with, has been channeling these laws. And then I was like, then of course, Dr. Stephen Young has been, you know, talking about this from a whole new angle. And so what I want to share with you is he's got an amazing course that we've actually taken. And like we said, we take all of these incredible people's work serious before we even share it with you. And this is a great blueprint to your universal life here on Earth.
Yeah. With that being said, we're going to move into one of my favorite segments of today. We're going to shake it up a little bit. We've been touring the world for the past decade almost with this exact framework called the System Reset, and we're bringing it to you today. So hundreds of thousands of people have been through this specific structure, and it's been so transformative to see how it impacts people on so many different levels, but also to be followed by science, to be validated that it's something that actually works and changes your brain, it changes your body, and it actually gives you like pressing the reset on your body, right?
Yeah, it's just like a computer. You know, when you hold the power button for 2 or more seconds, that's exactly what happens through the system reset experience. You know, your biosystem, right, is what we're putting these codes in, which you will learn about these codes. You will learn about deep breath, meditation, sound frequencies. We're not going to be dancing today, but in the future episodes, we're going to also bring the dance. And that's what we're known for something called the BDM method, breathe, dance, meditate. And we've put this together and brought some of these most powerful tools in the world into a fun, embodiable experience. And so think about this next session as the integration of all we've learned so far, as the reset, so that way you can go into kind of like you're cracking an egg, right? We're opening up, we're waking up, so that way then you can, through the power of quantum, reshape the timeline that you're going into. And so in this practice, I want to definitely let you know that you're going to feel a lot of tingling sensation. It is crucial that you're breathing deep for you to really realize it, but you're always the one in charge. Highly suggest you're laying down for this one. And you could sit up, but definitely better to lay down.
Better to lay down.
And don't have anything too big underneath your head. You don't want to, constrict your breathing. You want to open up. You can actually put a pillow right underneath your feet, so that way your blood goes towards your heart. And then what you want to make sure is that as you're breathing, there might be times when you feel almost anxiety, fear, jealousy, whatever is coming up, you're absolutely safe. It is absolutely normal. And you can always slow it down, speed it up. But I want to warn you, these are the signals. Just like when we're peeling off the onion, the layers and layers of all of these stuck emotions and, and cycles that we've been living by. At the end of the fear is love. At the end of the pain is love. So I want you to go through it, especially when you're like, why is he yelling at me? What is going on? What is happening right now? Why am I feeling all this tingling and emotion? breathe, surrender, release, move your body, open up the body. You have the full permission to be as you are. Scream when you need to, laugh when you need to. This is your time to reset.
Yes, 100%. With that being said,
well, the last part is some of you might feel a little clamping in your hands. It's called a tetany, and it's because we're working with a lot of CO2 release. And essentially, just so you know, you might lose the control. There's going to be a lot of burning sensation. You might feel almost like if you've ever been on a plant medicine treatment, it is a journey. And I just want you to know that you're absolutely safe. It will all come back to its norm. And at any point of time, if you need to regulate, just focus on deeper exhale. You can always reverse it. You are the one in charge. You can do this. I will see you there.
yes, see you there.
Beautiful friend, welcome to the first deep activation that we call the System Reset. System Reset came after years of pain, struggling, suffering in depression, anxiety, and I went around the world to see what else is out there. I pulled up all of these incredible tools. We brought it back home. We tested it from EEG, HRV, all the way to how it interacts with our biofield. And we found this extremely powerful way to reset back to baseline. Think of a system like a computer. When you hold the power button for 2 or more seconds, it resets back to baseline. That is exactly what we're gonna do to our mind, body, emotions, energy, as well as our relationships. We call this the me individual consciousness, complete reboot. So we can wake up from whatever patterns that we've been dealing with. It is time that we recognize them and that we also disrupt them so we can come back into that inherent love, expansive, powerful person that you are, that we all are together. That being said, please find a good place to lay down on your back. Close your eyes and get comfortable, because we're gonna go into these rounds. It all first starts with breath. Inhale in through your heart. Exhale out your heart, making an ocean sound. In through your heart. Exhale out your heart. Continue breathing in through your heart and out your heart. It matters not what time and place you're meditating, breathing from today. Let us all connect into the Earth 2.0 community. Imagine all of us breathing in a circle around Mother Earth, holding our hands with our neighbors as we live in a timelessness. Through the quantum entanglement, we breathe in through your heart and out your heart. We first step into you. Start calling all of the energy back from all the people, all the places, whatever you've left it. Start visualizing, imagining coming in a form of color. With each inhale, draw that energy in through your heart. Out, allow that energy to fuel around you, into this group, into your room, into your city, into your country. Allow that expansion to come in place. We're stepping into the field. We're tuning into this highest power. Now send the energy back, the reverse, to all the people, all the places that have left it on you. As throughout a day, throughout a life, we energy exchange. I call this the energy hygiene. Allow to come back to your center so we can work with you. And from this place, the first round of breath that we're going to go into is going to be to disrupt any physical patterns in your life. And so, imagine a mirror in front of you. I want you to scan your body in the mirror. Look at your eyes through the inner eye and start scanning. Has there been any chronic pain? Any fatigue? How's your sleep? Energy? Connect into your temple. Maybe give yourself a light hug. Just pressure on any different areas of your body. As from our past experiences, we've learned to comfort our nervous system, the calm before the storm. Continue focusing on a long, deep, subtle breath. Body's awareness relax into the space around you. Look at your body and start speaking to your body as if it's your best friend. My dear body, I love and appreciate all of you. But I want to ask you now to use this round of breath to recalibrate, reharmonize, and upgrade to a perfect health and perfect balance now. Through this intention, let us move into the deep breath. We're going to be using our diaphragm, following the belly, chest with each inhale, first in through your nose, and exhale, just let it go out your mouth. So deeper on inhale, no force on exhale. Let us begin to breathe deep. Inhale, let it go. Deeply in, let it go. Continue breathing deep. Find a rhythm that serves you. And as you're breathing, move around, open up the spine, focus on that belly, chest rise. With each and every breath, find more room. Use your full lungs capacity. Generate that electricity, energy. And with each breath, we're gonna start waking up. With each inhale, you're gonna draw any negativity, any pain, any sorrow from the physical. And with each exhale, you're gonna release it back to earth, as if you were dumping it down to recycle. Let us breathe. As we're moving towards the end of the first round, can you accelerate? As we are accelerating even further, I want you to start breathing a little bit faster, a little bit deeper. Keep on activating, keep on releasing. And as we're moving into the final minute of this breath, we're gonna start powering up the body with a new information, the third phase, powering up. Let us bring back what you need, any vitality, energy, electricity, power up the light through every cell of your body. Let us activate. Increase the intensity again. As we're moving into the final few seconds, we've got 10. Let us power up the body with this new information even further. Bring it home. Let us breathe. Feel. Inhale. Exhale. We've got 3. We've got 2. And 1 more deep inhale. And slowly let it go. Exhale. Holding your breath on exhale for as long as you can. Hold it right here and imagine yourself in the center of ocean, cleansing, clearing, purifying. Let your body relax as much as you can and allow this new water system that represents new information penetrate through every pore of your skin, drinking from this crystalline fountain of love. Feel this powerful essence, ocean. Now, continue holding your breath for just a little longer. Keep on relaxing, expanding even further. Feel. Let yourself let it go. You're safe. You're home. Give this love to your physical body now. This appreciation for who and what you are. Not what you lack, not what you miss. You are so much more than you think. Connect back to that essence, and together we deeply inhale one more time. And hold your breath on inhale. Pause right here and imagine yourself on an elevator. And with this elevator, imagine yourself traveling down to the center of Earth. Feel yourself in the center of Earth, grounding, anchoring, receiving, refueling, reharmonizing every part of your body. And imagine the Earth spinning around your body. Allow. And exhale. Shake off your body. Open up the spine. Tap the floor if you wish. Let yourself come back to your center. Feel. Check in with yourself. Speak to your body. Love your body. My dear body, thank you. Thank you for allowing to receive. I love and appreciate you so much. Allow this love, gratitude to lead the way of healing, of this powerful reset. Because we are slowly going to be moving into the second round of breath. This time for the mental body. I want you to imagine that through your right hand, you slowly move your mental body to the right side of you. And imagine that your mental body is laying down right next to you, holding hands with your physical body. Now speak to your mind. My dear mind, I love and appreciate all of your thoughts, ideas. But I want to ask you now to use this round to upgrade, to reset into a new mind that is limitless. And start waking up. What are some of those thoughts that you've had about yourself, about another? Those cycles that you no longer want to have, that are not serving you, your highest expression. Center in. Get clear. Any thoughts of I'm not good enough, I won't, I can't, any weasel words, any judgments of another, all of the ways of which ego likes to take control. And just like a child, find love with your mind. Speak to your mind to take this next round of breath to reset to the highest mind. My dear friends, we're gonna be breathing this time in and out your mouth, creating a little stroll effect so you can deeply inhale and no force on exhale. Same rhythm as before, but we're gonna add to it. Now allow for this breath to start increasing, and let us go back into the office of breathing. Deep, fully in. Let it go. Deeply in. Let it out. Draw this deep energy from within. With each inhale, you're waking up. You're drawing any of those negative thoughts into the surface so you can clean up with each exhale, sending it back to earth. Let us begin to breathe even further. Breathe. Let us activate. Let us embrace. Start breathing through any of these negative patterns of your mind. Anytime you thought you were not good enough, anytime you judged another, start breathing through your mind. As you're breathing, open up that belly, chest, head, move around, open up the spine. You have the full permission to be as you are. Express, tune into those sensations, move into anything that's surfacing. Let us go. As we're activating, increase the intensity. Inhale. Exhale. Feel the energy rising. Allow. Breathe. Focus. Commit. Allow. Now start releasing all of those judgments, all of this negativity, all of that fear. Let's go. As you're breathing, keep on releasing with each exhale. Now start releasing anything that you've picked up on from the subconscious mind. Anything you've picked up on from the movies, radio, social media. Any of the crap that has been put into our lives. Start altering any of those old patterns from your childhood. Let us breathe even further. We're moving into the final 30 seconds of this round. Can you accelerate one last time? And as we're releasing all of this negativity, let us move into the third phase. Start powering up your mind with new thoughts, new ideas, new visions, new dreams. Start opening up the divine mind and start sensing, I am great, I am incredible, I am love, I am strong, I can, I will. Feel that with each and every breath. We are going higher. Final 5. Feel the energy for 3. Increase your power for 2. Sense your strength. 1. And together, we one final deep inhale. Exhale. And let it go. Holding your breath on exhale. And pause right here. Feel your mind to the right side of you. Sense the connection of the software, the mind, to the hardware, the body. Feel this electricity rushing to your mind. This new, upgraded mind resurfacing. Feel this love, this gratitude for all of the old ways in which you operate. Thank you, my old mind, for all of the ideas, thoughts, for all of those places, these milestones that I've been able to get to. But visualize now your old mind in front of you in a form of object and simply speak to your old mind that you've done your work. I'm so grateful for all of your protection, all of your support, but I'm ready to move on to a new mind. Sense the new mind in front of you. Keep on relaxing, holding the breath for final few moments. Now integrate that new mind into your right hand. Feel that power. Together we deeply inhale one more time. Hold your breath on inhale. Squeeze just your bathroom muscle, lower abdomen and upper abdomen. Lock it in and send that energy to your new mind. And feel this upgrade. And start thinking all of the highest thoughts about yourself, about your life. Start sensing all of the ideas, dreams, visions that you've had that are coming into this moment. Allow, allow, allow. You are so loved. You are so supported. Allow the divine mind to step into your dreams, visions. Allow yourself to serve the highest, greatest good of all in a triple benefit, where it benefits you, anyone else involved, and the whole greater good. Exhale. Shake it off. Shake off your body. Let it all loose. Let it all seep in. Let it all integrate. Give yourself this huge credit, this huge thanks. Use this powerful gratitude to rewire your mind into this new outcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will, I can. I have all that I've ever wanted right here. It is there for you to simply grab it, think it into being, and move it into action. And from this place, my dear friend, sense your physical body, then your mental body to the right side of you. And together, we're gonna expand your emotional body to the left side of you. The final third round of this activation. I want you to imagine that you're holding your left hand with your emotions and start connecting to that deep part of you that makes you feel this life in and around you. Start speaking to your emotions as if it's your best friend. My dear emotion, I love and appreciate all of the feelings, the high, the low, and the ones in between. But I want to ask you now to use this round of breath to recalibrate, reharmonize, and upgrade so I can feel love in every part of my life. My dear friends, this is that time. Any of those stuck patterns, traumas, we're gonna go in together. This time we're gonna invite the breath in and out your mouth. Deeper on inhale and same length on exhale. Together, we buckle up. We prepare to breathe deep again. Let us center in and start waking up. What are some of those darkest emotions that you are ready to let go of? That you've had enough? Any fear, pain, guilt? Let us commit. And let us begin to breathe deep again. Fully inhale. Let it go. Continue breathing in this rhythm. Same length inhale, same length exhale. Let us go deeply in, deeply out. And for this round, let us activate first any of the emotions of apathy, the lowest state. This is when we're stuck, when we're numb. Start bringing any of that numbness with each and every inhale. You're waking up. With each and every exhale, you're releasing, you're cleaning up. Keep on charging. Keep on moving your body, opening up that spine. Keep on lifting those emotions higher. And let us keep on going further. Start releasing any pain, any sorrow. Start breathing through any fear of the past, fear of the future. Keep on breathing deep. Stay with me. Yes, you can. You got this. You're not in this alone. Allow yourself to feel Allow yourself to go further. Let us go even higher. As you're breathing deep, start moving through any anger. And if you need to get angry, get freaking angry. If you need to make sounds, whatever makes you right, to let it all move past. And as we're moving towards the final minute of this breath, let us go even further, even deeper. My dear friend, breathe deep. Allow to start breathing through any residual, any of that apathy, pain, guilt, fear, sorrow, anything else that you've been stuck in life. Yes, you can reverse it through the power of your breath, through the power of this energy. Connect to this powerful group unity consciousness. Let us increase the intensity now. Fully inhale. We've got final 10. Increase the intensity. One final time. Breathe. Allow. Final 5. Start powering up the body with a new 3. Bring up the joy. Bring up the energy of happiness in 2. 1. Together, we deeply inhale. Hold your breath. Squeeze your core. Flex your legs. Lift up your legs. Lift up your head. Flex your arms and tilt your arms. Lock it in. Hold your breath on inhale and squeeze every part of your body. Send the energy from the core, moving it up your spine into your heart, moving it up into the top of your head. And exhale, scream. Whatever you are, shake it off. Feel into this. Let your body feel this. If you need to inhale and scream again, let all the energy out. Let yourself release. Because we are moving straight into the final round of breath. Let us begin to breathe deep. Wherever you are, we inhale in through your mouth. And exhale, make the sound of inhale. Allow this breath, allow this sound, this vibration to retune you. Allow this sound to upgrade any residual. Because in this final round, we're gonna focus on our relationships. I want you to imagine a person in front of you as you're breathing that has hurt you the most. Someone that maybe even you've hurt the most, and maybe it's you that you have hurt the most. My dear friends, keep on breathing through this person. Imagine their eyes, sense them right in front of you. Breathe in. Start breathing through any of that pain, suffering. I want you to feel it. I want you to breathe right through it. I want you to release it with each and every exhale. Let us amplify. Activate, embrace. Let us buckle up, because now, can you find a gift about this person? What has they gifted to you? What have they brought to your life, no matter how hard it was? Can you turn it around? Breathe. We're moving into the end. Final minute left. Can you accelerate? Make that sound, make that breath, activate. Yes, you can. You are so safe, so supported. My dear friend, can you accept that person in front of you? Can you forgive them? Can you accept you and them? Stay with this breath. We've got final few seconds left. Can you activate? Breathe with me. Accelerate one last time. this. Feel this. Final 10. Feel. Allow all of the people that have ever hurt you, sense them diminishing. Sense this energy, allowing you to release, allowing you to breathe. We've got 3. We've got 2. 1. Final deep inhale. Hold your breath on inhale. Squeeze your core. Flex your legs, lift up your legs, lift up your head, flex your arms, tilt your arms, lock it in here. Sense that person in front of you. Squeeze every part of your body, drain any of that residual pain, suffering that they have caused you. And together we exhale. Scream! One more deep inhale. And let it all release. Slow down to breath. Inhale in through your nose. And long, deep, blow it out your mouth. Inhale. Focus on a long, deep, extended exhale. And my dear friend, from this place, I want you to bring your mind, emotions, both of your hands on your body, giving yourself this massive hug. Feel, open up your heart, and just start saying how much you love and appreciate your body, your mind, yourself. Start filling up your cup with this thank you, my body. Thank you, life, for all of the things that you have. A place to stay, food to wear, clothes to wear, food to eat. We take life for granted. Can you give this thank you, this heartfelt, open this, feel this in every part of you. Feel this deep, powerful reintegration of your mind, body, emotion. Calling in that highest self, that spirit. Call it all back into you. Sense yourself grounded. Sense yourself in pure essence. Love. Love is all there is. Love is all that we are. Love is where we meet. Fill yourself up this with I love you. I love you. I love you. And when you fill yourself up with this love, I want you to send this love out into your room, into your city, into your state, into your country. Feel this love spreading all out, all the way into the whole earth that we all live in. Sense our community, sense this Earth 2.0 in front of you, rising in love. Feel this deep vortex of love activating. Sense you are so loved. I love you, dear brother, dear sister. No matter where you are in this world, this is you, your energy, your love, your power. What are we there alone if we can be here together? And from this place, can you slowly connect your thumb and index finger together and start tapping with your index finger and thumb and simply state, system reset, back to baseline now. From the mind, the software, to the body, the hardware. Recoding system reset, back to baseline now. Let yourself come back to baseline. Like in a computer. Feel the response. Sense this moment. Sense this time. System reset. Back to baseline now. And I want you to go back into that memory that someone that have hurt you the most. I want you to look at them in the eyes again. But imagine this time a full room full of people that have hurt you the most or that you have hurt the most. I want you to see them, feel them, sense their presence. And from this place, together, we simply state to them, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. And I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. And I love you. This beautiful, powerful Ho'oponopono Hawaiian teaching, helping us rebalance our relationships without them being present. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. And I love you. Give yourself this huge credit for showing up. Give yourself this huge credit to allowing yourself to going so deep inside. And from this place, turn it back to you. Sense, check in with yourself, this beautiful, powerful, recalibrated person that you are. And I want you to visualize your new self right in front of you, this upgraded person that remembers who you are. And simply imagine a contract between you and your old self. And speak to your old self. My dear friend, it's been an honor to be with you, to cultivate all of these memories and experiences. But I am ready to move on. I am ready to be guided by love, to be guided by the highest expressions of joy. And I am ready to recalibrate every single part of my life into the highest path that is available to me now. Sense this deep recoding. Feel this in your body. Sense this new self stepping in to your body, mind, and emotion. Fully integrate, sensing the floor beneath you. Feel the space around you. And from this place, slowly start breathing in a perfect rhythm of 3 seconds. Inhale. 6 seconds hold. 9 seconds exhale out your mouth, grounding fully back into your body. Continue at your pace. 3 seconds inhale, 6 seconds hold, and 9 second exhale. And each time that you pause, you're becoming more aware of the earth beneath you. You're reconfiguring, reharmonizing to be able to perfectly ground back into earth all of that energy, all of that focus that we've just brought in. Sense yourself relaxing every muscle, lightly wiggling your toes and wiggling your hands. And just start fully bringing awareness into your body. Maybe do a little yawn, or just as if you just woke up in the morning, let yourself allow little stretches and feel yourself arriving. Take as long as you need. I highly suggest to maybe go journal, write, or stay in this space. Come back anytime you need a deep reset of this powerful system reset experience. It was an honor spending this time with you. I'm so grateful for you to joining our powerful group. And for the last piece, come back into that powerful circle that we have created, co-created together. Give thanks to this group. Give thanks to all of the people that are going through this, that are strengthening this field, that you can always come back to. Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Welcome back from your system reset.
Welcome.
Yeah, if you're here, just opening your eyes again and let me know how you feel in the chat. This is another one of those moments. Maybe it's one word, maybe it's a few words, maybe it's something you released. We found that part of connecting with our community is sometimes being a little bit vulnerable, because that's how we relate to each other. The first time I did system reset, I just felt an immense breakthrough, and I did it actually in like a work environment with other colleagues of mine, you could say. And I just felt this immense closeness to everyone around me. I felt so open to share, and it was truly transformative. So, and I've been through it many times since. We've done it together, and it's
That's what
just,
we meant before we.
That's a story for a different time. But yeah, just dropping in the comments anything that you felt from today. It could be a vision, it could be a message that came through, it could be something you released, maybe just one word of how you're feeling.
Yeah, and remember, this is gonna keep on opening. You know, think about it as if you've just had a major transition, major transformation. This is why breath is life. You know, breath is what we're born with. Breath is what we die with. But what happens between the first and last breath is what determines the quality, the awareness, the focus, the energy of our life. And so it's the most important tool that you can ever do. And it is the direct access to God. With each breath, we're breathing so much more than air. And so I want you to know that this will keep on unfolding. Just continue observing yourself, be in that instant presence, be in that subtle breath, focus, attention. And as you're stepping into this field, we would like to continue this integration, not from more words from us, but actually for the Earth 2.0 song by Rhea. And Rhea has an amazing medicine that she sings, and you can sing along as well. This is how we're going to connect without being present. And so furthermore, let's invite Rhea.
Yes, we're all going to move into that space together one last time.
Hi, my name is Rhea Mana, founder of the Songkeeper School, where we learn to sing to the earth and to harness the power of our voice as a tool for self and world healing and transformation. And today I am here for the 12-month System Upgrade Series, Inspiring the Earth 2.0 movement, and I will be sharing a vocal activation. There's a story of a Sufi caravan that moves from the future back to the past, depositing gifts for us to find along the way. And I believe that one of these most important gifts is the power of our voice, not for performance, but to be used for prayer, for blessings, for upliftment, for inspiration, where we can have restored to us the power of the word to speak reality into creation. And so today we're going to do a little guided process and we're going to sing a song. Let's just connect with our body. Let's take a deep breath. And exhale with a big and just let yourself really arrive into this moment. You can close your eyes, you can shake out a little bit. We'll take one more deep breath in through the nose and exhale mouth with a and just allow yourself to be still for a moment in the space of deep listening, connecting in with your heart, and connecting in with the hearts of all those who are dedicated to this movement, dedicated to this new earth, dedicated to peace, to unity consciousness, feeling ourselves in sacred circle with the ancestors, with the ascended masters, with all beings seen and unseen, known and unknown, who've come together in this moment of time to support this greater unfoldment. And then connect in with the heart of our Mother Earth. Feel her heart alive and vibrant, shining like the sun. And then connect in with the heart of the sun, the source of light on this earth. And feeling ourselves held by the heavens, by the earth, and feeling our hearts filled with gratitude. Our power lies not in our individual nature, but as we restore our connection with the totality, as we build relationship with the earth, as we build relationship with the cosmos, then any impact we can have is amplified by the whole of the collective field. So in this moment, we invite in the space of coherence, that we may all sing with one heart, with one voice, giving our gratitude to Great Spirit, giving our gratitude to the earth. And so the words are, "O Great Spirit, we give our gratitude and praise." So please sing along with me. Take a deep breath. Oh, Great Spirit, we give all gratitude and praise. Oh, Great Spirit, we give all gratitude and praise. Ah, ah, We'll call the directions. Spirit of the east, spirit of the west, spirit of the north, spirit of the south, come, 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 come. Spirit of the east, spirit of the west, spirit of the north, spirit of the south, come, 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 oh, Great Spirit, we give all gratitude and praise. Oh, Great Spirit, we give all gratitude and praise. Ah, Repeat after me. Spirit of the earth, spirit of the water, spirit of the earth, spirit of the water, spirit of the wind, spirit of the sun, spirit of the wind, spirit of the sun, grandmothers, grandfathers, grandmothers, grandfathers, come, 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 calling the are together. We remember who we are. 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 We remember. Keep singing that. Oh, great Spirit, we give our gratitude and praise. Oh, great Spirit, we give our gratitude and praise. And a blessing for you. May your favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family and your children and their children and their children. May your favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family and your children and their children and their children. May your favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family and your children and their children and their children. Oh, great Spirit, we give our gratitude and praise. Inhale deeply. Hold the breath, squeeze the body, rub the hands together. Exhale and send blessings to our Mother Earth. Send gratitude, send love to the earth herself, to her soil, to her water, to her forests, her mountains, her creatures. Seeing the vibration of all is well emanating throughout the entire system. We give our gratitude. We call upon our allies of the directions, of the elements, in the deep recognition that we are not alone. We place ourselves as part of this greater movement of totality, and that's when our voice joins the symphony of the universe, and the impact is even greater. We look forward to being together in the times ahead, to sing, to join hearts and minds and see this Earth 2.0 birthed before us and all around us. In deep gratitude. Aho.
Wow.
Yeah, that
What a
just
voice.
gives me the good feels.
What an energy. We absolutely love her. And just so you guys know, each and every month we might have a comedian, we might do a cooking show, we might do more singers and documentary watch. So this is the goal, that we're all together, in an energetic field, while we can of course communicate via text or via chat. Now, as we're moving into the final stage of tonight, we have handpicked selected brands and solutions that are specific to this day one. This day one is so important that it does not end here today. It's actually going to start here. And so we've teamed up with someone very incredible. Her name is Michelle Soro, and she's a podcast host, and she does some amazing retreats, and she's got also...
She's an Earth 2.0 for
she's
sure.
Earth 2.0 and
green flag.
And we've tasked her with, hey, if you were to pick and handpick also with us these Earth 2.0 solutions, what would they be, and how would we know that they're really good? So we've created these just about 10-minute long file learning, so that way A, you can learn, and also B, if it is something that you love, you can absolutely also have the best deals from our brands and from our partners of today's summit. And so, furthermore, we're going to actually start with the upper aeon. We want to share with you what we have for those that want to take this to another level. And so, let's go.
Get into it.
I know I can probably speak for many of us tuning in right now, myself included. Like, oftentimes we go to these things, these incredible online experiences, and then a couple weeks later it's like, well, what now or what next? And it almost feels like it was a dream, you know? And so really brings us to the most important question, which is the integration. You know, insight without actual embodied capacity feels like not Earth 2.0. And so what would be a first step for anyone curious and very much leaning into this feeling, that call of how they could contribute to the experience?
Well, at the beginning, my dear wife mentioned three I's. It was intention, immersion, and integration. And this is that time that we take so seriously. You know, we've built this entire foundation because of this exact reason. You know, we would go to retreats, we would go to these places, get hyped, and then not able to sustain this for, you know, our ongoing life. And so this is why we have built something super incredible. Those of you that are already inside of our school, the SKOOL community, it all came with your ticket. So please make sure that you are in there if you're not yet. And we're going to tell you how to best navigate it and direct this experience there.
Yeah, Earth 2.0 does not work unless you embody these teachings and bring them into your life, right? So your part in Earth 2.0 is really making sure that you're not just listening to this information, that you're actually bringing it and living it. So we're going to show you exactly what that looks like.
Okay, cool. This is great because really, we have one invitation for anyone who's feeling the call, but inside of it, it's really four like micro offerings. And so whatever you feel drawn to, trust that, but also recognize that you can change your mind, right? As you ask questions and get to know the community and contribute, there will be probably more expansion. But everyone right now, if I know this correctly, Pavel and Ferry are already what's called a standard member of the Earth 2.0 community. The one thing though that I don't know if is completely clear, and it may be helpful for anyone watching, is you also want to be a part of the community in a platform called School. And some people are familiar with School, some are not. I love it, but can you share like high level, Ferry, what School is, and then how to meet everyone over there so that we can see the different offerings and different ways to contribute?
100%. So School, you can think of it like a Facebook group, but without getting sucked into the algorithm. So all your friends are there. Basically, all our Earth 2.0 community is in this place. It's an interactive platform. So the more you interact with other people in your community, the more points you get. With your points, you can use that for education, leveling up, and being invited to more things with inside your community. So we just love it because it's incentivized. Who doesn't like rewards for interacting with people that you like to interact with? Nothing gets better than that.
Well, but don't forget, what is the actual why? Like, one thing is interaction, but remember, our brain is wired with a dopamine response. So if you give a tiny bit of a response every single day, you are actually excited to do it. It releases dopamine, and these chemicals are rewiring your brain to new outcomes. And so just like with anything, we always want to ask everyone, can you commit for the next 30 days that just once a day, ideally it's the first part of the day, as soon as you wake up, you do not go on your cell phone. You actually just use your cell phone to press play on whatever the meditation, guidance, or whatever that morning ritual is for you. And this is when we go into the integration. What does that actually mean? It doesn't mean that you have to remember all of this that you've learned today. It means that you're embodying it with a tiny little bit at a time. So if you can commit to 3 minutes, start with 3 minutes. If you can commit to an hour, do an hour. Maybe it's on a weekend. But the key is you commit, you show up, and then you use this community and engine of people all around the world to support you, to cherish you. Remember, when you create an army of angels around you, they reflect the best.
Yeah, beautifully said. Okay, let's check it out. I'm sure you guys can probably share your screen. I'd love to just take everyone inside the School community. And one thing that I wanted to just be clear on is you're already a standard member, right? You're already in, and that's free, and you get access to this community right here. So thank you for sharing that school platform. But sometimes it could be missed. So if you're wondering how you get access to this, it's in your confirmation email for registration, and it will be in follow-up emails. So if you're like, wait, how do I access that? I'm sure we're going to share something on the screen here, but
We'll
also
drop a link.
there you go. Perfect. We'll drop a link so that you can get in for free. But let's now talk about the additional tiers, because we have standard, which is free. Then we have premium, and then we have VIP, and then a really special offer that a few people will feel called to, which is to work with both of you privately. And we're going to get to there at the end of this Fire Learning.
In the main community, we have all of these different, posts. So this is where we have broken it down into different sections. So from start here to ask for advice, we do weekly calls, and I'll cover this a little bit more, but we ask people that this is where you can share anything you're dealing with. We recently did a prayer vortex where people were, focusing on the outcomes from one another, all based on science of compassion, by the way. So we integrate all of these things together. And this is kind of where we hang. This is where all of the standard access gets you.
Yes.
Now, for those of you that are also standard, the most important part to learn to come back into your daily practice is the classroom. So classroom is right here, and all of us on the standard levels will get all of these three first foundations. So here's the start here. I'm going to share a little bit on that.
Yeah, so as you come into this community, there's some community guidelines, what to expect in this community. So think of this as like your orientation. Basically, get your bearings, understand what's going on in here. There's a few modules inside that will help you get those quick wins, so you also feel like you're accomplishing things right off the bat. The second thing we're going to move into is the instant presence technique. And this is so special because you can have all this new information about Earth 2.0, but if your nervous system and you can't come into the present moment, can't hold this new energy, you're not going to be able to have that shift in your day-to-day practice. So the most important thing is coming into the present moment and mastering that. And of course, then we move into the nervous system foundations and mastery. And like I said, your nervous system has to feel safe enough to hold all of this new information. You need a steady grounding pad to leap off of once you have new information. So we're giving you that foundation for your standard tier.
Okay, great. So that's the first tier. Then we move into the premium tier and then VIP tier in our last maybe minute or two of this Fire Learning. But what we're going to invite everyone to do is just head on over to school and to check it out. And then also we're going to direct you to where you can see these plans and see which one feels most aligned in the moment.
You
Absolutely.
got it.
Yeah, no, so as a premium, so we've literally put all of our research, all of our years of learning and experiencing into this classroom. So for those of you that are premium and up, you basically have access to our system reset protocol. This is when things get serious.
This is what we're known for around the world. We've transformed over 100,000 people's life with this technique. It's been studied, it's incredible, and you get that as a premium member.
And this is when you can constantly reset into the baseline and beyond. Now, daily rituals is what we want to ask you to continue focusing on, whatever it's morning, midday, evening, or you just have a quick, even anxiety attack. We have tools to instantly bring you back into presence.
So you can stay in this Earth 2.0 frequency.
Now, under this section is where you will have the 12-month system upgrade recordings. So remember, with the standard, you only get access to live, and this is because we want to make this accessible for as many people as possible, but we also need to be supported. And this is where you're not supporting just, us, this platform, you're supporting this whole mission to be able to, for us to keep on searching the truth and bringing the right people from around the world.
Yeah, and we know that system upgrade was so much information that is so valuable, you're going to want to rewatch it. So it will live here as long as you're a premium member. You'll be able to access everything from the live sessions.
And then the rest of it, there'll be some bonuses, even for our free. So even for our standard, you will be able to unlock them with how much you're involved with the school. And then the rest of this, we have all of our master classes, master courses, and that's for VIP. And so VIPs essentially have, on top of this, monthly mastermind with Dr. Patrick Porter and other incredible people. They will also have all weekly calls access.
You're going to get that high level access that basically to us You know, you're going to be able to ask direct questions to us, to the experts. And so you're really going to get that top tier interaction. If you're one of those people that really needs that human interaction and you need people to hold you accountable, you're going to want to go VIP, because that's where you're going to find the biggest transformation.
Yeah, and then the last part is so calendar. You can find essentially anything that's coming. So as you can see, this was Dr. Patrick. We just did this last night with regenerative healing, as well as, you can find all of our monthly State of Cohesion live group healing classes. This will be with me and other friends. You can also find all of your friends in here. So we have this map. We literally already have community on every continent besides Antarctica. We're searching for you just yet. The penguins are coming in. And then there is also a leadership board where you can actually understand the levels in which you're unlocking. You can see the other people that you can connect to. And we have the most incredible group of people inside of this that you can ever imagine, that you can truly rely on. And so if there's a couple of you, we only can take 5 people per month that do want to work with us privately, individually. We have worked with some of the most fascinating people, companies, leaders, and of this world. And this is something that you would have to DM us. So inside of school, you can message me or Ferry for a call, an introduction with us, and we dive into deeply into your life, where you at, what needs to happen, and we will be embodying and integrating all of this journey with you.
Sounds so beautiful to walk into the new earth together, right? Like armored up, like literally armed with your like-minded, like-hearted, deeply conscious fellow humans that are on a mission to really beautifully co-create the Earth 2.0 together. It's like we think about Earth 2.0, it's like, but what do we need to do to learn how to embody what that means, to contribute, right? And then we cultivate that sacred reciprocity that I know is at the heart of everything that both of you create and are stewarding with such grace and passion. So thank you so much for this. And then also, just for clarity, for anyone who's curious, just like, wait, can I break down those plans again? I'm going to read it here, but it's school.com/earth2, the number 2/plans. We'll link that on the bottom as well. But that does not include the private mentorship. Keep in mind, that's just a DM, and that's because that next step also lets you know your initiation is real. And we're excited to welcome everyone inside school at the standard level minimum, and then forever who feels called to step it up. Any final words?
We are so excited to continue to interact with you guys on a daily basis. I tell Pavel that our weekly calls on Tuesday is literally the highlight of my week, and it's because of what you guys bring, and it's co-creation, right? So we don't want to be the only ones posting in here. That makes us like, the ones making this community, but you're the one that makes this community. That's the most important part, is that you are the biggest part of it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much from the bottom of our hearts. It just means the world. And we're not in this for us. We're in this for all of us. And this is that big invitation. Let's rise. Let's unite. Let's take this thing seriously and with fun at the same time.
And so it is.
And so it is.
Thank you.
So for our 10-minute fire learning, I'm so happy to have Dr. Porter back in the house. Patrick, what exactly is BrainTap in the simplest of forms to share?
Well, think about our muscles. Nobody would argue that physical fitness is important, right? But a lot of people miss out on the brain. So what we want to talk about, it's brain fitness at its highest level right now. So we're going to activate it through light, sound, and vibration. It's a meditation you can do in the morning, the afternoon, or the evening. There's very specific brain waves to train. That's why just one meditation doesn't work anymore. We need 3 different ones. We need morning meditations to activate alpha, afternoon sessions to activate theta, and nighttime sessions to activate delta, and all the brainwaves between that. But those are the most key things. So most people have exercise equipment that exercises the arms and the legs. Think of the different regions of the brain like those regions. But instead of muscles, you're building neural pathways. And there's a saying that if you only have one way to do something, you have a phobia. You have 2 ways to do something, you have a dilemma. But if you have 3 ways to do something, you have choice. So our idea is to make choice. If you have morning to do it then. If it's afternoon, that's fine too. If you have it in the evening, better yet, do it 3 times a day at first and really tune up your brain and find out when it helps you the most.
Okay, beautiful. I love that. So it's really not about escaping stress. It's learning how to train recovery.
Right. You don't want to escape stress.
Mm-hmm.
You want stress. You want capacity to handle stress.
Mm-hmm.
So, when people talk about, there's a saying that God doesn't give you something you can't handle. My wife has a T-shirt that says, "He must think I'm a badass." So God, that stress is actually building resilience. It's activating, just like a seed. If I was to take an oak tree, an acorn and put it in the ground, it's not going to do anything till the stress of the soil, the rain, and everything triggers the growth of that acorn into a mighty oak. The same thing's true with you. We need to put a little stress on you and see how you respond, adapt, and then you become that mighty oak and you have your superpowers that you need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love how you were talking about that in the webinar, and I highly encourage everyone to check out the entire almost 1 hour long webinar about like everything in our life is really just looking for the gold within the pan, right? There's something there. And so for those who have heard about every biohacking kind of tool in the world, but maybe they haven't come across BrainTap, why must they or should they consider incorporating this to part of their nervous system regulation routine?
Well, I mean, if you look at the top biohackers, they're on our app.
True,
they
good
all
point.
use it, and when I go to Dave's event, which is the biggest biohacking mecca, every year, it's always great. And he introduced me and he asked the crowd last year, how many of you have BrainTap? At least 75% of the crowd raised their hands. Now they're doing that because they measure everything. These guys and gals, if it's not moving the needle, and I bring a lot of toys home. I'm one of those guys people love at a trade show. I'm going to bring home the toys because, you come to my clinic here, 6,000 square foot laboratory we have here. We have everything you could think of. And what I know when something's good, when I have the science team do the review on it, and then if they never use it again, it doesn't make any sense. But our average user uses it 27 times a month. And we have less than a 1% churn, which means 99% of people buy this app and this headset and keep using it forever. I mean, you can make your own decision. And they get a chance for that 14-day trial to try it for themselves. So that's the key.
Yeah, true. Okay, this is also good. Now, we had a longer conversation in the webinar about like who also like if they're learning about sort of the brain waves and all of that stuff, and they're a little maybe skeptical of like LED because we hear so much about LEDs and even Bluetooth. You gave a beautiful explanation about the distinctions that we should know about.
Well, the biggest distinction is that we're using LEDs because it's the best thing we can mimic candlelight. Most of you listening probably have meditated at one point or another, a candle, or taken a bath and lit a candle, or had a romantic evening and lit a candle. There's a reason that people light fires when they're in a romantic, because what happens is that fire's flickering at 10 hertz frequency. They're actually using it's like, giving somebody a roofie, because your brain is actually producing all those neurotransmitters that make you feel good. Now, we can't move a candle. It stays at 10 hertz frequency, but LEDs can be moved. We can move them just like we sound. We can move what the right eye is experiencing, the left eye is experiencing. Now, when you look at our computer screens here, there's 1 million LEDs or more. I mean, millions of LEDs. We only use 8. Because we only need a small amount of light to activate a region of the brain that's going to keep the brain up and operating. When you close your eyes to meditate, you actually shut down 30% of the brain because the neural pathways aren't necessary. And the brain, if it gets a chance to take a break, which it never sleeps, most people don't realize you do more neurological function while you're sleeping than when you're awake. When we close our eyes, we need to keep that executive function going. Don't let the amygdala, that part of the brain that gets hijacked from stress, and what it does, it actually, when you're under stress, it stops the blood flow to the frontal cortex, the part you need the most during stress. It shuts it off so we become more primitive. We've all been in arguments and wished we could go back and say something or do something differently. What we're saying here is that light is needed to trigger. And plus, we talked about in the full webinar they can watch, but the reality is that we are light. And we can prove that through the transport electron chain. Everything you eat, everything you drink, everything you think, everything you're around, your body's converting with something called a chromophore, which is a battery on every cell. And that battery is being charged. Just like if we go to a concert, maybe we're not feeling like it, but they start playing our favorite music. We get energy, we start dancing, and somebody says, I didn't think you wanted to go here. Well, they're playing all my favorite music. That's because the cells are happy because they become synchronicity. synchronized with that music. Our cells are trying to do that all the time, trying to keep homeostasis and balance. So as we do this, light is one of the best ways. Now we mirror that with sound and with frequency so that the brain gets a full immersion experience.
Okay, beautiful. So I want to go ahead and share my screen and let's talk about this incredible offer in collaboration with Upper Aeon. And you're talking about a savings. It's actually more than this because it's a power bundle. We're going to get into that. And this is, I want to show the device for those who aren't familiar. Yeah. This is it. But talk us through what this is, what's included, who it's for, and then how to start.
Well, this is, as Richard Bandler, the founder of NLP, said, anybody with a brain needs this. So when you think about your brain and how it works, you need to tune your brain just like you would tune your instrument if you were an artist and a musician. So this is a tuning device that tunes you to the morning to have a frequency of alpha so you can think better and respond better and get better results. We have the tuning in the afternoon that resets your biology so you get a new morning. You get more productivity and activity out of it. And then evening, we're going to down-regulate and help you to go to sleep. And of course, in the webinar, they can hear all the different ways that it helps people.
Yeah, and of course, all of your clinical research as well. So here is the bundle. But before that, can we just speak about your movement, your mission to better a billion brains? I love it.
Even before I learned that MIT found out that we all have thoughts, and those thoughts extend 10,000 miles away from the person having them. And MIT said they go into a field and they make like the World Wide Web. So the Maharishi effect says that if we can get a group of people together and empower them, what happens is we actually amplify that effect. And if you go to YouTube and look at the Maharishi effect, you'll see how they changed the crime rates in Washington, D.C. beyond what would happen even with a snowstorm. So they did that. So imagine all of us on Earth 2.0 meditating at the same time, generating the right thoughts at the same time. We're going to disrupt this dysregulated Earth 1.0, the fear, the frustration, and the anxiety. Because when you're in a state of joy and happiness, there's some people that you can't shake them. They're so happy. That's what you want to be. So and what we know is if we can better a billion brains, we have that link because the Maharishi says we need the square root of 1, which if we have everybody we want on this call, we could have enough people to start changing the frequency of the planet. And I want everybody to think about frequency as what you frequently see. So think of your frequency as what are you frequently seeing and start changing that. And that's what we do when we start down regulating the nervous system, getting it more in tune with that Earth 2.0.
Yeah, I love that, right? Because we're talking about Earth 2.0. We got to be humans 2.0.
Yes.
So here's our deal. 1 year subscription that gives you the headset. You save $80 on the annual renewal, and then you're in a price lock guarantee. It's something that I've actually never seen. So that's incredibly generous of you. Do you want to say a word or two on that?
Yeah, we haven't changed our pricing really, only $100 on the first end, but we don't change our price on the subscription for people. When you join today and you get the special price we're talking about, you'll get that special price going forward. So for 1 year, you get access to everything. And then to continue on, you only pay the $180 and you get to use it for a whole other year.
Yeah.
You can use it on two devices like we talked about.
Yeah. And so all of this, we're going to share this additional document for you, everyone, so that you can see it. But this is what you get in the bundle, what's included, and ultimately think better, sleep better, and perform better. And honestly, enjoy our lives. Is there anything else in our last minute of the fire learning that you want to make sure that everyone at home knows about?
Well, the first thing is I want everybody to suspend their disbelief long enough to download that app and start using it.
Yes.
And if you measure your sleep, which I hope you're doing, that's what you should notice. 90% of the people, even without the headset, you don't need the headset to experience the technology. That link will let you can download it today and start looking at your sleep, look at your recovery, and you're going to start to notice those changes. And then you can upgrade to the full package.
Okay, beautiful. And then for anyone who likes to hear a call to action URL, you just head on over to braintap.com/upper-aeon. And all of that's there and all of it's here. I know that we've been adding that. Gosh, it's been an absolute pleasure to hang out with you, Patrick. A busy man, in demand on over 200 flights a year, and to share this time really shows your commitment to healthier, happier, more harmonious humans. And just so grateful to have connected. And thank you for all you do.
Well, thank you for having me. It's great to be a part of the team here.
All right, so we're back. Another fire learning with Alyssa and Mike from Align. And, for those who haven't caught the webinar and get to really get the deep dive and get a sense of your energy and honestly the divine mission that you're both on, in a nutshell, if you can, like what brought you together and brought you on this mission?
Well, it's definitely divinely guided. We'll say that. I mean, we didn't realize it, but we had the same mission, vision, and purpose, and that was to help more people actualize their healing potential, right? And also, in this case, help people protect and be aware of what's going on with all these frequencies that we're inundated with on a daily basis. We don't want you to be scared. We want you to be prepared, right? And that's one of our biggest mottos. So if you're afraid of these frequencies, they're all around. It's not going to change. We can just do what we need to do to protect ourselves from.
Controlling what you can and letting the rest go, especially in the biohacking space. The more that we know, the more fearful or stressed out it seems to make that community as we're building awareness around it. Just again, like having tools that we can to release what doesn't serve us and adapt to our environment.
Yeah, beautifully said. We talk a lot about mitigation these days, and at one point, it can feel like, oh my gosh, it's just futile. I mean, I'm currently looking for a new home in Austin. There's a lot of new construction, there's a lot of old. I don't know what's scary or worse, right? And there's 5G towers everywhere. And so we were talking, off screen, and what do we do about it? It's just like, okay, start with the basics, something like your hat or the medallions. And so not everyone can actually go into a mat, right? One of your beautiful aligned mats, whether it be Zen or Stealth, but if that piqued your curiosity, by all means, you got to check it out. But where's a good place to start? You were saying, gosh, the hat or what you're wearing, which we can probably see. Yeah. And tell us about the technology behind this. And then the hat. Yeah, I know they're so beautiful too. And then we're going to talk about an offering, a beautiful deal that you are being so generous about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so the lower barrier to entry, I guess you could say, is the hats. And the hats are a good way to actually start, mitigating these negative frequencies that we're all inundated with. I mean, Wi-Fi, and we can't even see it. Right. And that's like the scarier part, but knowing about it is half the battle. So the Wi-Fi, dirty electricity, electromagnetic smog, I could go on and on of things that have been around that, are detrimental to our health. But being able to have something like a product like our we call it an EMFU hat or our aligned hat is really good for mitigating these frequencies. And we do it it's awesome at shows. It's really cool to like bring people into the booth because you'll have the hat and an EMF reader. The EMF reader will be going crazy. It'll be at like 1,000, and you put the hat on top of the EMF reader and it drops to 0. We're kind of different in the fact that we actually have a proprietary blend of metals that are in the hat that aren't silver. So it's non-leaching metals. So it won't leach into the body. And they're actually infused or imprinted with radionic frequency. And radionic frequency is positive frequencies that are implemented into the hat. So
way cool. And I just realized, let me pull up the beautiful deck that you guys put together. Just something really
who's that?
Straightforward.
Who's that guy?
Hey, aligned AF.
Yeah, so you have
Sedona.
4 different styles. Yeah, even out in Sedona, there's new 5G towers and the frequencies all around us.
Oh yeah, and I mean, like we were on the top of a mountain, and like right where my head was, there was like a 5G tower.
Wow,
it
wow.
was crazy.
Yeah, it actually makes me quite sad, but please do continue.
So the real time, the modern day tinfoil hat, we want to protect our most valuable asset, which is our brain. So we can have higher cognitive functions, less brain fog, less fatigue, and be able to operate in this real modern world most effectively. So you can look at the EMF reader, and we do this again at shows. It's great demonstration in real time where whether it's high voltage power lines, being in a convention center surrounded by 5G and Wi-Fi frequencies. I mean, these non-native EMF frequencies we're bathed in them every single day. And we like to equate it to like the modern day secondhand smoke. But the problem is with secondhand smoke, you could see it, you could smell it. This you can't. And it's literally all around us. So the things that you can do to kind of just mitigate it and help your body adapt and harmonize to the environment. So again, back to the whole fact that you control what you can and let the rest go. Lower barrier to entry, the hats, again, the style is very similar to like, a Mamellan golf hat or something that people are buying at the same price, but it has no technology in it. So, for those that are out in the environments, that are golfing, that are participating in these sports and paying that price, why don't you have this proprietary blend of metals and actually protect your brain while you're doing those activities?
Right. And anybody can wear these hats. I mean, like male, female, they look amazing on you. And also it's for the protection too. And I mean, like I can definitely tell the difference when I go outside and I don't have the hat on. You can actually see, and it's kind of gross, but I have like a sweatband starting here. And I actually have another hat over here too. I mean, I switch them out like crazy depending on what
what
Were
I
you
wear.
trying to show your
You know?
sweat and I missed it?
I actually would love to show the fact that in the light you can kind of see the sheen a little bit.
Oh, that's
So the different metallic properties. So again, as Mike said, completely sensitive, skin safe, non-leaching into your body and into the environment. So has a different effect than silver and actually a higher protection like component than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a killer deal, you know? I mean, pun intended. So $40 for that, and that's a beautiful way to experience it for yourself, to begin to, tune in to how you feel. And what are people saying they're noticing aside from what was on the graphic? What are people, and is it instant? I mean, the EMF reader is saying it's instant, but are people noticing it? And then what would that look like for the most consistent feedback?
I mean, people are definitely feeling it. I mean, like even on shows or like, when we have our testimonials, they put the hat on and they feel like they can take a deeper breath. They
Just
put
like
the
a
hat
sense of
on and
calm.
right, sense of calm, and they just don't have that headache anymore. They don't have the brain fog. They can think clearer. And this is like real things. These are real testimonials that people tell us in real time when they put the hat on. And it's really cool. And like I say, I don't go anywhere without it just because I created it. No, if I had to buy this hat for $100, I would, because I know how much I wear it and how beneficial it is and how much better it actually makes me feel. When you put it on, it's almost like a relaxation, like calmness goes throughout your body. And you're like, really? With a hat? But yeah, no, it's that powerful.
Well,
It's
when
really
you
cool.
see the data on the EMF detector, I mean, that
Yeah.
right there would give you like a sense of confidence to be able to move about the world, which is getting stranger and stranger by the day. And, I know people that pretty much they're only on their land and they don't even go be in the world because everything is dirty, everything is junk, and it's like kind of still got to be in the world.
Yeah.
Right. And so we need products like this. And I love this low barrier to entry because while you're not like super high end, although more higher in quality in your mats, this is a beautiful way to introduce yourself to the brand. Yeah. And then I know we're not really talking about the medallions, but because you're wearing them, can we
my
just like
gosh. Yeah.
give that a little bit of a moment?
So yeah, these are beautiful. And we just launched these for Black Fridays last year. And there's two separate ones. So there's black copper turquoise, and then there's purple copper turquoise, which is beautiful. It's like this incredible, like vibrant purple with copper veins that are running through it. And it's very good for EMF mitigation. These are stainless steel and brass. And if anybody knows anything about stainless steel holds frequencies like the radionic frequencies and quantum frequencies that are implemented in here indefinitely. So they're not going to go anywhere. So that's where a lot of like the power of the protection comes from. And then we also have a code on the back that is actually sending broadcasting frequencies to the medallion for protection from a third party company.
Okay. What type of EMF detection results are you seeing with those?
Oh, it drops right down to zero. Like if you handed me an EMF reader, it would drop right down to zero. And this is whole body, whole energy protection. And you usually wear it right over your heart, and where a lot of energies go.
Yeah, beautiful. I love that. And then for the healthy skeptic in the crowd, because we know that we are a plenty, there's a lot of junk out there, right? And so how would someone discern, aside from their EMF detector, or even how to get the right EMF detector? I mean, these are my own personal questions. Maybe there's a bias, but like, let's just assume there's a lot of us out there like, gosh, I mean, I'm looking at my phone right now and there's two different things on it. I don't know if it's making any difference. Right. But I was told that so how would one know that like something has been well conducted?
So, I mean, again, for the blocking premise, like you can get a great quality EMF meter and we can put some suggestions up in the comments.
That's nice.
If
Beautiful.
people want
Yeah.
to know where to buy a good quality EMF meter that's actually going to give you accurate readings. And both the hats and the medallions will show that difference on the screen, like when you're in the field of that it drops to zero. As far as the more scalar and radionic frequencies, that quantum frequency technology, that's going to be lending back to, us again, coming home to ourselves and having this higher level of awareness and what feels good. So as a scientist, I cannot deny that there is a placebo effect with some things that are out there. And, you can't deny that those things work, because if someone has a positive belief in something, it is going to have measurable impacts in their life. But again, lending to all of these things that people are bringing into their homes, whatever the tool or modality might be, how does it make them feel and how is it positively impacting their life? So always deferring back to
Go back to
Self.
yourself. Tap
Yes.
into yourself. We don't do that a lot. We need to start tapping more into ourselves and what feels good other than feeling bad.
Yeah, beautiful. We need to align.
Align.
And so, do you want to share where is there a code or what is the call to action on this?
They can go to our website, myalignmat.com, and then typing in the code upgrade will give them that 50% off the hats, or, buy one, get one if you want to share it with a friend, since you're getting it at half price.
Okay, beautiful. And then for clarity, that is not a code for the medallion.
It is not.
No,
a code
Okay,
for
we're
the
just, we're,
medallion.
we're just we're
Medallion,
just
yeah.
showcasing the medallion because you're
Yeah.
wearing it and because it's beautiful and because there will be people who want it. So
Right.
and that feels like it just was meant to be in the show. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you for letting us
In our
showcase.
last 1 minute together, is there anything else that you wanted to share on this?
I think maybe now that you've mentioned it, we can create a code for the medallion that would be special to the
I
system
think you
upgrade.
should.
Yeah.
You're welcome, system upgrade.
I mean, they're priced really well because these are actually made by a master metal worker here in Las Vegas.
You can't buy these.
You can't buy
anywhere.
these anywhere. These are proprietary to us and all the frequencies and everything that it goes through to put the protection into it.
Beautiful.
So
Okay, so by the time that this is edited and out for community members of System Upgrade, we'll have something on the screen or in the
Cool.
show notes that will explain how to snag that savings. Thank you so much for that. Yeah. Gosh,
Yeah.
Alyssa and Mike, it has been such a joy to get to know your company, your mission, and to connect. And I'm looking forward to more and more and more. And so thank you for taking the time to share all of the beauty.
Thank you for having us, and we're excited to collaborate.
So let's talk about this dosing. I realize that, the bottles, this is the oil. And so it's made with organic extra virgin olive oil. And you can literally dip your bread in it. You can wipe your face with it, put it in your smoothies, your coffee, your salad dressings. Does dosing matter? Irrespective of your size or your age? Or I know that you're saying in the morning would be ideal.
If you're heavier, you might be interested in taking more. We do actually have a calculator on the website. In general, we just say it's 1 teaspoon per day in the morning. I will tell you, you were like, you could wipe it on your face. I have to share this. This is funny. One of our large distributors, my first phone call with her, she was like, Chris, I have to share with you. Did you do a shot without me? Oh my God.
I'm sorry. And it's just so freaking good. I mean, it's like I'm in Italy, but I'm not. Okay. All right. Here we go. Cheers, my friend. Mm.
Oh, that's awesome. I don't often get to do shots on air, so that's really cool.
God, it's just so buttery. Can we just talk about that for a moment?
Yeah.
Olive oil never goes down like that. I mean, it's like if I could describe the texture of cashmere as an olive oil, that's how luxurious and buttery, silky. And it just dissolved into my tongue, into my mouth, and I can feel it now.
And the peppery?
Yes.
So I describe this when we're kind of at conferences and we're doing shots with people, the good kind of shots.
Yes.
I say this is a high quality extra virgin olive oil, actually out of Tunisia. We identified a particular orchard. So we have as few people between us and that orchard. So it's a high quality extra virgin olive oil with as much of the ESS 60 molecules we can get to dissolve in it. It will leave a peppery flavor at the back of your throat. You may have been to an Italian restaurant where they'll put olive oil in a plate and then crack pepper in it. They're cracking pepper to give you the expensive olive oil experience with the cheap olive oil.
What? First of all, it's a very mild peppering. It's very, very mild. It's just, it gives it like a little sass, if you will, with that very sort of velvety. That's what it is. It's more velvety. It's incredible. We cannot gloss over that. I'm a bit addicted.
Yeah, we've gone through a lot of effort to find the right olive oil
Texture.
for the product. For sure.
Yeah. Just when I didn't think things could get better. And I mean, I really mean this. I got no skin in this game, right? Like I'm a contributor to this incredible system upgrade experience. And I had been set once I got off sort of department store, highly branded with billions of dollars in marketing. And then I moved into sort of more of the organic local, right? I'm here in Austin, Texas. That sort of seemed to be the thing. And I thought I was set and I would never look elsewhere. And then 3 days ago, I started this duo, which I want you to talk about. And this also is available for $30 off. And so I love that you're offering this coupon. So I apply this first and I don't even know what.
Well, let me describe it a little bit first. So one of our business partners was like, oh, I drink it and there's some on the side and I put it on my face. We need to make a face serum. And I was like, Yay, a face serum. That sounds amazing. That's what I woke up today to do, is a face serum. I didn't even want to be in the supplement industry. So we bring that out and it's doing well. My director of research comes to me and he said, hey, I found a peptide that has 30 years of skin and hair improvements in peer-reviewed published research. You should look at the research. So I looked at the research. I'm like, okay, we got to do something with this. It's amazing. So we call that peptide UTH29, which, by the way, stands for Youth 29. Some people have shared with me that it's the age all women want to stop aging at, right? Like the right level of sophistication, the right
Chris, how
level.
did you know? I literally, when people say, how old are you? I'm like, 29 plus shipping. Okay, yes, gotcha.
So Youth 20, good. Another confirmation. And it's a peptide. Now, peptides are water soluble and our ESS60 molecule is oil soluble. So I'm like, how do we put these together? Now, you can shove them together with what's called an emulsifier, right? But I don't like what an emulsifier sounds like. And if you Google it, there are only detrimental health aspects to it. There's nothing healthy. So we kept it separate. So it's a two-part. So it's our ESS60 activator. So you take, I always do, well, I'll just do one right now. It might take a couple squirts and I'll do one, say that's probably one. Beautiful blue color. So that's not colorant. That's actually the UTH29 peptide. And then for each squirt of the peptide, you do 2 drops of the ESS60 activator. This beautiful purple solution. By the way, the purple is the crazy thing that happens when you take this black carbon powder and put it in MCT, which is clear. It turns that beautiful purple color. And then you activate it right there in your hands. And then you apply it to anything that, you know, is showing aging or could show aging, which seems to be more and more every day, right? The smell is amazing. Damask rose oil. It's an essential oil. It's not a fragrance. And I'll tell you, the Boulder Longevity Institute, their team came to our booth in at A4M and basically said this, Chris, that opportunity to live longer, get that out of the way. That opportunity to be healthier or whatever, get that out of the way. I'm here at your booth because I want your skin reduo set. Like that is the Longevity Institute's team's response to this. And so, yeah, super proud. Didn't know that I would be in cosmetic industry or lotion at all. But yeah, it's.
Yeah. Okay. So I just want to share that, like, that's incredible. And by the way, I did not use it that way, but it doesn't matter because I was kind of using them in, I was using them separate. They ultimately work together, but now I know, now that I've talked to you, I would say that for me, it's almost like, and I'm sure this is not a positive, and because I don't really know a whole lot about ingredients, but it was like hyaluronic acid, right? And it's like, if you get a little bit past 29 and there could be some vertical lines in the lips, or I don't use Botox or anything like that. I used to way back, but I don't anymore and haven't for years. And so you're just kind of like, what do we do about all this, right? And I mean, I was waking up, this is now 3 mornings in a row, and I'm like, zero makeup on, no filter on the Instagram, and feel like showing up in my stories because I feel so fresh looking, right? So obviously it's the oil, right? It's the molecule and it's this.
Sometimes people would rather look better than live longer, and I get that.
That's me. I mean, why would I want to live longer if I don't look good doing it? I mean, but at the
Yes.
same time, I
So-
want to be smart about it, right? And then there's that bioavailability, even for skincare, especially for skincare. And a lot of it's crap, let's be honest, right?
Yep.
Or it's filled with so many fillers. And so this is, you look in the ingredients and there's 2, And so how do we use it? Let's just talk about that. And then how often and what are the protocols? And then we'll talk about how people can get it.
I use it every morning, and I usually do 2 squirts of the UTH29 lotion. Actually, I do 2.5, and then I do 5 drops of the ESS60 activator. And then that goes on face, neck, and back of hands. Right,
And
like that's the
décolleté.
target.
Women are going to want it right here. Yes.
And then it does smell amazing. There is a little greasiness which goes away really quickly, right? And I think as you're applying something, it should, like you're actually applying a lotion or something, it should feel like that. And then it absorbs very readily into the skin. Because the oil is also separate, and we've never had anybody even say, oh, I'm using this technique, but you could put a little bit less drops of the ESS60 oil if you felt like your skin's oily. But really, these molecules are super impactful, and nobody that I know of has had to address that.
Okay, so morning and night or just morning?
So I use it just in the morning, and then we actually have a night serum. If they want to dig through the website, it's not going to be on the landing page, but it is available. It also smells amazing. My wife loves it. Apparently, this is unique. She puts it under and on top of makeup. So it'll leave a little bit of sheen, which apparently is a thing for on top of makeup. So she loves that one. There'll be a way to find it, but it's not going to be on the landing page.
Okay, I love that. And then if people want to use the discount code, which is going to be Aeon, is that for any product?
This is the actual landing page that they would land on, right? So
Uh-huh.
there's a coupon code right there. Remember, I did interview 55 experts in longevity: Dave Asprey, Ben Greenfield, Stephen Gundry. I put together 18 biohacking tips. So that's absolutely free. We just need your name and your email to get that. Lots of good content, lots of the testimonials that we've talked about. And then you come down and we'll get to the offers. Now, the offers are for 2 bottles, for 3 bottles, and for 6 bottles. There's actually a 40% discount for 6 bottles, like a hefty discount. We really want anybody who's interested, like, here's the motivation to actually try this.
Yes.
And we chose 6 very specifically. Remember, I said people tend to see results across the 3-month time frame. So you could buy 6, you could take 3 yourself, you could give it to your friend. I would probably be selfish and keep all 6 for myself. That's what I would do. And then there is a little bit of a discount on subscription. Even if you want to try this, go ahead and take advantage of that discount. You can cancel at any time. Our customer service team has 1,000 5-star reviews on Google.
Wow.
They're not trained to talk you out of canceling your order. They're trained to help you, and they do an amazing job. And then the next is the individual Reduo set. And this is also available in 2 sets, 3 sets, or 6 sets. Same 40% discount, actually a 23% discount on the 6 set. And then I recommend, this is the Inside Out, where you're getting the oral product and the Reduo sets, and that comes in 2, 3, or 6. And if you, just so you know, if you go on subscription, it's not a monthly subscription. If you get the 2 bottles on subscription, it's every other month. If you get the 3 bottles, it's every 3rd month. If you get the 6 bottles, it's every 6 months. So you don't have to worry about that. Take advantage of that subscription discount. And then I have one thing that I'm super proud of, right? And it's not just my book, because I am proud of that. You can find the book, Live Longer and Better: Your Journey to Living Longer and Better Has Never Been More Achievable Than Today, on Amazon for $19.99, or here on your link for $19.99. And if you spend 10 extra dollars, I'll sign the book, and 100% of that $10 fee goes to Operation Underground Railroad.
Oh, awesome.
You may remember the movie The Sound of Freedom, which was an amazing movie about a horrible topic, which is child exploitation. Operation Underground Railroad is doing a great job getting that off of our planet. We wish it was gone yesterday. 100% of that signature fee goes to Operation Underground Railroad.
Beautiful. I've been donating to that organization since 2019. Yeah, I love that. I love the synergy there. Anything else on this page?
No, that's it. There's some testimonials and some research, but those are the key points.
This is so good. Okay, and then just because if anyone's questioning, like, tell us exactly how that discount works. It's one code, because you were mentioning different discounts, but that depends on the packaging, right? If you get 2 or 3 or 6 months worth of supply, or if you're getting bundles or not, or you're getting subscription or not, but ultimately you can also save an additional $30.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
So the best deal is the 6 bottles, and the best deal is the 6 bottles on the Inside Out set, 6 bottles. That'll be on a 6-month subscription, and then use that $30 code that's at the top. That's your best deal.
Welcome to your new BFFs. Hey, Matt, I'm super excited to do this fire learning with you, because everyone is talking about valence. I can say it right. Did I get it right?
Valence.
Valence. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Well, it's my first time learning about it, but yet the more that I'm here, Pavel and Ferry, then I'm like, okay, they're talking about it every day. And then the more that I'm learning about your COAs and everything that you guys do to steward your supplements with such integrity, and then ultimately efficacy, it's been pretty astonishing, to be honest, because it's incredibly rare. So everyone can learn a full deep dive in our master class together. I for sure want people to go there. But let's talk about origin story, then your flagship product, and your transparency and trust factor, and then we'll wrap it for this fire learning today.
So the origin story is we're just three HTMA practitioners, which just means hair tissue mineral analysis. So we look a lot at your mineral levels and heavy metals and design programs based on that data that comes from your hair. So your hair is an extension of the cell, and it will show us a pretty good mineral pattern and minerals that you have and heavy metals that you're excreting. So that's what we do, and the products we designed, a lot of them are for HTMA, but then we also have some flagship products that everybody could really benefit from as well. And we'll be talking about one of those today. As far as certificates of analysis and COA, that's something that not a lot of companies show, in my opinion, especially just like very on the website. Maybe if you reach out to them, maybe they'll send you one, maybe not. You know, they're not required to. But we like to just have it posted right on the website, and just a quick breakdown. That's basically a testing format, and there's different levels to the testing, but you want to have your supplements checked out specifically if you are looking to see if there's any kind of like heavy metal toxicity or bacteria or anything contained within the supplement. Since we are so obsessed with heavy metals, we try to find the lowest amount possible, and then we provide you with that information so you can so we can gain trust for one, but also be very transparent about what we're selling you is not contaminated. As anyone knows, lots of herbs and different food that's grown can uptake these heavy metals from the soil, depending on where they're grown. And also it can happen from like mining of getting different minerals, and also, what, depending on what manufacturer, all the machines are using are metal. So it can come from multiple different places. You want to make sure the end product is very safe and the heavy metals and the toxins are really low. So we provide that with full transparency right on the website.
Yeah, which is pretty rare, indeed. So let's talk about BioFlow Plus. This is a product that you said is basically kind of what you're all known for, where it began. Is that the truth?
No, this was probably like our fourth product,
Okay.
but it is definitely our flagship product, the most reviews, the most efficacious, maybe you should say, and people really, really love this product.
And also, you had mentioned in our masterclass, like this is foundational, like everybody needs this. I feel that way about all your products, actually, pretty much. But then, especially for people who no longer have a gallbladder.
Yes.
Yeah.
So people without a gallbladder, they actually have lots of trouble digesting fats, and you need some things like ox bile is very big. People have been taking that for a long time when they don't have a gallbladder. But then we also have TUDCA, which is a bile salt derivative of taurine that's really effective for pushing the bile, and other kind of like bitter herbal compounds that also help with bile flow as well. And then the pancreatic enzymes that are in there also help to break down fats as well. So if you don't have a gallbladder, something like this should be a staple. If you know anybody who doesn't have a gallbladder, take one of these with each meal, and it will really help with that bile flow, but also help to break down that fat, because you're going to have a lot of trouble if you don't have a gallbladder, and that's going to cause a lot of bloating and gas and fatigue issues specifically.
Okay, beautiful. I love your graphics, by the way. I just have to say, they're
Thank
very
you.
beautiful. Thank you to your team who put this together. So, what do you want to touch on right now on this deck?
Yeah, this is where a lot of people, when they're thinking about digestion, they're just not really focused on that whole like liver aspect of it. They're really just taking digestive enzymes.
Yeah.
Or sometimes if you are more focused on the liver, you might not be focused on the enzymes. You're just focused on something like TUDCA, just to move the bile flow going. This really is an intricate system that's been jammed up pretty significantly in today's world because of all of the exposure and the toxins that we have and the poor food that we've ate, over decades. And so the liver really gets impaired. And so when you don't have that kind of liver gallbladder connection flowing to the digestive juices, and there's also a circulation process that goes, it's kind of always circulating. And so the bile pushes a lot of toxins out, but it also helps you absorb all of your fat soluble vitamins and some nutrients as well. But then you do still want to have things in the product that actually help with the breakdown of the macros, like the proteins and stuff like that. So it's a kind of multifaceted digestion support where it's going to help you break down proteins and fats that comes from the astrozyme in there, and also the pancreatin. And then you want to have also those liver herbs and stuff that support bile. And so that everything that's interconnected there is flowing. And then the next thing you know, your digestion will really feel supported in that way.
And I love this little small print right here, and you've mentioned it in different ways. It's not a generic enzyme. It's a full spectrum digestive support formula. And so all the things that you're talking about, the various symptoms that so many of us just assume that maybe that's how it goes these days, right? With everything just coming at us at all times, but this is like a really nice defense. So let's talk about this here. I mean, I'm looking at your slide for the first time, so I'm excited that you're walking us through it.
Yeah, so it's our number one most reviewed. We have tons and tons of reviews on there. You can see people who had different digestive issues and how they feel. And, a lot of people are starting to understand that the microbiome is interconnected with how we feel. A lot of times when you have brain fog or you have kind of memory loss and things like that, sometimes it's a brain issue. A lot of times it's a gut issue. So that gut brain axis is interconnected, and they can talk. I think they say within like milliseconds of food input, or your gut and your brain are constantly communicating back and forth. So we focus on it as a digestive aid, but then people will start to say, well, I feel better. Well, now I sleep better because the bloating isn't there. I'm breaking down dinner better, so now my mood is better. So you really actually are focusing on digestion and bile and keeping the liver happy. But the liver is the organs of emotions as well. So in Chinese medicine, when the liver is congested, you can have different things like anger and stuff like that. And so you really end up being like a full body support. The better that you're breaking down food, turning that protein into amino acids, breaking down the fats and getting the fat soluble vitamins from those, and also supporting the liver and the gallbladder, it ends up being like a full body kind of experience when you get digestion flowing better. And you'll see
Okay.
that with a lot of the reviews on the website.
Yeah, it's so many reviews, and I love that you're sharing this with us. Okay, so this is what makes it really special. Now, this is just one product. We do have a whole suite of other products across your website that are also offered at 10% off because of this collaboration with Pavel and Ferry and Earth 2.0. But let's be clear, like 10% is a big deal for your company. And please tell us why. Because some people are like 10%, big whoop, but it's a big whoop here.
Yeah, so anybody who's been following us for a while, they'll realize we don't really run Black Friday and Cyber Monday sales. We don't run Christmas sales. Like every day is a sale at Valence, we say. Like it's basically our practitioners get like a 5% off code for their clients who use it. So for Pavel, because I love him and it's, I'm trying to help this community grow, we did do an exclusive 10% off for anybody who's in this actual summit, because I think it's actually going to be big and I think it's awesome. So we do not overprice our products. We use the most premium mineral chelates and things that we can find, organic herbs and all this stuff. And then we don't overprice it, in my opinion. You can shop around. I think we're very fair as far as that goes. So we did at least give a 10% off for the summit.
Woohoo! Awesome. Okay, yeah, thank you for that. In our last minute together, Matt, I mean, what else do we need to know about your products, your offering, this collaboration, our health? I know that's a broad question, but anything that stands out of what needs to be shared in this moment?
Yeah, I like to focus a lot on minerals. We have a master class where I talk about zinc a little bit and another formula. But if you go through our actual website, we are very big into minerals and how they are the backbones of health. They run all of your enzyme systems, all from everything from memory to thinking to blinking. These are all ran by mineral dependent enzymes, which ultimately do control your hormones, and your hormones are going to control how you basically see the world because of how you feel. You have low thyroid, you're tired, you're fatigued, you have low testosterone, you have anxiety, you can't work out and you're tired. So the minerals run the enzymes which run the hormone system. So if you start to we're focused on BioFlow Plus here because it's a great digestive aid and that's a really critical. But if you get to our website, you'll start to see more kind of mineral and vitamin nutrition stuff. And we also really like ancestral desiccated organs. And some of that's actually in the BioFlow Plus digestive, the grass-fed intestines and the stomach powder. So there is even some right in BioFlow, but we use those a lot as well.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for this fire learning, but I am going to also encourage everyone to head over to the masterclass. I was super inspired. It's been a long time since talking about supplements, where it was just rarefied air, what y'all are doing. And just want to say thank you for the good work and for collaborating with Pavel and Ferry and System Upgrade.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
We're so grateful for you and so thankful for being here with us this whole day.
Yeah, it was a long day, but it was a good day.
What a journey through self transformation. And I want to thank all of the partners that have been able to make this happen for all of us. Now, in this last phase of tonight, we're going to actually step into the final closing ceremony. And closing ceremony is just like we started together, we're going to end it together. We're going to hold the earth in this highest place of love. And this is the deep transmission, the deep group prayer that has been proven time after time.
Yeah,
And so,
Heart Math Institute actually studies that when a group of people come into coherence, it can have a measurable impact on the community and the earth itself. So that's what we're doing here. This is the main mission. This right here, this final group cohesion meditation is exactly what will make that leap of consciousness on this planet and help anchor in that Earth 2.0 vibration.
remember, 1 + 1 is not 2. It's exponential, and the level of exponentiality is where we're going to end this today to actually restart this as a collective. So we'll see you there. Beautiful friends, welcome back. Wow, what an honor to spend this incredible day with all of you. I know it wasn't always easy, and I know there was a lot that probably you have learned that have maybe pushed you in a different realms. But I want you to know that all of this is perfect. You are perfect. There's no need to keep on beating yourself up with a stick. Just accept yourself. Surrender to this moment, to this greater vision for all of us. And so, in this final closing ceremony, I would like to allow all of that information to observe, to come back into us, into the center. Because what we're going to do is one final powerful Tree of Life meditation to set the year, set the dreams to come into the fruition. Now, that being said, whatever you are, let us all sit in a meditation position and close your eyes. Come back into that long, deep, subtle breath. And whatever you are, relax every part of you. Let go of any needs, wants, places to be. And let us first use a simple box breathing to come back into this state of cohesion. Together, we inhale 4 seconds in through your nose. 4 seconds hold. Exhale 4 seconds out your mouth. Four seconds hold. And repeat. 4 seconds in. Hold it right here. And out. Hold it right here. Now continue breathing in this rhythm for a few more rounds at your own pace. But as you're holding the breath, just watch and pay attention to be as relaxed, as receptive, like a sponge. With each and every exhale, start letting go of any of the things that you feel that were too overwhelming. And just come back into that intention. May I observe those things that I'm ready to embody. As you're breathing, start calling all of your energy back. You may simply state for yourself, I am calling back all of my energy from all the people, all the places, from all that I've learned back to myself. Sense it coming back to you. And now let us reverse that. Simply state for yourself, I am sending back all the energy from all the people, all the places that have left it on me. A simple energy hygiene, not coming from a place of good or bad, but knowing what's yours and what is not in that individual drop of the me. And slowly go back in time today. Continue being aware of a rhythmical breath, about 8 seconds on inhale, 8 seconds on exhale. And go back in time and start calling in all of that information. Embodiment. First, we have learned about the me, the individual consciousness. Connect to your physical health. Check in with your mental, emotional, spiritual. Start connecting into what are you ready to do a minor changes in your everyday life. How can you spend 1% of your day on you, yourself? Because who are you without you? How can you give without knowing when to pause, when to break, when to refuel? Now step into the other part of today, the we. Connecting to any of the relationships that you're ready to, maybe after this session, send an email, letter to someone you haven't connected in a very long time. And maybe that letter is to you. How can we accept, forgive, and move on? Connect to the environment. Sense how you can get more connected to Earth. How can you create a perfect, healthy environment in your home? And connect to the social structures. Where are we giving our power away? To that pyramid, old school way of leading this world. And now connect to the beingness, the supra-consciousness, the hermetic laws of universe that maybe you're ready to start following and paying attention to. Stepping into that deeper part of you, that vast ocean that surrounds us all. Breathe, relax, visualize. And I want you to teleport yourself somewhere in the world, somewhere in nature, somewhere that you've been in the past that has a strong meaning to you. And just visualize yourself right now, sitting there, maybe on a grass, ocean, by the waterfall. Whatever you see, feel it, smell it, sense it, expand it. And in that place, in your inner mind, imagine this seed in front of you. And I want you to plant this seed in that place so you can remember. And when you plant the seed, I want you to keep on focusing on a long, deep, extended exhale. So subtle, so slow, that if there was a candle in front of you, it would not even flicker. And with each and every exhale, imagine that this beautiful, powerful seed is expanding into a tree of your life. And at the top of the tree is where you're gonna take a last breath in your lifetime. And at the base of the tree is where you're sitting right now. Now I want you to pay attention for this moment to the final breath that you take. And I want you to become a dreamer of your own life, because we forget to dream. And just get clear, if you just had your final breath, what would make you feel full? What would make your heart sing? What would be all of the places that you see? Things you would create, people that you loved. Look at it backwards. What are some of the values that you create, that you stand by? What did you learn? Where did you go? See it, feel it, embrace it. Because the way we create through our heart is we first imagine it. We call it into being. We then take the right steps so we can have all the results as a powerful law of resonance, not wanting or not having. Because when you want something, it can be this long process because you don't have it yet. But when you have something, you don't want it anymore. So from this place of havingness, can you imagine a year from now, exactly at 12 months from now on that tree? So you go down a little bit in that vision and look into a year from now back. What were these milestones? What were some of the things that you've incorporated in this deep journey through self-transformation, unified by all of us? Sense it, feel it, embrace it, speak to your future self. And now, let us bring it all the way down to tomorrow. When this is over, so many of us step into the old ways and paradigm. But how do we keep this energy, frequency, and vibration? We bring it into a daily bits of time. And so imagine yourself, what is one thing that you can alter, that you've learned today? That when you wake up tomorrow, the first thing at the wake up, and then the last thing before you go to sleep, you can spend time on. Maybe you wake up to a breath, visualization, gratitude, exercise, to remember what are those dreams that are meant to be lived, not one day when you have time. My dear friends, remember the dream. We came here to experience happiness, joy. And in that process, we're letting go of any of these things we've picked up on that are not ours anymore. But we've got to re-see it. We got to acknowledge it. And we got to direct it. That's the power that we have. And so, simply come back to you and state, I commit to. What can you commit to? I am ready to. That after this session, maybe you write it down, maybe you put it in a calendar as a reminder. Because that's how we can make a long-lasting impact. My dear friends, imagine that tree is shrinking all the way down to a little dot again. And place this dot somewhere on your body that you can remember. Like a file on a computer that you can always reopen, readjust, but to remember. When things get hard again, it will all pass. Stay focused, stay above the clouds, focusing on the dreams, focusing on the higher horizon. You are so loved, so appreciated, so incredible. I have so much hopes for all of us. But it is time that we rise. It is time that we commit to something greater for our families, kids, for the future of humanity. We've lived in a sleep state for way too long. Wake up and let's go. And so, from this place, come back into that visualization of all of us connected, interconnected around Mother Earth. And imagine all of us holding hands together. Sense all of the countries, cities, no matter when people are watching this, even later, further, through quantum entanglement, we are opening up this powerful field of love. And from this place, I want you to imagine yourself connected together through hands. And from your heart, there is this imaginary beam of light flickering and shooting into the center of Earth that is in the front of all of us in this big circle of love. Now together, we deeply inhale in through your heart, generating love from within your heart. And exhale, send it to the planet Earth. From the beam of heart into the core of Earth, and sense this love penetrating in through all of the cities, countries, wherever you're from. Focus first on generating love from within your heart. Like this swirling vortex, if it helps. And then when you exhale, you focus attention into your cities, communities, to all the people that need it the most, that have no place to stay, food to eat, clothes to wear. Sense them as healed, as supported. Sense all of the light workers of all of us together, stepping into this field. It does not have to be just through this pathway. There's many, many more doing the same. We're uniting. Feel this powerful remembrance, what you came here for. Sense you deeply inhale. Exhale, direct this energy into all of the water systems of our earth. Water carries information. Imagine this powerful frequency of love spreading through every river, pond, ocean. Pulsating, vibrating, resonating. This group powerful prayer has been proven time after time. What we can do when we're together. Inhale. And exhale, send it out to all of nature. Just like we take from Earth, this is the time we give, and give to rebalance the masculine, the feminine, sensing all of the portals recalibrating, fueled by this highest essence of love. That is all there is. You are love. You are free. Sense all of that love spreading into all of the nature, the rocks, all of the systems, and sense anywhere on earth if there is still war, suffering, hunger, trafficking. I want you to visualize this powerful light that you generate inside of your heart and send it to all of these places still impacted. Sense all of the people waking up. Sense all of the leaders of the world waking up, balancing the energy of fear with love, and witness this birth of Earth 2.0 in front of us. Sense it, not as this new paradise, but a responsibility that each and every one of us will take, starting with healing your body, mind, emotions, spirit, relationships. This is how we create an accumulative effect. It starts with you, the individual. Sense this responsibility, and now imagine, what does Earth 2.0 mean to you? Which part of this you want to have? Where do you want to live in service? Just like we spend this time in self-mastery. How can we give? No matter how many people it is, lose that whole need for making an impact with thousands or millions. It happens naturally through the ripple effect of all of us. Sense it, feel it, birth it. And through the power of thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you. I love you. I love you, this earth. All of the families, friends, all of the hardships. Learn how to love what is and change what is it not for you. My dear friends, welcome to Earth 2.0 movement. You're so seen, so loved, so appreciated. And this today, this is when it starts. I want to encourage all of you to stay in this space as long as you need, write things down, and continue coming back to this as much as you need. Inside of our school community, we have a daily bits of energy frequency that you can take 5 to 10 minute sessions to keep this energy growing, to keep this rising. And it happens through all of us. Please share what this meant for you inside of our community. Please share how you're gonna be ready to make this impact in your communities, in your world, whatever you are. I wanna thank you, and thank you all so much. It was an honor, and I can't wait to see you next month. Thank you, and thank you so much for being here with us the entire day. This means the world to us because more of us are starting to be on the same page. We're here to unite. Our mission is to unite one person at a time, and today we did it together. We're co-creating Earth 2.0. And so, what's next? I want to highly encourage you, utilize our school community. So just like we promised to you that we're going to bring the best of the best once a month, what happens in between each month? This is where we're going to do weekly calls. This is when we have, the daily bite-size recordings, daily rituals. So whatever it's the morning, midday meditation, evening ritual, we've built an entire engine to support one another. So please make it to the school community once a day.
Yes, and moving forward, we're going to have these workshop-style interactive learning days once a month for the next 12 months. So the Earth 2.0 Summit will happen every single month for the next 12 months. And in between that, you can meet us in school on the live calls. We also have the group cohesion calls where we're in deep healing prayer for Earth and for each other. We've got our integration calls where this is where we work with you guys in a group to help integrate these practices in your day-to-day life so they're actually landing and making changes. And then we will also have our live expert calls, which you can go ahead and ask real questions, interact real time with experts on every single aspect of this field. So it's really exciting. It's not like we're only going to see you once a month. We would see you every single day in the school community. That's where we are. That's where all of us are.
Now I want to ask you, please help us share this ripple effect, because just like you're transforming, one of our big goals by the end of this year, we want to reach 144,000 people to meditate in the same cohesive place in the same time. Now, it's been measured that it can create a quantum leap in consciousness, and we would love to bring those people that are here with us to do that. So please share it to your friends, families, whoever you know and feel that you want to exchange energy, that you know that is ready to embark on this incredible journey forward.
Yeah, and remember, the Earth 2.0 Summit is always going to be free, so you can share it with anyone. And if you want these recordings, you want to have access to this information forever, just add yourself to premium or VIP in the school community, and you'll have access to this entire blueprint for the entire 12 months.
And that's the way to use this the best, is you can always come back. Maybe any of the speakers, maybe any of the coding, you can have it there. So that way, as you're learning, as you're expanding, things will shift, things will change. But what is truth is always truth. Something that my dear channel friend Paul Selig has been saying, or the guides have been saying, and I truly believe in this, truth is eternal. All we're doing here is we're remembering that truth of who and what we are at the core.
100%. And don't forget your free gift from BrainTap. They have an absolutely incredible library, over 2,000 meditations. Pavel's meditations are in there. Dr. Patrick Porter's meditations are in there. So that is another amazing thing that you can have in your pocket that helps keep your frequency high throughout this entire year. And with that being said, we have a really special interview with Garrett and Nicole McNamara on us interviewing them on how they are living the Earth 2.0 lifestyle. So we're bringing people to you that are already embodied in that. They're raising their children differently. They're working differently in like their own out of the matrix life, you could say.
Yeah, and something insane is he is the surfer that's been doing the 100-foot surf. He surfed the 100-foot wave. And what's so cool is, Garrett McNamara, he's never been into being an actor, but he actually won the Grammy for one of the best
their
documentaries.
Yeah.
And we're gonna give you this as a gift and as a bonus inside of our school community. So after this session, you can go into the classroom, and under classroom, there's gonna be exactly the 12 months and episode 1. And under episode 1, you will have all of the list of different things that we've been through today. And then the last one will be Garrett McNamara.
And so we're going to close it out here. It was an absolute honor to be with you guys this entire day. Thank you so much for being with us to the end. We're going to take questions in the chat. So we are going to see you in the chat. And beyond that, we'll see you in the school.
Thank you all so much.